Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make.
Yo, I got a lot of shit to say, so I'ma do this every day. I'll be writing things until I'm fucking buried in my grave.
Charles 21. Charles 21.
Come on, I'll teach you on them. See ya.
This Week in Feminism.
I had a job, and then I didn't show up. And now I don't.
Join Mug Club today for $89 annually, or try it mugless for $9 a month. You can sign up at louderwithcredit.com/Mug Club for the entire catalog, including Nick DiPaolo, Mr. Guns and Gear, and of course, Alex Jones, along with 100% more of this show.
To every citizen who's sick and tired of the parasitic political class in Washington.
Donald Trump is a great threat to our democracy.
That sucks our country of its blood and treasure.
Would you have done something differently than President Biden?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
November 5th will be your Liberation Day. November 5th this year will be the most important day in the history of our country, because we're not going to have a country anymore if we don't win.
We had 17 million people who watched the election stream in 2020. You were here with us. Between now and election, it's a sprint. Not just for a national election, it's a sprint for the spirit of this country and your ability to choose what you watch, who you support, and the mere ability to speak.
There's no guarantee to free speech.
You can't just spew disinformation.
With the swipe of my pen, I've charged you with a crime.
The left is constantly engaged in foul play, but their first choice would be to not have to cheat, right? To do it with lies by omission, by using media bias, by throttling searches, right? By flat out censoring searches, as we've seen from Google and YouTube, as we've seen with Facebook and Meta in the past. There is no scenario where we approve a platform that has Steven Crowder, Alex Jones, or the like. It's lie, 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 cheat.
We all know who Donald Trump is.
He will be a dictator on day one.
Dictatorship. Nazi imagery.
Adolf Hitler.
Oh, Hitler.
As I was saying,
But when they don't work, they do have some Hail Marys that involve blatant cheating.
they rigged an election. They rigged it like they've never rigged an election before.
We are in that last lie phase.
He's an existential threat to our democracy.
I took a bullet for democracy.
Project 2025.
2025. Project 2025.
Project 25. I don't know anything about it.
On January 6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol.
And all hell was unleashed.
Peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard.
The Holly Markets trend, 14 points. Wow. The good news is progress is being made. The bad news is that our DOJ doesn't want it to happen. I think what you are seeing is them trying to make sure that they can keep this lie alive. That's when you can expect some kind of cheating. And that's why we are gearing up for the election live stream of the century. November 5th, we will have the live electoral integrity map. No one will have the data. No one will have the ability that we have on that night to call dispute states and let you know everything that is going on across this country. If there is any foul play whatsoever, huge undertaking. If you want to see that, you want to be here with us. There's no reason to tune in anywhere else that night. The election live stream of the century. Imagine dominoes falling in every state with corruption.
November 5th this year will be the most important day in the history of our country. And we will make America great again.
The election live stream of the century, November 5th, 2024. Be there with us. Fight like hell. All right. I'm fired up today. I just realized the camera that we set up there is a little bit in the way of my camera. Sorry. Look, we don't even need to give you a rundown here today. I'm going to get into last night, Kamala Harris, Brett Baier. You've never heard me say this with any other election or moment. I think it's a problem when people deal in hyperbole. I'm not going to ask you to comment. You can just comment if you disagree with what I'm going to state it in the affirmative. And I'm going to get into why. Barring cheating, Kamala Harris cannot win. She just lost the election last night. It was that bad. Now, like I've told you before, lie, cheat. lie, cheat. The lies aren't working anymore. They're impossible to sell. People are not buying them. And I want to be really clear. Today is a character study. The reason that Kamala Harris just lost the election, and I will make the case here today, I think that people were experiencing something that they know but don't know how to articulate. It was a character study in someone who has been steeped in the feminist narcissism pathology and thinks that it works in the real world. That's what we saw yesterday. I'm not going to get into truthfully, the policy answers with Bret Baier because there really were none. And I won't be able to do that any better than the brilliant people here laying the brain. We were ready to do that. No, I think looking at what it is she was doing, who Kamala Harris is, and we will have montages for all of these patterns of behavior. It was pathological yesterday. And I think she's done. I think it's career ending. Frankly, I think she performed so poorly that she's one of the few presidential candidates who will lose and still not be able to sell books.
How I lost.
Well, to write a book first, you have to understand how to read.
You know, she's going to buy all of them anyway.
Yeah. And we have, of course, Captain Morgan's CEO right here. We have Josh Firestein. We also later on, we have some exclusive data analysis from early voting. Really, really good. We have some experts here. You can expect more of that on election nights. We'll get into that. But before I get into the meltdown at Fox, this is something that I've noticed as a pattern, and I talked with you about this yesterday, as I have quite a few times, saying, look, she's a mean girl is what she is. I said, this is what you can expect to see. And then that interview took place. It is exactly as I expected it to be as she becomes more desperate.
Yeah, but you actually said that yesterday, so we actually have a clip of you saying it.
Okay.
So let's do it.
Come, let Zoltar tell you more. I translate the next pitch ball right past the flag. We're going to win the game, I guarantee.
She's a bitchy mean girl. That's what she is. She's the girl. What do they do? They try and form a clique or get in with the cool kids clique, and then all they do is isolate, denigrate, ostracize. She comes across like a bully. They say Donald Trump is bombastic, where she goes, and he failed his business,
right, yeah.
And he doesn't have big rallies. And look at all my celebrities who like me. Look at T Swift. She's trying to use the power of the audience. She's going on Fox News now for the first time. He did debates on enemy territory. She's a mean girl going, he's afraid to do a second debate. Really? You refused multiple debates. Really? You didn't show up to a black journalist conference. Really? You won't do anything unless it's friendly outside of a very controlled Fox News interview. And it's the mocking. It's like, what are you? What are you scared? Are you going to cry for me? No.
Yeah, she's
going to beat your ass in the election.
Come, let Zoltar tell you more. I translate the next pitch ball right past the flag. We're going to win the game, I guarantee.
And we saw it and then some. I'm going to get into what you see as a pattern here. First off, you see what you've seen from Kamala Harris quite a bit in the past. The race, the trying to get to the prefab talking points. Verbatim talking points that we've heard before. The immediately trying to frame this whole conversation and set herself up as the victim. She has to. Let me finish. The using the power of the audience, right? Well, look at these celebrities. Look at these people who are on stage with me. The talking down to people while getting the moral high ground. You and I both know. Well, hold on. Let me explain to you how this works. The abdicating of responsibility. Well, you know what? I'm going to follow the law. But, and then the gaslighting. Donald Trump, crapping, dumping, and then saying, I don't believe in divisive language. He's the one who denigrates accuse the opposition of doing exactly what it is that you are doing. That's the general sort of pathological behavior. Here's what we saw specifically from Kamala Harris yesterday. And you can tell me if you think I'm wrong. Fine. I'm not. Okay, she's completely uncoachable. Now, I know people have said that about Donald Trump. He can be undisciplined, right? Staying on message. That's true. Donald Trump, at a certain point, is likely uncoachable. Here's the problem with Kamala Harris. She's the worst kind of uncoachable and unteachable. She's an uncoachable person with nothing to offer. How often do you hear on a sports team, yeah, you know, he's a little bit tough in the locker room. He's cocky, but he does give you whatever it is, touchdowns, clutch player. When someone is uncoachable, when someone can't be taught and they suck, they're cut. But that hasn't happened here. And this is something, look, people will get mad. I guarantee this will be on the liberal blog sites. This is sexist. The fact that Kamala Harris advanced her career or started her career through the sexual gratification of people in authority could not be more relevant than it was last night. I mean that. Look, people often just throw it out as kind of oh yeah, she slept her way to the top, ha ha, and then they say, oh, that's slut shaming. No, that's not what this is about. Let me put a finer point on it. Ms. Harris, your first job in government, was it appointed? Yes. Who appointed you? Mr. Brown. Were you sleeping with the man who appointed you to your first position in government? That's how she got the in. That's the adversity she had to face. She's never been up against the clock. She's not had her back against the wall. She has benefited from the most perverse kind of privilege while accusing others of being. It is relevant because you are seeing someone yesterday who thinks they've earned their position through anything other than having the same pair of lips that other women across the globe have and refuse to use them in said fashion out of self-respect. It's relevant. Do you also know why it's relevant? Hey, if Kamala Harris, thank God it won't be the case anymore, were to, God forbid, become the first president of the United States, you know that every single one of your daughters would be reading her biography, right? You know that. And the biography would have to be a lie if you wanted to be able to tell your daughter, hey, that's not how you get ahead. Have some self-respect. Don't throw yourself at men. That doesn't work long term. It is relevant, and you were seeing the chickens come home to roost yesterday. Here's something else that I'm going to say, and I don't mean that you see a lot of conservative talking heads will say this, but everyone, oh, someone's an idiot. This person's a moron. I don't believe that most people in this kind of national office are stupid. Some of them are more intelligent than others. Kamala Harris is a fundamentally unintelligent person. I mean, I mean that. You ever been around people who are so dumb because you have to spend time with them and you actually feel that you are less intelligent at the end of that period of time? I think Kamala Harris's managers right now may have dropped a couple IQ points in the past few months. The people who have had to be around her. Here, either she is a fundamentally unintelligent, uncoachable person, or you believe that all of her handlers, all of her advisors are complete and total morons. It does have to be A or B. Do you honestly think that her handlers, her campaign were not able to say, look, you're gonna have to answer on the border, sweetheart. Please let us prepare you. You think what she just did is what they wanted to see? Because their resume is built on the success of their previous campaigns. You think none of them said, look, you come across as shrill and unlikable. Let's just be disciplined and not always try and go to a talking point, to a soundbite, and ask people to let you finish. It's not working, pumpkin.
What do you call that? Stockholm Down syndrome?
It could be. Oh. It could be.
What? I'm just trying to learn.
Let's get to, before we get to these, what I wanted to do today is put together some sequences, montages, where you can see a pattern of behavior, where you can see her repeat the same pattern of behavior 2, 3, 4, 8 times in some instances. There's not a whole lot to glean as far as policy. She doesn't have them. She directs you to her website with 80 pages that she's never read. But let's lead this with, I think, a very interesting turning point. It was Brett Baer's question on the direction of the country. Her answer may well be one of the worst in the history of politics.
There's a balance to be struck between being tough and being a bitch.
I'm a bitch, I'm a bitch, I'm a bitchy, bitchy bitch. I'm a silly little bitch. Such a bitchy bitch. I'm a bitch.
Sorry, right clip. Before I get to the other correct clip, you need to know that, again, I want you to watch this. It's a bad answer, but I also want you to see what happens with Bret Baier. I'm not one of those guys who believes in the body language experts. Well, look, he tilted his shoulder. Therefore, that means that he's hiding a body in his trunk. No,
that's crazy.
It's true. But you see a moment where Bret Baier goes, nope, not going to do this, where he gets fed up. Because here's what you need to know. She showed up 15 minutes late, gave him a limited time span for an interview, kept shortening that time span for the interview. We have a clip with Bret Baier talking about it afterward. But that's what happened before she sat down and then tried to play like she was the victim. I don't know if you know this, in any office setting, likely military setting, if you show up 15 minutes late, well, that's the end of the conversation.
Afuera. Yes. Afuera. Do push-ups. Afuera.
Yes. So let's watch one of the worst answers in the history of political, or recent history that I can remember, political campaigns. And then I want you to see what Bret Baier does. It's a lot more than him just repeating a question.
They say the country is on the wrong track. If it's on the wrong track, that track follows 3.5 years of you being vice president and President Biden being president. That is what they're saying, 79% of them. Why are they saying that? If you're turning the page, you've been in office for 3.5 years.
And Donald Trump has been running for office.
But you've been the person holding the office.
Come on.
Madam
You
Vice
and I
President.
both know what I'm talking about. You and I both know what I'm talking about.
I actually don't. What are you talking about?
What I'm talking about is that over the last decade,
We'll go back.
people have become, but listen.
So you could just say, okay, Bret Baier, kind of a good job, follow up. I think he did a very good job here. And I think short of actually walking up and smacking her in the forehead, he won't please a certain segment of people because, he's made some mistakes in the past. I think he did a very good job here today. You have to imagine you're him. She shows up 15 minutes late. She now shortens the interview. She's being completely disrespectful of your time, of the network's time. She knows that you have to turn this interview around in less than an hour for the show. She knows that. And then she's going to sit down, and this is after her going, let me finish, we'll get to all of that. She tries to do the, you and I both know. In other words, don't disagree with me. I'm going to try and make you feel stupid. That's what she's doing. That's the son, buddy. And you can see the moment. Let's go back right here. Bret Baier, that dude, he got pissed. You know what happened? He's going, okay, all right. I know you're trying to do the feminist, let me finish thing, the mansplaining thing. You know what? Nope. I don't know. Look at his face. Look at his eyebrow. Listen to the lilt. And there's even a moment where he does this. I think he goes, this is, nope. I don't know. Why don't you tell me? Explain it to me like I'm 5. I'm just stupid. Go ahead. Go ahead. Watch. Let's go right back. Look at that moment. Can you bring it up?
Yeah, I got it.
Here you go.
And Donald Trump has been running for office.
But you've been the person holding the office.
Come on.
Madam
You
Vice
and I
President.
both know what I'm talking about.
Look at his face. Look at his face. He starts smiling. She's going, come on, come on. He's like, and you know what that is? That's come on, come on. Yeah, come on. Okay, come on. That's the moment it changed. He's going, all right, come on. Then his lip goes up. You can see the moment where he said, this, you know what? I don't believe in any of this anymore. This culture of we have to shut up. I can't, he can't say, you disrespectful little, you show up late, you talk down to me. I'm sure her staff are awful to deal with. And now you're going to tell me, come on, and I know. You're going to try and sunny me? Nope. Right there, right that moment. And now we watch his face. He's looking at her going, what do you got? What do you got?
Both know what I'm talking about.
I actually don't. What are you talking about?
What I'm talking about is that
what do you
over
got?
the last
What do you
decade,
got? He leans in.
people have become, but listen.
His face says, friggin' what?
Yes. He's going, okay.
Imagine being Bret Baier in that chair right there. Yep. You're asking a very simple question, and she immediately pivots. This isn't a political thing.
No.
This is I'm asking you about the last 3.5 years and the damage that it's done. And people say, almost 80% say we're on the wrong track. Here's the floor. Tell us how you're going to be different. Well, Donald Trump was running. What?
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. By the way, the gaslighting too. She has done, I believe, 12 interviews or 13 to Donald Trump's 22.
Right.
Walls has done about 8 interviews, I believe, to J.D. Vance. It's over 60 who's keeping track. And then she and her camp try and go out and say, oh, Donald Trump's afraid to do the... Nothing is... This is the projection. This is the gaslighting. But here's the thing. This is the first time she gave an interview in a setting that would be considered anything other than... I don't want to say other than uber friendly, other than borderline Colonel Angus from the reporters themselves. So, so she has to set it up. She has to set it up with, when she's saying, let me finish, what she's saying is, everyone see that I'm the victim? Everyone see the mansplaining. Let me finish. Let me finish. Hey, maybe it would be easier to let you finish if you showed up on time. Nothing like perpetuating the original stereotype, both as a female and half your race. Are we not supposed to say that? Do better, sweetheart. Watch this pathology.
The kicker in football, they call a timeout right before he's going to kick the field goal. They're icing the kicker. So we were supposed to start at 5 p.m. This was the time they gave us. 85% of apprehensions.
I'm not finished.
Citizenship
May I please finish?
Yes,
May I finish? May I finish responding, please?
But
you have to let me finish. I'm in the middle of responding to the point you're raising.
Okay.
Shut up. And I'd like to finish.
Democrats.
Trump, but let me just finish.
Shut up. I didn't say anything.
This is also the problem. This is also the problem where we have to act as though any respect here is earned, and she didn't blow her way to the middle. This is the middle. Let me finish. Let me finish. Here's what happens between. By the way, when men interact with each other, also if men and women who respect each other because they've earned their spot interact. If someone is going, let me finish, when they've been answering with a non-answer for. The person would say, well, hold on, I would, but you're saying nothing. You're saying nothing. He can't say that because that'll be, oh my God, mansplaining, white man, and whatever the race is today, depending on who you ask, including her and her own father. So he has to be careful. That's the let me finish. That's setting up the victim class after you have actually victimized someone else. I hate it when people set an appointment and they are late. That is disrespectful. In this case, to him, to his staff, and to the audience. So she goes on with this, more of the pathology, where these are all mechanisms to silence someone. Let me finish is to silence someone. She also uses you and I both know. You and I, hey, we both know. We all know. And again, that's another soft way of using the power of the audience, saying, if you say that you don't know this, you're not one of the cool kids. Saying you and I both know is saying to disagree means you're not in the know. Watch her use this one nonstop.
And you know what I'm going to talk about.
Yeah.
And you and I both know that.
So you agree? What?
You and I both know. I know you know. We all know. You and I both know what I'm talking about. You and I both know what I'm talking about.
I actually don't. What are you talking about?
It also sets up the idea that you are right. That we both know because it's fact.
Yes.
We all know the Earth is round.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, of course.
Yes, of course. But then you go, so you and I both know that Donald Trump is the one who doesn't care about the border. Well, no, I don't. Then you don't know. Oh, he doesn't know. That's the technique. That's the technique. It's something that people use, and it can be used very well if it's used in the hands, of a not idiot.
Well, if you're going to actually answer the question. One of the reasons she's saying you and I both know is because she just keeps saying the same things over and over again that don't answer the question every single time. So of course, Brett probably does know what she's about to say, but it's not an answer.
Right.
And he's trying to actually get an answer from her.
Well, no, in her case, she's saying you and I both know to try and to prevent him from saying
like 5 hours long.
No, that's actually not common knowledge. That's not agreed upon fact. That's nonsense.
Or to invalidate a question.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like your question is wrong, and we both know that.
Yes, exactly.
You're asking a misleading question. We both know that.
We both know that.
No, I just want to know if you regret it.
Yes.
It's a yes or no question.
Exactly.
We don't both know the answer. I asked you.
Right. That's a very good point. Here's something else that you see too. You see this from Mean Girls. You see this from bullies. Is always enlisting the power of the audience, the clique, the cool kids. Right? She would do that quite a bit with the look at all these people on my side.
I invite ideas, whether it be from the Republicans who are supporting me, were just on stage with me minutes ago. Listen, over the last decade, it is clear to me, and certainly the Republicans who are on stage with me, the former chief of staff to the president, Donald Trump, former defense secretaries, national security advisor, and his vice president.
One time she met John Stamos on a plane, and he told her she was pretty.
That's enough for me, to be honest with you.
Yes, it is.
Let's hit the latrine.
He's a good-looking man. I don't think John Stamos could be found guilty of rape by any jury of his peers.
Think
They'd be
so.
like, come
No.
on.
Thinking
No,
of fantasies.
It's Stamos. You let it happen.
He's fascinating to speak to.
I think it's sexy. Here's and I want to get to, because people misuse this term all the time now, like red flag and gaslighting. That's a term now. Everything is gaslighting. But in this case, it actually is. So she starts off before she gets to the actual gaslighting. And to be clear, gaslighting doesn't mean someone says something you don't like. It doesn't mean that they disagree with you. It means that someone is clearly trying to make you feel crazy or trying to make you deny the reality you are seeing in order for them to win an argument, in order to try and make you feel stupid. And the person doing it has to be doing it consciously as a form of manipulation. It cannot be a disagreement. It has to be a proactive form of manipulation. Beyond any shadow of a doubt, that is what Kamala Harris does. And she knows she's doing it because she sets this up too with it's a soft format, but let me be clear. Let me be clear. When someone is saying, let me be clear, and they know full well they are about to be as opaque as possible, that's the jab for the right cross gaslight.
We are very clear, and I am very clear, as is Tim Walz. I've been clear. I think we all are. And I'm very clear. But let's be very clear. It has been clear. Let me be very clear. It is clear to me.
Say it 50 times.
By the way, hey.
Yes.
You haven't been clear.
I don't know what else to say. She's 1 week away from, by the way.
Yeah.
And hey, look, no kidding, folks.
We're 1 week away from Joe Biden re-entering this race.
Not a joke. Some people would hope that he would.
Yes.
Honestly, at this point, I don't know. I really don't know what's scarier. So she sets it up with the let me be clear. And she's never clear. And that's just another form of actual gaslighting, which is what she does. And she tries to shift blame to Trump on issues, to President Trump. Some people call him former president. Some people call him sitting president. I call him sitting president, okay? She tries to shift blame to Trump. And I'm not going to get into all of it. Does anyone here actually believe that Kamala Harris actually thinks that she's been tough on the border and Donald Trump's the one who wants open borders? Do you think she actually believes that?
Yeah, I think she does.
I do not.
I think she's an idiot.
I do not. I think she's an idiot, but I think she knows she has to lie because she's so unpopular.
Okay.
She knows.
Okay.
She's an idiot with everything else. She's an idiot with everything, to be clear. She's an idiot to think that this will work because it's not working on anyone, including Democrats. It's not working on anyone. People aren't going, oh, I forgot. You're the border hawk. No one is saying that. Oh, I forgot. You're the one with business experience.
Yeah.
And you're right. The economy was terrible. You fixed it. Oh, I forgot. You're the outsider and the change of pace. No one is believing it. She knows it's not true. She's trying to sell it anyway in the hopes that a smaller and smaller sliver of the voting population may be uninformed and disengaged enough to actually fall for her full well knowing proactive gaslighting.
Democrats
Donald
voted
Trump
against that bill.
Learned about that bill and told them to kill it because he preferred to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. This election in 20 days will determine whether we have a president of the United States who actually cares more about fixing a problem, even if it is not to their political advantage in an election. But let's talk about what is happening right now with an individual who does not want to participate in solution. And I'm very clear that I will follow the law. I have made that statement over and over again. And rhetoric coming from Donald Trump that has been designed and implemented to divide our country. If you watch any of his rallies, he's the one who tends to demean and belittle and diminish the American people.
Yeah, that's of course the other thing she does. I was just reminded watching it. She sets up the whole I want solutions. I want to solve issues. He's divisive. His rallies suck. He's an awful businessman. Right? Everyone dislikes him. All she doesn't have a platform other than she really, really doesn't like Donald Trump and then blames Donald Trump. I will tell you this. Donald Trump, of course, he'll throw out some zingers every now and then. He's been largely dismissive of her.
Yeah.
Because she's not the issue. His problem was with a corrupt government. He's been very clear about that. He doesn't want to, he wants to run on an issue. He wants to run on an issue to solve rather than fix the problem. Now, hold on a second. Again, the gaslighting, we all know it's your problem.
Yeah.
It's your problem to several multiples higher as far as border crossings because of your executive orders. And now you're blaming the guy who wasn't in office for killing your shitty bill that put a lot of money to foreign, $70 billion, was it to Ukraine, or $60 billion? $116 billion overall to foreign nations. I'm sorry, that's right. Donald Trump opened our borders and you wanted to fix it.
She accidentally admitted that there was a problem when she said, fix the problem rather than find it or kill the whatever, run on a problem.
Yeah.
There is a problem. Okay, excellent.
You mean he wants to run on the problem that has been an ongoing problem exclusively to record levels with your administration?
Yeah.
And here's the other thing that she tries to do. This isn't so much a pathology, but it's just kind of fun. You could see, and I was watching it going, don't do that. Don't do that. It's like a crappy, like country pop song they have now where every verse, it just gets shorter and shorter to try and get to the hook.
Yeah, just
and tractor, right?
Dirt.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And I love country. I hate that where you're like, there's no song here. It's literally just a hook and a plug for Cherry Coke. Now,
sweet tea.
She keeps trying to, and I was going, don't do it. Don't do it, Kamala. Don't do it. She kept trying to reach to let me get to, the soundbite that you've heard her use verbatim at least half a dozen times before on the low end. She can't help herself.
Or do you think it's 1 million, 3 million?
Brett, let's just get to the point. Okay, the point is that we have a broken immigration system that needs to be repaired.
Citizenship Act of 2021. It was essentially a pathway to citizenship for the. Yes, ma'am.
May I finish responding, please? But you have to let me finish.
You
please.
had the White House and the House and the Senate,
I'm
and they didn't bring up
of
that bill.
Responding to the point you're raising.
Okay. He never advocated for that prison policy, and no gender transition surgeries
you know what? You got to take responsible for what happened in your administration.
Yeah, no surgeries happened in his presidency.
It's in black and white.
You've been vice president for 3.5 years. So what are you turning the page from?
Well, first of all, turning the page from the last decade in which we've been burdened with the kind of rhetoric coming from Donald Trump that has been designed and implemented to divide our country and have Americans literally point fingers at each other.
There were no concerns raised?
Brett, Joe Biden is not on the ballot.
I understand.
And Donald Trump
but
is.
you talked about it.
And Donald Trump
After George Clooney said within a few minutes of talking to President Biden at a fundraiser that he thought this was not the same Joe Biden that we saw on the debate stage.
Donald Trump is on the ballot.
I understand. To enforce sanctions on Iran, allowing all of this money to flow into Iran, like billions.
Let's go back to Donald Trump, who pulled out of a deal that would have actually put Iran in check.
The estimates in billions.
It was during Donald Trump's
that
administration
go towards
that
the Iran regime.
But I would like that we would have a conversation that is grounded in full assessment of the facts, which includes, I think this interview is supposed to be about the choices that your viewers should be presented about this election, and the contrast is important.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, we didn't include in there where she said, and a leader is not judged by who they beat down, but by who they raise up. Shut up.
I'm a silly little bitch.
I think she meant by that was beat down ISIS and propped up Zelensky.
Yes. It's a good way to put it. Here's another one that she does. and this is wonderful. It's a brilliant tactic for as long as feminists can get away with it, and that includes the male feminists. Abdicating responsibility, because I don't know if you know this, accountability, responsibility, that's toxic masculinity. That's the kind of character that you would expect from the lowly Brett Baer who shows up on time. So she would consistently, again, this pattern of behavior, she would completely absolve herself of responsibility. Things like, I'm just following the law, right? And if she does this and she doesn't answer questions and she acts as though she doesn't understand that the responsibility obviously rests squarely with her, she can then have the moral high ground because she's a blank slate, right? I would follow the law. Well, as I've been clear, and then not be clear, then you get to point to the person who does have convictions and try to pick apart flaws. And by the way, there may be flaws, but at least there are flaws to pick apart. At least there are disagreements to find. She tries to take the moral high ground through vapor.
When it comes to immigration, you supported allowing immigrants in the country illegally to apply for driver's license, to qualify for free tuition at universities, to be enrolled in free health care. Do you still support those things?
Listen, that was 5 years ago, and I'm very clear that I will follow the law. I have made that statement over and over again, and as Vice President of the United States, that's exactly what I've done, not to mention before.
If that's the case, you chose a running mate, Tim Walz, governor of Minnesota, who signed those very things into state law.
You could be the law.
So do you support that?
We are very clear, and I'm very clear, as is Tim Walz, that we must support and enforce federal law, and that is exactly what we will do.
Are you still in support of using taxpayer
You could help create
dollars
federal
to help
law.
prison
What laws would
inmates
you
or
create?
detained illegal aliens to transition to another gender?
I will follow the law,
Oh, boy.
and it's a law that Donald Trump actually followed.
Would you still advocate for using taxpayer dollars for gender reassessment
I will
surgeries?
follow the law, just as I
you have a
think
say
Donald
in
Trump would
this.
say he did.
You would have a say as president.
Like I said, I think it's he spent $20 million on those ads, trying to create a sense of fear in the voters because he actually has no plan in this election that is about focusing on the needs of the American people.
No plan, like following the law. What's so funny is, and this is how you know she's an idiot, you combine the pathology with the actual fact that she may be functionally retarded. And I don't mean that to denigrate her. I have actual legitimate concerns. She says so authoritatively, I will, the law is a thing. Just, can you, that's the shittiest Judge Dredd ever. Does anyone know the law?
Yeah, I will follow the law just as soon as someone briefs me on it.
Yes.
Yes, says the lawmaker.
Yes.
Yeah, I do want Judge Dredd to be there like, you are the law.
I am the law. Gosh. and then goes right to, I will follow the law. Unlike him, who spent money on ads to point out my support for a policy. And she'll
scare people, she said.
Yeah.
After her ad of threatening democracy.
Yes.
Yes, he followed the law too.
Yes.
Oh my
And the clip they show is of her going, transition surgery for inmates, taxpayer funded. And she thinks like, no, that's not my policy. But hold on a second. But people have a problem with the fact that you supported it emphatically. You didn't have to say anything about stealing taxpayer dollars to pay for chicks with dicks. You went out of your way to make sure that people knew it was a pet cause of yours. And then you act outraged. Well, that's trying to make people scared of what I said repeatedly in full context. And that's the kind of divisive language that we can't have anymore. Honestly, let's be real. Divisive. Let's be real. Someone saying, is she black? Is she Indian? I thought she was Indian until she was black. Is that worse than he's a threat to democracy who wants to take away your rights? He's worse than Hitler. One is based, in fact, it's kind of funny if you read you read Kamala Harris's father's, Donald J. Harris, actual name, when he writes about his slave-owning forefathers from Ireland. You're like, what is Irish, Jamaican, and Indian, Canadian? What is that? It's kind of funny. Hers is just designed to fuel hatred across the country. And when you combine all of this and the complete lack of accountability responsibility whatsoever. You've ever experienced this? Please comment below. The non-apology. I'm sorry that you feel that way, right? No one, and here's the thing, every single person is guilty of it, right? Because you've been in an instance where you didn't want to apologize. It's a little bit uncomfortable. The difference between a sociopath, a psychopath, and you is that you know you're doing it and eventually you apologize. Go, oh, okay, that was a crappy apology. But there are some people who actually don't make the connection that their actions directly affected you, that you are dealing with the consequences of their actions. You combine that with someone in a position of authority who can actually enact laws while they just claim that they are following the laws, and oh my God, that's a scary thought. It's scary if you go through the thought exercise. It could be as bad as someone being murdered as the result of your policy and your administration's undoing of executive actions, and you simply saying that you're sorry for what they had to arbitrarily deal with.
Madam Vice President, it was a policy decision in the early part of your administration. I will let one of the mothers talk about it. Take a listen.
I believe the Biden-Harris administration open border policies are responsible for the death of my daughter.
That's the early days. So do you owe them an apology is what I'm saying.
I will tell you that I am so sorry for her loss. I'm so sorry for her loss.
Shakes her head no.
Sincerely.
Yeah.
But let's talk about what is happening right now with an individual who does not want to participate in solutions.
Hey, before we get to solutions, right? Before we get to solutions as far as, and I know it's too nuanced for a simplistic mind like mine that can comprehend, but before we get to solutions like Donald Trump proposing, an actual wall, deportation, and screening processes, and of course, at least deporting the violent felons who are crowding our prisons. Before getting to, because I get it, it's more nuanced than that. Those solutions couldn't possibly work. A wall is an idea that stupid people have. Before we get to those solutions, how about we talk about the individual who never made a phone call while they were in office? The families of the people who died. You want to blame Donald Trump, who's not in office, for killing the immigration bill that had less than a quarter of the budget go toward immigration at all? You want to blame the guy who wasn't in office, the guy who was dealing with trumped up charges and the weaponization of our departments of justice? Do you give the man credit who wasn't in office, who spent hours with the families affected? Oh, wait, or the man who, oh, that's right, sorry. He shouldn't have had the family members of the fallen in Afghanistan take pictures with their camera phone. That's the narcissist, not you. A pathological, whether it's histrionic personality disorder, narcissistic personality disorder, sociopathic behavior, I don't know. I'm not a doctor, and I don't want to be banned from YouTube as people were if they implied that. I'll just go with dumb and mean. When you have that big of a blind spot, that's how you get to the point where you are unable to even comprehend that half the country, at least, support Donald Trump. And so you fall back on parroting debunked lies, knowingly hoping that no one calls you on it.
If that's the case, why is half the country supporting him? Why is he beating you in a lot of swing states? Why, if he's as bad as you say, that half of this country is now supporting this person who could be the 47th president of the United States? Why is that happening?
This is an election for president of the United States. It's not supposed to be easy.
Thanks for filling us in.
It's not supposed to be. It is not supposed to be a cakewalk for anyone.
So are they misguided, the 50%?
Listen,
are they stupid? What is it?
I would never say that about the American people.
Yeah, you
and
did.
in fact, if you listen to Donald Trump, if you watch any of his rallies, he's the one who tends to demean and belittle and diminish the American people. He's the one who talks about an enemy within, an enemy within, talking about the
Trying to do her best
American
mom
people,
tone.
suggesting he would turn the American military on the American people.
Okay, two things there. First off, it's not supposed to be easy. Says the person who has had the easiest path to this nomination of anyone in the history of the country.
Yes.
Someone who lost her primary, dead last in her own state, was brought in because of her race, not qualifications, to be vice president, and then was installed because the man in charge became a demented old circus monkey. There is no one who has had it easier on this path than Kamala Harris. It all started with what I can imagine was one hell of a BJ. And I don't say that to be shocking. I say it because that's the launching pad for her career. Launch pad for Kamala Harris's career is a vibrating hotel bed. And I don't say that just to make fun of her. I say it because I hope that if you have daughters, you can say, don't be like that. That's point number one.
She had it easier than everybody. Like even easier than Lyndon Johnson. He had to cover up a murder.
Right.
Crazy.
And then point number two, can we roll the last end of that clip? Because I lost my train of thought with the whole vibrating bed thing.
You got excited? Me too. All right, here's the last bit.
To demean and diminish the American people. He's
this is the second part. She's not even a good sociopath because, I mean, like Norman Bates, he got his because for some reason he was charming in some capacity.
Yeah.
Or sorry, was that American Psycho or Norman Bates?
American Psycho, yeah.
Norman Bates, was that the original Psycho? I don't know. You know what I'm talking about? Christian Bale.
Christian Bale. Yeah.
Looking in the mirror, that guy. All right. She goes, oh, no. I would never denigrate the American. That just sounds weird. Do you know that? If you wanted to sound as though you were the person in charge or sensible, you would say, Brett, stupid, really? Is that what we're doing? That's what we're trying to get away from, Brett. I'm not going to do that. She's not capable of it. She's not capable of it because she has to go through the rehearsal in her head. And then she goes to that talking point about using the military against the American people. Geez. I didn't want to have to get into rebuttals here because I know we've already done all of these. She has no new lies, but just so you know, for those who aren't in the loop and all references are available every day, link in the description. Here's what Donald Trump actually said.
What are you expecting? Joe Biden said he doesn't think it's going to be a peaceful election day.
Well, he doesn't have any idea what's happening in all fairness. He spends most of his day sleeping. I think the bigger problem is the enemy from within. Not even the people that have come in and destroyed our country. By the way, totally destroying our country. The towns, the villages, they're being inundated. But I don't think they're the problem in terms of election day. I think the bigger problem are the people from within. We have some very bad people. We have some sick people, radical left lunatics. And I think they're and it should be very easily handled by, if necessary, by National Guard, or if really necessary, by the military, because they can't let that happen.
He is saying that he is going to use the American military against our citizens. I don't know if you remember this. You used the torch and pitchfork mob against the American. The Summer of Love, billions of dollars in damages, thousands of casualties, both officers and civilians. And you told them going to stop, and they should not stop.
And everyone beware. Because they're not going to stop. They're not going to stop before Election Day in November, and they're not going to stop after Election Day. And that should be, everyone should take note of that on both levels, that they're not going to let up, and they should not. And we should not.
Until the last part, it was just shitty. Then you made it criminal.
Well, she did say beware.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like a spooky Halloween sign.
I might die out here.
Robert.
Okay.
My neighbor has a beware sign for Halloween.
Really?
And then
have you been warned?
I don't know how where I should be.
Wow, that was a dad joke.
How much where would a where beware?
Stop it. Look, this is one of those things that I wanted to cover today because they are using this on the left. If you're a leftist and you're like, holy crap, how do I get something positive out of this? They're going to try to use this and be like, perfect, we can ride that wave. The lie from Jake Tapper yesterday that he circulated that everybody started parroting. That's what I'm seeing people say right now is that Fox News should have played the entire clip from his town hall with Harrison Faulkner or whatever name, Harris Faulkner, and didn't do it. Now they have to own this. It's like, it was a lie to begin with.
Yeah.
If there was violence on Election Day, by the way, when's Election Day? November 5th. who's going to be president and vice president on November 5th? Not Donald Trump. So
Yeah.
if there is violence, he's not the guy in charge to put the violence down. What he's saying is, if there's violence, they should be able to do it with the National Guard. If by some crazy circumstance the left goes crazy because Donald Trump wins, maybe you have to send in the military at some point. I don't know. I don't think that's a great idea, but he's saying they'll handle it. That's it. Not rounding up political opponents.
I thought he was talking about, I think they refused to certify it.
No, it's not that. It's is there violence? It's not going to be a peaceful
On election day? Yeah,
on
okay.
election
Yeah,
day.
he's talking about
Ask that
violence.
question at the very beginning.
And there will be.
And then Jake Tapper's like, gosh, I forgot how to journalism. And now I'm just going to be like, well, he's going to send the military in.
Yeah,
Okay,
I know.
run with it.
Yeah. Yeah, Jake Tapper. Well, all right. And then we also have some very interesting data analysis on early voting. Good news. Don't become complacent. But good news. Before we get to that, the ending to the interview, this isn't so much about the pathology. It's just enlightening, or I should say illuminating, and it's the ultimate cringe-worthy clip.
I hope you got to say what you wanted to say about Donald Trump. There are a lot of things.
There's more to say. I have
there
much more
there
to
are
say,
a lot of
actually.
things that people want to learn about you and your policies,
Yes.
and that's why we
I
invited
invite
you here.
everyone to go to kamalaharris.com, and you will see that I have 80 pages of policies that
awkward
are
pause.
quite comprehensive and should be
I have, using that term a little
accessible to
loosely, aren't we,
anyone
love?
who would like to
Mhm.
read them. And it includes
My
what I intend
ghostwriter?
to do about affordable housing, what I intend to do about small businesses, what I do
And that's why
intend
we
to do to
invited you
strengthen our
here
economy.
to see where you were in 2019 and
to
where you are
support
now.
America's military and ensure we have the most lethal and best fighting force in the world.
Madam Vice President,
And
they're giving me a hard rap
Well,
here.
I thank you for the time.
I thank you for the
It's
time.
good to meet you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And if that seems bad, it's even worse when you know that her staffers off camera were acting like Kevin Bacon at the parade in Animal House.
Dana, you've been on the other side. You've been on the rapper as a press secretary interviewing a president. And, you know, I'm talking like 4 people waving their hands like it's got to stop. So Martha Funnel, I had to dismount there at the end. There's so many things. And she maybe should do more of these.
Yes. That's how you know it went well. When Fox News says, I hope she does more.
That's, I mean, you know what? She won't.
No.
But I would hope that she does. And I wouldn't be surprised to see some people dropping out from her campaign after this. Wouldn't be surprised. Let me sort of go back a little bit, because before we get to this new data, I told you that she's a mean girl. And a lot of people haven't thought of that because everyone thinks Donald Trump is a mean guy. I don't think he's a mean guy. Truth is, with Donald Trump, you have a guy who shows incredible empathy and generosity, and then really cutthroat business and political acumen is what you see. It seems as though his love and his empathy and affection is reserved for people who are the beneficiary of all of it, and he channels all of his anger and hate into the people who deserve it most. I don't know if that's
it's very targeted.
I don't know if that's a mean person. A mean person doesn't spend that much time with families of the fallen when no one's watching.
Yeah.
Knowing that he'll be blamed when people are watching.
Well, there are a lot of generosity stories about Donald Trump, too. As much as I didn't like Donald Trump before he ran, there were these stories floating around about things that he would do. These very, very nice, compassionate things to everyday people.
Yeah.
That was out. There's none of that.
Like having Arsenio Hall win Celebrity Apprentice.
Well,
that was an act of charity.
You think so? Yeah. I thought he really earned it.
I like it when you used to go, whoa, 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 whoa.
I bet he actually did say that. My favorite part of the show is when everyone goes, woo, woo, woo.
I can't do it. I'm very white, but you can. The colors. Oh, jeez.
Oh, shit. Jeez. Well, that wasn't.
Well, he was quote. No, that was a loose quote.
Yeah, I was quoting Kamala. So here's more proof that Kamala Harris is a mean girl. She wants to be in the mean girl clique, right? Here she is, celebrity endorsements, wanting to prove that she's cool, power of the audience.
Have you ever smoked?
I have.
Okay. Like in
And
college, or-
I inhaled. I did inhale. It was a long time ago.
She got her first taste of the limelight when she dated talk show host Montel Williams.
Hi. Thank you for this. Thank you for everything you've been
No, you'll
doing.
get 8.
I'm in the right
And
melody.
as always, Wakanda forever.
Oh my goodness.
Never
Oh,
saw
yeah,
that.
Definitely Snoop. Tupac. For sure. For sure.
When did you guys see the Wakanda thing in there?
What? Well, that gold has existed before. We just now unearthed it. What?
You're confused.
Come from?
You're confused.
Uh-huh.
People often mistake Berkeley, California, and Westmount, Montreal for Wakanda. It's a common mistake.
Is it?
If you watch Black Panther, that's where the origin story starts.
Yes.
For the bad guy. It's in Oakland.
No,
I'm
it's
not even kidding.
Oh, that's right, it is. But she's in Berkeley. She's in
she's
the white
she's
area
Oakland.
across
She's
from
Oakland. She be getting hyphy, dog.
Wow.
So she does that to slip. Look how cool I am. Hey, right? Aren't I cool? And then she wants to use the power of the cool pulpit to ostracize everybody and isolate people. Well, not only like Donald Trump, but remember, he's a proxy of you.
People start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom. He and his running mate sure seem to have a lot to say about me. And by the way, don't you find some of their stuff to just be plain weird? Donald Trump is increasingly unstable and unhinged. Unlike my opponent, who was basically handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times. Part of what pains me is the approach that, frankly, Donald Trump and some others have taken, which is to suggest that it's us versus them, whoever that may be. I'm glad you are pointing these comments out that he has made that have resulted in a response by most reasonable people to say it's just wrong. It's just wrong. You
Guys, I can't take anymore. I can't take. Let's cut that. Look, and we had some stuff, but Kamala Harris. Everything about this woman is fake. There's nothing about her that's even remotely real. She is a privileged, to use your term, rich kid, largely white, who's never actually known the kind of struggle of the people whose vote she's courting. Her formative years were spent in Westmount, Montreal, or at least high school through her first year of college, a very wealthy area of Montreal, by the way. And she was part of the the official club, the Westmount White Bitches, which is what made people confused. And by the way, we did the digging so you didn't have to. Her yearbook message is also pretty cringy. We're not the only one who thinks so.
Can I see that again? I'm so sorry.
All right, I'll play it again.
Be cool, Maya. Wait, he said this, bitch.
Yes.
It also said favorite activity, sex.
Play it again. I didn't see that. Play it again.
All right, third time's the charm.
Happy. What makes you happy?
Sex. So, okay, we actually have to get into, you can comment if you think I've gotten anything wrong or gone out of bounds, because guess what? I don't care. We're at that. It's done. If not for cheating, it is done at this point in time. So, what do we want to get to the poly market
yeah, we could do
thing
that.
here next? Well, we do have a segment, actually.
Shit.
What? What's wrong, Josh? What's wrong?
Whoa. I think my mug is broken.
Yes, Josh, it's very clearly broken. That's the mug we used in the Magnolia parody.
No, it's good. It's good. I'm fine. I'll be all right.
It's not, it's spilling out of the bottom.
I'm easy. Come on, dude. You know me.
No, we can get you another mug. We can just get you another mug, Josh.
Nah, this is fine. It's great coffee, though.
Okay.
I just have to tip it a little bit.
Yeah, but Josh, it's distracting.
It really is.
It's distracting for the rest of us.
Well, what do you want me to do?
You know what? Here, I have an extra mug right here. Just take mine. I haven't taken any. I haven't taken any yet. Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Can you? Okay, we have the carpet.
I'm
panels.
not cleaning that chair.
Yeah, we have the
No.
carpet panels that we can.
What the hell,
clean up.
man?
Yeah, it looks like I peed myself.
Great.
All right, yeah, I got some coffee.
Yeah. Okay. Good. I know it's. You probably had
so much bad. It's such good coffee.
Yes. Well, it's 1775 coffee. By the way, you can go to 1775coffee. Is it coffee.com/Crowder? That's right. Use Crowder for 10% off. This is what we drink here at the office. I love their pea berry. And by the way, all of their they roast their coffee right. They roast it fresh, but they roast it right. And they actually are one of the companies that is actively fighting against the woke brigade. Not taking your money to claim they are,
right,
while giving to Democrats, but actively support your values. And they make better coffee than the competition. They sell it in bigger bags too. It's all we use in the office. 1775 coffee, 1775coffee.com/Crowder. We are very fortunate.
Enter the code Crowder to get 10% off.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Promo code Crowder for 10. I
mean, save you money.
It'll save you money, but just try the coffee. Let me know what you think. It is their medium. Well, they're pea berry, but their medium blend, medium roast is my favorite.
I think they're doing. They've got a lot of stuff to offer.
It smells great.
It does.
It does. Like I smell it.
I hate coffee.
Coming off of Josh right now.
Yeah, I know.
It smells great.
What do you?
Okay. All right.
What's the?
So we did a big announcement here. Yes. That Polymarket has teamed up with this show to bring you. They're going to help bring you the election live stream of the century.
Yes.
So we are actually going to have the Polymarket check-in powered by Rumble, kind of Rumble, the stream powered by Polymarket. So it's I don't know, but
lots of power and brought to you, and we love it.
Yes. Is this?
And here's the latest update.
Oh, I thought you were laughing
Look at that.
because Josh is still scalding his crotch.
Well, it's
with the coffee. They're going to be happy. No, bring it back up.
Yeah,
I'm sure they're very happy as a sponsor to hear about scalded crotches.
Yeah, well, they sponsor
Polymarket
scalded
right now. And by the way, it's not the only indicator, but right now, what is it? Is it a 25-point spread?
Yeah, I'm gonna refresh it
Oh my
just so that
gosh.
we get
Let's do
our
it
most
live.
current numbers.
Oh my.
Yeah, and this is the last month.
And by the way, I'm
Look
not
at that
saying that
drop.
only Polymarket, because Polymarket, it's anyone can bet, and there's some people who bet large amounts. That's not lost to me. But if you look at any betting odds right now, where people are actively betting money, it's not even close. And that's a more accurate reflection of what is happening most recently, because a lot of the polls that you're seeing have been conducted several days ago that may not be taking this most recent information into account. So we're going to be checking.
Last night. We'll check in. I mean, we're going to go to this, but I really thanks to Polymarket for partnering with us to help us bring the live stream. And he's still
he's
a mug.
What?
I can't believe it.
Yeah, I know. This whole thing is
No, I'm gonna. I swear to God, I'm gonna fix it.
Okay.
Sorry, I broke your other mug.
Yeah, it's
Are
fine.
you kidding me?
It's okay. It's
not okay.
It's more distracting that you're talking about fixing it and break. Just don't talk about the mug.
That mug's been broken for
Let's
months.
talk about joining Mug Club. $89 annually. Click that button. You can go mugless between now and election because it is a massive undertaking with potentially some massive announcements on election night as well. We are going to be here. It may be a short night. It sounds like a wind chime. It may be a short night, but I'll tell you what, if it's a short night and some states get called early, you know what? We will be with you for, at the very least, a victory party for a few hours after that. And you know what? Bring me back on here.
It's the winds that change.
So we told you that we have actually not only paid for some roles and gotten the licensing so that we can have the news wires, but also real-time data on election night. But we also have access to some data here, and we've hired some specialists for the last few months leading up to election that a lot of people out there may not have access to. So our own data analysis here, we applied. And I'm very grateful that they have it's way above.
The data's out there, but the analysis is exclusive to us.
Yes, there's data, but the aggregation and the conclusion here is some fantastic work they've done. So show them you love them in the comments section. Early voting has started. Okay. And now looking at all of the numbers that are currently available, Republicans are massively outperforming the 2020 performance that they had. So we did the math here. The data, I guess, comes from the Democrat. Is it the data firm? Yeah, TargetSmart.
TargetSmart. Yeah.
Okay. So let me give you some information here. And then I believe we're going to have Gay William on for the chat because so many of you have asked for him back.
They did?
You're gluttons for punishment. Pennsylvania. Okay. So this is data we have from 21 days out in 2020. The Republicans, or the Republican ballots that were cast, it was 16%. And the Democrat ballots that were cast were 76%. Now it's 24% Republican and 67% Democrat. So that means that in the early voting, the swing from 2020 has been a 17-point swing toward Republicans in Pennsylvania.
That's incredible in Pennsylvania.
Which is well within the margin of error. And I want to be clear about something here. This is not just one precinct or a district, right? This is early voting. So there can be a tremendous variance, but there's no reason to think that this trend would not continue all the way up until election. And as I give you Arizona, some of these other numbers, I'll tell you how it really does kneecap the Democrats as far as polling a fast one on election day. But let's go to...
Especially in Pennsylvania.
Especially Pennsylvania.
So if Trump wins Pennsylvania, Scott Presser has to be the first person that gets a handshake.
Yes, he does.
From him. So fantastic work. That's one of the results.
Let's keep it to a handshake.
Just a handshake. Yeah, that's all.
So Arizona, 21 days out. Okay. 2020, the Republican ballots was 30%. The Democrat ballots cast were 49%. Now it's 50% Republican, 29% Democrat. That means, and I'm making sure that I'm reading this correctly.
You are.
The change from 2020 to now in early voting in Arizona is a 40% swing toward Republican.
Wow.
40% swing toward Republican. We're just talking about early voting. I don't know if you know this. Early voting has tended to favor Democrats, especially that last go around when they were terrified of COVID.
The thing.
Georgia, 21 days out. What we have seen in Georgia is a 5% swing toward the Republican Party, which may not seem as big as the other states, but when you talk about a state that is so close, I mean, you're talking about some states that are just won by thousands of votes. North Carolina, the swing is 23% toward Republicans. We're making all of this available, LiveWithCredit.com, link in the description. So think about that. You're talking about double-digit, aside from Georgia, double-digit swings towards Republicans. And you also need to keep in mind that ballots get on average about 8.75% more red Republican as we get closer to election day.
So it could get worse.
Yeah. Everything that we have, all the numbers that we have available to us would suggest that this will at least be a good reference point, if not become worse for Democrats. But I also understand, here's the thing, I understand that you cannot compare, especially these last elections. There's just such a major shift technologically in data availability, in media consumption, that it's really hard to sort of just compare it to the last election. For example, I mean, you're just going through the 80s and 90s. The precedence is more consistent. It's stronger. In this case, it's not. However, the totality of what we see, like we mentioned, the Gallup self-identified, party affiliation. No big deal. When you look at the polling, the aggregate polling of each of these swing states, when you look at the betting odds, and now you add on top of it early voting and this massive swing, on top of the Holocaust that was the interview last night between Kamala Harris and Brett Baer, outside of cheating, and I mean this, outside of cheating, I can say this now on YouTube, apparently, I don't think there's any world in which Kamala Harris wins. Of course, the caveat being that you do everything in your power. A big reason for this swing, by the way, is it's not because of the candidates. You look at the favorability of Donald Trump, that hasn't changed that much. It's because of you. You have been doing this legwork. You have been convincing people in your communities. I think last night was actually the first time that Never Trumpers had the realization of, oh my God, it could be much, much worse. There's an opening. So don't become complacent. But I also think it's going to be harder to cheat. What was the number of Michigan votes that came in that night? Do we know?
I think we put a note in here, right here. So the Michigan Biden. So this was I guess a smaller one. Maybe there were some other ones out there. So
The big Wayne County dump, that graph. But in one county, Biden received 100% of a vote dump. But the mail-in voting went 90-something%.
Yeah.
Early voting and mail-in voting for Biden, right?
Yeah,
that can't really be done. That can't really be done. First off, you probably see more early voting than necessarily mail-in voting. They're not the same thing depending on the state. And if you see this trend, it would be really hard to sell the American public on, oh yeah, that's right, 90-something% of all the early votes actually came in for Biden. That makes it really, really hard. So it can box them in here, not saying they won't try something. You see what's going on in Virginia. Did you just see what happened in Grand Rapids? They lost an entire tray of ballots. That's like at least 300 that they admitted to, just gone. Yeah.
Oh,
so we might send out some more. If you get 2, don't fill out 2, but we probably have no way of checking.
That's good to know.
They're going to try a lot of crap, okay, to be clear. There's a lot of, go out there, be a happy warrior. don't be a Kamala Harris. Speaking of happy warriors, as we go to chat, because it is Chat Thursday, and by the way, you can expect more of this data analyses on election night. On election night, we are going to have access to real-time data and experts here full-time, 100% dedicated to really, parsing through all of it, so that we are actually able to dispute states, make projections, look at trends that aren't going to be available anywhere else. And of course, we're also going to have on-the-ground investigative journalists. And hey, you know what? Maybe this is a multi-million-dollar investment in nothing because it's a walk-off, but I'd rather be prepared.
Yes.
In which case, maybe last minute we can divert some budget to whiskey.
No, sorry.
Yes. But do consider signing up, please. Click that button below or go mugless for $9 a month. And if not, hey, give us the opportunity on election night. The election live stream of the century, November 5th, 2024. Tune in here. There's no reason to go anywhere else. You are not going to be missing out on any data or any hard news anywhere else. I don't mean that. Anywhere else on Earth that night, this is the place. I'm confident in saying that because of the people we have here who are far smarter than I am. Let's bring out Gay William, who most people think is a fictional character. And, well, he needs his intro. All right. I don't know when we're going to say. How you doing there, Gay William? Oh, a hoodie today.
Olay!
But
Hey, William, grab that mic over there.
Yeah, you have to grab the microphone.
Pull it up.
Hi,
There you go.
good
Now we hear
morning.
you.
How many sneakers do you pack?
Oh, I only had a couple this time. Isn't that Kamala Harris stupid?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Absolutely.
You.
like I've
2 minutes. Yeah. I think. Well, hey, look, Brian Stelter lost weight.
Go.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, look at him.
Yeah, he did.
A pound or two.
That's fine.
Sure.
The issue is that Fox never disclosed this, not in their press release announcing
Oh,
the
come
town
on.
hall.
Gay William, let me ask you this. Brian Stelter, he's about to speak.
Anybody who got up
Is there any
and
doubt
asked a
that this
question, they
man-
never said, I'm
No.
president of this.
That is a cocksucker.
Oh,
through
come
and
on.
through. Oh, sorry.
Well, hold on. Let's see if he confirms it when he speaks.
That's the difference, and that's why that disclosure matters, because a regular voter is watching saying, oh, these women, they're just a bunch of regular voters out there. They were not just regular voters.
He's sitting there just nodding. It's so rehearsed.
And Brian, I want to play this moment from Univision's town hall.
Like a puppet.
Town hall. When the voter confronted him, it was fascinating. Let's watch.
I want to give you the opportunity to try to win back.
Is this the Univision thing that Donald Trump did?
Who's this guy?
Your
Just some.
let's say action and maybe inaction during
that Nick
your
DiPaolo?
presidency and the last few years
Is that a birthmark or a gang
sort
tattoo on his
of,
neck?
Gang tattoo.
was a little disturbing to me. You know what
Disturbing?
happened during
Disturbing to
January
me, and
6th,
I put my cousin's head on a turtle.
and the fact that you waited so long to take action while your supporters were attacking the Capitol.
Oh.
That's all they got?
Oh.
That's all they
Day of
got?
love.
Okay, so hold on. This whole segment is basically malpractice by Fox.
Yeah.
Then going into this, when you cut him off when he was saying it was a big rally and a day of love, and a very small segment of people got out of control.
I am usually listening to you, but I want to see how
Right,
gay Brian
yeah.
Stelter
I know,
sounds
I do
because
too.
I know that William is at the edge of his seat. Please
Trump
talk, Mr.
responding to
Stelter.
that man, there you could see there are women shaking their heads, saying, "I don't believe anything that he's saying." I mean, this was a pretty powerful moment.
What
don't
is that
see
on the
Trump
left?
Confronted like this by voters.
That was a
very often.
leftist plan.
That looks like
look.
skeptical when he started lying about Springfield, Ohio.
He swallows.
That's what made this a legitimate town hall, and I wish we could see Trump and Harris do one of
I
these.
just
real
don't
town
understand how he can even like.
There is no understanding. He is the biggest bottom in the world. His wife has to have the biggest dick on earth.
Call him
There's no way.
How can you, that lady? How can you be uglier than a WNBA player? How does that?
It's a skill like anything else. I don't think she's that. Well, I don't know.
Kidding me, dude? Look at the half her face.
Is that Whitney? Is that Whitney Cummings?
No, it's not Whitney
Because she's just as ugly.
Hilarious. No, she's 25, and we all think so.
Who's 25? This old
Whitney
bitch?
Cummings. Yeah.
When what?
Oh yeah, she's young, super young.
Whitney Cummings?
I'm told. Yeah, I'm told.
Yeah.
Hey, it looks like
That bitch hasn't seen
one of
25
the
in 10 years.
Looks like one of the Tate brothers got in a time machine and went through chemo.
And we're going to take a look, and I'll give you a full report when I do. But that's been in the newspapers and reported pretty broadly.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm trying not to crack a smile here, but I mean, Hadass, when he
crack your
says
smile,
that it's been
prosciutto.
in the news,
Yeah.
it's been in the newspapers that Haitians are eating cats and dogs in Springfield. That is not true.
And it makes
Go
you
ahead,
question,
yeah.
what is he watching? What is he reading? Because
Yeah.
the places that he is
Anything
watching
but
and
you,
reading,
idiot.
those are not going
Hadass,
to be,
gold.
good quality news outlets. And you would hope
Hadass,
the former
gold.
president
Quality
and a
news
candidate for
outlets.
Yes,
president
quality news
would
outlets
We
be
like
covered some of the reports of pets and park birds being consumed.
From the officials in that state, in those
Look,
areas. And it's
whatever. It's like, you know what? Okay, they kill a few Canadian geese, and there are some phone calls that never get investigated that go to the police. Guess what? It's enough for me. It's enough for me that there's 20,000. I've heard now 30,000, but 20,000 Haitian migrants dropped off consequence-free in a town of, I believe, 60,000 people or 50,000 people.
Yeah.
If you think that there aren't those, for crying out loud, at our local restaurant in Greenfield Park, they were shut down by the health department because the Chinese restaurant was serving seagull. They were catching it on the roof. They thought it was free food. And that wasn't even a national store.
Well, I don't like seagulls.
Yeah, what a wild
do you know?
thought that these people will be doing something that matches the description of what they do.
Yeah, no, they would.
They made it up.
Yeah.
They're just eating cat. They're not eating cats and dogs. Why would they do that? They would never do that. It turns out that voodoo, they sacrifice cats and then eat them.
No. They draw the line at dirt cookies.
Coincidence.
They would never salivate at an animal that was served for hundreds of years as the Christmas feast.
I do love what they tend to focus on out of these interviews. Like this is just, you get to see it on display every single day. The media propping her up. Like you said, she should have been fired, cut from any sports team, fired from any job long ago. But when you have the media to run cover for you, instead of focusing on all of her non-answers and all the difficulty she had and all the character issues that we pointed out today, they're focusing on the fact that Fox ran a segmented clip about what Donald Trump said about the National Guard.
Yeah.
That's what they focus on. And then they immediately pivot to, let's show you how bad Trump's answers were in our mind at this thing. Instead of going and saying, look, if you want to do one, do the other. I'm fine with it. I really am. I'm fine with it. I will disagree with you on what you say about Trump, but I'm fine as long as you say, yeah. And when Kamala was pressed on this, she forgot she had been in the White House for 3.5 years and rolled back Donald Trump's border policies. It doesn't happen from them. It's only one way. And I get it. We've said it a million times. I just can't wait for the day. And hopefully it's early morning of November 6th where we get to go, bye, Kamala.
Yes.
And the media goes, thank God we don't have to run cover for you anymore.
To be fair, she may not remember that she was in office. She may have been responding to penthouse letters thinking they were real.
Potentially true.
Let's we have Gay William here, who is, by the way, Latino, gay, to the right of Attila the Hun, and we love him, and he's always perfect for Chat a Thursday. Yay!
Chat.
Oh, and by the way, sorry, because we had to get right into it. Josh, you are going to be at Bricktown Comedy Club, Oklahoma City.
Yes, next Saturday, the 26th of October.
26th of
Yes,
October.
That's right.
I need to go back there. You know why? It's like getting back on a bike that when you fell, because in my
You got
mind, I
sick.
associate it with getting so violently ill that I'm like, I feel like I need to erase that one and go, because I enjoyed it so much. And then I went back to the hotel and said, I feel funny. And I was stuck there for 2.5 days. Once I left, I got home and immediately got an IV. I was so dehydrated. I lost something like 12 or 14 pounds.
Dang, you gotta send me that diet plan.
Yes.
Food poisoning.
Well, it's very easy if you just drink Mexican tap water. Same effect.
Tapeworms.
Diarrheas.
But all countries are equal. Hey, Gilliam, you're Cuban American. We were Cuban, your ancestors. What do you think about Mexicans?
Oh boy.
Oh no, I like I hate Puerto Ricans. I like Mexicans. No, I like Mexicans. They don't but Mexicans work hard for the most part.
Yes.
No, they're actually I've always gotten along with Mexicans.
Yeah, Puerto Ricans. But here's the problem, William, is I thought about this. You didn't like because you grew up in New York, right, in the 70s.
Right.
And a lot of, Puerto Ricans, there was a lot of criminal activity, a lot of
Gang members.
Yes. And so you would be misidentified as Puerto Rican. You're like, I don't want to be associated with criminal activity. But at the same time, you were, in fact, committing crimes.
It's true.
Oh, yeah, I was a hoodlum.
Yeah. So
they rubbed off on me, the goddamn Puerto Ricans.
Okay. I'm sorry, what? Yeah, all right.
William rubbed off on me earlier. And
yeah, I know.
It was the wet t-shirt. He couldn't help himself.
Hey, you're not supposed to remember that. You must not have gotten him his drink. Let's grab.
That was a good hoodlum.
Which, by the way, I was going to change. And I went out there to go change. And I went and got my shorts, my shirt. And your dad sitting at the table goes, oh, you going to change? Get change. Be a man. What? Pussy. Yeah, really? You gonna just ditch the whole thing? I'm like, fine. You're gonna challenged by you right now? I'm going right back in there.
Imagine growing up. I grew up with that. He's like,
Anyways,
what?
I'm
So you
cold.
want new, just because you shit your pants, you want new ones?
That's a real dad.
You want to be a man and shit your pants? You better wear those pants all day.
I will say this about my dad he overextended himself for me in being supportive when I was young. Like, he went above and beyond. So when he decided that I had to sit in my filth, or I knew he was choosing to make it stink. Because I'm like, I know that if you thought I hadn't done anything wrong, you would go to the ends of the earth for me. But I'm sitting in my poopy pants because I told you I didn't have to go to the bathroom, and I made a big scene about it. Or like with my brother. My brother one time, I remember the story. He wanted wonton soup. We were gonna go see a movie, and we went to the food court. And my dad, I remember my dad going, "You don't like wonton soup?" He's like, "Yes, I do. I had it at Tim Gilman's birthday party." He's like, "That's not what you had. You had, I think he said, you had chop suey. You hate wonton soup." He's like, "No." When he started throwing a tantrum, and my dad made a decision. He was like, "You know what? I can sit here and discipline him, or I can allow him to discipline himself." My dad said, "Okay, you get wonton soup. You don't eat it, no movie." He's like, "Yeah, okay, fine." He sat down, and I just remember him looking. I was like, he's like, "No movie."
He just gave up on the movie.
Yeah, then my mom had to ruin it and rent him one. She went home and they had like a whole movie night, but I did go see All I Want for Christmas with Leslie Nielsen as Santa Claus with my grandmother who was with me.
Nice.
I remember it clear as day. I remember like, Jordan, you're not going to like how this ends up. I knew that he didn't like wonton soup, so I liked that my dad was making him eat it.
Yeah, you're like, I'm going to keep quiet.
Yes.
I'm going to let this happen.
I might have a couple times.
I'm a
been
good little brother.
I might have a couple of times been like, yeah, Dad doesn't know what he's talking about. You fucking love wonton soup. You don't get many free shots as a little brother. Like the time he was tied down at Sunday school in church, and I choked him.
I know. Yeah.
Oh my!
I actually
almost.
strangled my brother.
Okay.
Yeah, it was okay. We'll go to chat. I've told this.
I love anything Chinese food except for the Chinese men, little dingaling.
Oh, come on now. That's a stereotype.
It's called an egg roll.
Hey,
That's too thick.
spring roll if they're young. What's the difference? Is spring roll veggies?
Yes.
Can't there be a veggie egg
It's
roll
also
too?
It's a different
Oh, it's a
roll.
different paper. It's like
It's a
rice
different
paper.
I don't know what they are.
So I choked my brother.
Yeah.
It's Sunday school. They go, we're going to line up with two teams. This is about teamwork. They tie up. You each pick one person. They're tied up to a chair, back to back. And then you have a line, 10 people each or 12 people each, one jar of baby food and a spoon. And the game is one person goes up and has to feed your teammate a spoonful of baby food. And whoever goes to the entire jar of baby food first, that team wins. I made sure that my brother was the one tied down for our team.
Yes.
And I still remember his face. I've told the story, but if I think about it at night, I'll wake up laughing. And I remember picking a spot behind a taller kid. So spoon goes, remember, Okay, he nods. Next one. Okay, and then as that man in front of me, who is probably 2 grades older, walks out of the way and hands me the spoon, he's tied down. There's nothing he can do. I remember my brother, he was finishing his swallow and looking for the pastor. Like, someone help me! I swear to you, if I'd have had a mallet, he would have been Final Destination. He started aspirating, baby. At Westview Bible Church, I remember it clear as day. And they sent me to the corner, and it was worth it. You don't get that many chances as a little brother.
And they never played that game again, by the way.
Yeah, but who won?
Well, I don't think we did. I don't think he ever ate baby food again.
I would hope not. He's an adult.
Don't have a player.
It was great. Sorry, Jordan. He was a good big brother. But every now and then, let's grab a chat.
All right, first chat from the Burned Man. Question for Steven. With Democrats saying they won't certify the election, is this the closest we have come to a second civil war if they actually don't do that?
That would be up there.
That'd be up there. Yeah, that'd be up there. That's a good answer.
I don't have a problem with people questioning and holding the count to make sure and confirm, which is exactly what Donald Trump was asking Mike Pence to do, not to overthrow the election, but to confirm later, like, hold on, we got to make sure everything's fine.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a problem with stuff like that because we've done that several times in our history, or at least prepared to do that. But I do have a problem with just going, nope, not going to certify it, especially if there's no evidence of actual cheating going on. No shenanigans.
Yeah, it would also seem retaliatory based on a false narrative.
Yeah.
And that would rub a lot of people the wrong way. So,
you might run into an actual insurrection at that point.
It really could, yeah.
I actually think, I thought about this, I actually think, especially after last night, if November 6th, or if Kamala Harris wins this election, you may get to that tipping point. I think that there are enough Americans who would go, there's no way.
Yeah.
There's no way. I just don't think, I think it's beyond the point of being believable at this. I really do.
That's why we tell people, like, look, these signs are all looking very positive for Donald Trump, but vote like he's 10 points down. Convert people like he's 10 points down.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure you have conversations like he's 10 points down.
Yeah.
So that we don't get complacent, because what I really want to see is just the most giant walk-off, not just in the Electoral College, because I want to put another argument to bed about getting rid of the Electoral College. I want the popular vote to be such a walk-off that it is absolutely undeniable.
But they still argue to do it with the Electoral
I know.
College.
I'm just saying, like,
But yes.
one of those things where it's like, see, she won the popular vote but lost the Electoral College. I want it to be just so clear. It, like you said, it's like you're disciplining somebody else's dog. Like, it is just in your face, and you can do nothing about it.
Yeah.
You know, like how like a Chihuahua barks at you, and then you walk by with your big dog, with your Joe Louis, and then the Chihuahua keeps barking, you walk over, and then they leave, and you never see them again.
Yes.
Kamala.
That's she won't sell books.
No, who would buy it?
To her?
Maybe this guy in CNN who just got out of bed. Did he just touch the plasma orb at Spencer's?
Oh my God, Bernie Adams. Jeez.
Sorry, I gotta go do a national news hit. Don't worry, no one's watching.
I mean, it's not wrong. Seriously.
It's like somebody hit him with a pan in the face.
It's funny because you're saying that when you look like a hobo.
Nah, dude, I look cool. Look at me.
You do.
Get pissed. On.
Sorry, my nipples have been pointing at you.
I'd be disappointed if it were any other way.
You do look like you
I
got
went from
pissed on.
scorching hot.
Some people pay for that, you know.
Would you pay for that?
Yes, you.
Would you pay for that?
I don't pay for sex.
So
I think you do.
I don't think
do
so.
I talk to your receptionist, or who do I talk to about getting paid?
Yeah. Well, also, people don't know that we had a very we had a joke today we were really proud of that revolved around John Stamos' rape. It took us a long time
We
to craft.
did.
It'll go in a scrapyard show.
That's
We
a
did.
shame.
Yeah.
Hold on, did I miss
Like
something?
you said, yeah. Well, because Stephen was saying how nobody can be raped by John Stamos.
No.
Like, you don't get raped by John. You just have sex with him.
Yes.
Like, nobody's
If
going to
you're lucky.
afterwards and be like, how dare he just...
Yes.
What was I thinking about?
Yes. Yeah, there's no
Was
rape.
he accused of something? I don't know.
No. He
Oh.
just wrote a joke about.
I
To be
see.
clear, John Stamos has done nothing wrong other than having the face of God shine upon him.
William was about to go ham. He was like, who was talking about my Stamos?
I don't know. I lost respect from early on when he dated Paula Abdul.
Oh, he did?
Early on.
Oh, come on. That's
early on, like when he was still living in a condo. in
When
West
she was
Hollywood.
pretty, yeah.
She was never pretty. She's
Before she
psycho.
peed herself, yeah.
I think
so gross. I went to that concert because I was a young fag.
when she was just having light.
And it was seriously, it sounded like a mouse screaming on stage for like 2 hours. It was the worst concert ever. That and Janet Jackson had the worst concert in Vegas.
Really?
The worst.
I can
I
believe
used to
that.
love Janet Jackson.
The worst concert in the, but yeah.
Well, William holds grudges.
He does.
From
long term.
1987.
Yes.
It's crazy.
And they are.
Oh, you're right.
She looks like a dog.
Look at that.
Hold on, let me see it again.
I don't
Let
know
me
what
see it
kind of
again.
dog it is.
Yeah, no, she looks like a Lasso Apso.
Lasso. I was gonna say a Copper Spaniel.
No, it's like a Lasso
got it wrong.
Apso or one of those Pekingese.
He is, John Stamos this high. You just hope he's really hung.
Well, I have no.
I'm
But you know
sure
what?
he
You know
is.
what? You know who's close to that? Young Nick
close to
DiPaolo.
what?
Young Nick DiPaolo. Young Nick DiPaolo is about as gorgeous as a man.
He didn't grow his hair out. Big mistake. He didn't. He had short hair when he was
Nick
young.
DiPaolo, yeah.
Yeah, he should have had longer hair. If he had had long Stamos hair, I mean, he's a shorter guy, but still, like, dude,
Yeah, no.
very handsome.
Very good looking.
Very.
dude.
But he's always keeping that short hair.
And I think John Stamos actually at a DUI got pulled over. I think he was driving on GHB, which a lot of people, that was the date rape drug.
It was.
Which you used to be able to get at GNC.
Hold on. Why did he have
A lot of these guys did because
Wasn't
it was
that
so
early in his career though? Like
Yeah.
but that's when he was like dating Paul Abdul. I
Yes.
think at the same time.
But you
It
used
was
to
her fault. She was the one getting him all. She's a drunk.
Oh,
Yes,
wait,
well, that's what I've
Here's-
heard.
Here's what it was. He was dating Paula Abdul, trying to use her success a little bit, right, to propel his career. But he had to have sex with her, and he didn't want to have sex with her. So he date rape drugged himself if she ever wanted to have sex. That's what.
Aha.
Wow.
You know what?
I
a lot of
see.
work.
There you go.
Nick.
That's,
A
well, that's,
handsome guy.
that's even Nick, like in his, I think, like in his late 30s, 40s. You find Nick like back when he was in his 20s. It's basically Elvis.
Yeah.
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 Nick DiPaolo looks like he should be sitting in the back of some Italian restaurant in New York,
Yes, he does.
making
Yeah.
deals.
Yeah, in a big booth. Yeah.
For the family.
Go out there, put a good face on it, right? And they see you. Hey, come on, move some.
By the way, that exists.
Funny
just so
how.
you know. By the way, that's like not. That's real. I was at a restaurant in Lower Manhattan, Italian restaurant, and these Guidos walked in. There was like 6 of them, and they went to the round corner table. 3 of them turned and looked at the dining room. That was their security guard.
Oh, really?
I mean, but it was real. Like you're like, oh my god, this feels like it was a movie. But no, it's that. shit still
Montreal
happens.
was. I mean, we had a
yeah.
relative who was an actor on the French Canadian version of The Sopranos, who played a drug runner for the mob / biker gangs, because in Montreal the biker gangs are just as powerful as the mob, or they were back then. They controlled the ports, and then he went to prison for doing that in real life.
Oh,
it would be like
cool.
James Gandolfini going to prison for being a mob boss.
That's
yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
That's cool, dude. He's not an actor, dude. He's a real one.
Well, my mom lived with them when she was really young. He was like a third cousin, but they were very close, like for a while when they were moving. And she said, like, yeah, there were things she just didn't talk about. So
Yeah.
it's a real thing. All right, let's grab some more
Really quick,
chats.
I
What?
want to grab a chat, but I want to ask a question. Did you hear the smoke alarm? Like
here?
Thing? No. So
Which clip was it?
It's clip Trump support. I wrote it down because I thought it was hilarious, and we just shared a laugh. Clip Trump support. It's the battery. Just listen to the battery chirp for the smoke alarm.
If that's the case, why is half the country supporting him? Why is he beating you in a lot of swing states? Why, if he's as bad as you say, that half of this country is now supporting this person who could be the
That was
42nd
not
president
Billy.
of the United States?
That's not that was real.
That was
real. I thought he was just talking like the beaver from Lady and the Tramp. I thought he was like it works well.
Did Fox News do that?
I don't know. Was this Kamala's studio?
They did it at the green room at the Apollo.
So
That definitely wasn't organic. There's no way, because it was a loud
It'd have to
beep.
be every 30 seconds, every minute or so.
Some of them are like a few minutes.
I don't
but-
know.
Yeah, they
It
But
was
no,
whatever it was.
there's
it
no
was
way.
Brilliant, and I was like, wait a minute, did everybody miss that?
Let me ask you this: if that starts in your house, but like in the middle of the night at 2 a.m.,
Oh my god.
do you get up or do you just deal with it for the night? And you're like, I'll do it in the morning.
What?
No,
I
depends
can't
where
do
it
no,
this.
I'm up. I am
Burn
up.
down the house.
Yes.
Yes.
Is it the other side of the house or in your room? Because those are two very different
No, it
places.
could be anywhere in the house, and you don't
Doesn't
know.
No,
matter.
I'm
It doesn't
ripping
matter.
all of them out.
Yeah, I'm literally ripping them down and throwing them away at
Yes.
that point. Like, screw fire.
I actually
highly
already uninstalled all my fire alarms in my house.
Yes.
So.
Really?
Well, they're there. They just don't work.
Well, I've got a Pakistani landlord. He took out half, so
I have good news.
figured I might as well take out the
At my house, do you know what I found in my wood pile?
Oh no.
I found a bearded dragon lizard.
Really?
Oh.
That means that thing is cleaning up and eating all those spiders.
It's in the wood pile, which is where, in other words, it found the spiders.
Oh yeah.
Dude, go feed him some mealworms, and it'll be your best friend.
I want to find a couple of them and breed them. Because I want more of them.
Like a pack.
Yeah, I mean, after a certain point, I don't know who's related. They'll probably running into each other, but they'll eat enough spiders.
The bearded dragon community is quite okay with incest.
Yes, that's what I've heard.
They do what they got to do.
They like two things in the bearded dragon community. They like incest and insects.
Yes. There's no bearded dragon with a conscience. Like,
yeah.
Stop! We're better than this.
Don't chickens eat bugs?
They do, but chickens are assholes.
Yeah.
When I hear someone say, I won't eat animals, because I'm like, have you ever been around chickens?
Yeah.
They're unintelligent and ill-tempered.
Go
Like, come on.
to Key West.
Yeah, I would
everywhere.
definitely. I would eat an animal that I'm not afraid to kick.
Yes.
Like if I I shouldn't say afraid. I willingly would happily kick.
Yeah, enjoy kicking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would never kick a cat.
And then you would
well,
eat
that's not true. I would kick it. I wouldn't eat a cat though.
I would never kick a dog.
Depends what the cat did. If the cat was scratching on my son's face,
Yep.
I'd kill that cat.
Yeah.
I don't care, dude.
Or if your son is like, if one of your kids is young enough in the crib and it does that cat thing where they try and sleep on its face out of jealousy and kill it. Yeah,
Yep.
you kill that cat.
Break that neck and throw it out the window. I say.
Full Haitian.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Actually, I wouldn't kill the cat because that would be
too easy.
Yeah, that would be too easy.
No, you can call me curiosity, dog.
I would humiliate the cat. I would send the cat a fake invitation to prom.
Okay.
and the cat would be wearing the most beautiful dress. And I would be in the rafters with a bucket.
Okay.
They hate water.
Wait, well, how does it end? I haven't heard this story
Pig's
before.
blood. Pig's blood. The cat would be soaked like
You haven't watched Carrie?
That movie's terrible.
Yeah,
we were talking about it yesterday. Like, it's terrible.
It's a bad movie. It's dumb. And then they remade it with an actress who's hot and dumb.
Yeah, it was.
But she was hot though too.
She's hot, but she's a bad actress.
No.
Sissy
Sissy Spacek was hot.
Oh,
when she
I
was
see.
young.
I see. Sure.
It was just a bad movie. I went back like, no, I don't get it. Okay, sorry, another chat. It's Chat Thursday. We're supposed to rattle through the chat.
All right, next chat from Ula Inga, etc.
This guy on CNN looks like he has an aging filter. The guy in the left with the sweater.
Oh my!
He looks like he looks like himself with an aging filter.
You don't know who this is, but it looks like Al Michaels with an aging filter.
I do know who it is. Yes, that's
Doesn't
true.
it?
Yes. It's a slightly saggier face.
Like they had
Isn't he dead?
They had to do
No.
like a time lapse in a movie, like to the future, but they didn't have the budget. So they're just like,
Interstellar.
yeah, give him some jowls and a bigger nose, and what the hell's the difference? All right, chat.
All right. Q for all of them. Is there any blowback for all these celebrities who have been shilling so hard for her? When she finally goes down in flames, does she take anyone with her, or do we all just forget how many actors, musicians, etc., have been calling half the country ignorant for the past?
I want to
years?
answer this.
Okay, go ahead.
Don't buy their music. Don't go to their movies. Do not support them.
Yeah,
that's what I truly believe in. And a lot of these actors that I really liked for a long time, like Julia Roberts and who's the one from Devil Wears Prada?
Meryl Streep.
That's it. I'm done. Like, I will never ever support another movie of theirs. I will not buy anything on Netflix that they're in. Just don't.
We don't buy
if this
on
is their opinion, then they lose the audience. Like George Clooney. By the way, isn't his wife like a major like Jew hater? She's like a not
sure. I'll agree. I'll agree with you.
Let's just go with it.
I got your back, William.
But you know what? Don't support them anymore. Don't go to any of their movies. Our money is very important and we're very powerful. Our wallets are very powerful. Do not support these assholes. If they want to be out there, just go act or go sing.
For a gay man not to support Meryl Streep.
No, that's it. And like Annie Hathaway now, that pig, forget it. Just drop them.
Yeah.
Seriously, do not be friends with them.
You know what the worst thing is? I think for Hollywood, it's an even worse punishment is ambivalence. Is like when you look at, for example, the protests that have taken place with some of the Marvel things that are woke, it doesn't sting them as much as Joker 2, where just no one cared, no one protested, no one went. And so they have to drum up like, well, this is the problem with the backlash. And it's like, you suck.
It's like the any press is good press for them, right?
Yeah.
And the negative press is good.
Because they have to, they literally, their business requires attention. And it's not lost on me that obviously this business does because you tune in, but we try to provide something of value. When they don't get the attention, they don't even get the outrage. Mm-hmm. They have to create it, and it just looks so much more sad. Like, well, why won't you go see Joker 2? Is it because you're an incel?
I guess
because Lady Gaga's in it.
I mean, I got laid this morning, but sure, I'm an incel. Yeah. Say that. It doesn't change how my wife feels about me.
Don't let your kids listen to Taylor Swift, Don't go to any Lady Gaga stuff. Seriously, just annihilate all of them. And just get rid of them. Like I said, your wallet is very powerful. Just do not support them anymore. And by the way, think about it. There isn't really that many that came out and like are supporting this idiot.
No,
if you think about it, think about all the other ones that are staying quiet because they're either they're just really smart or they're just conservatives and they don't want to.
Big personalities though this time around. There's a group of Hollywood that this is who they're going to go for the Democrat no matter what, right? And I understand that, but there's some pretty big personalities that have come out and actually gone a lot further in support, like Magic Johnson being one of them, but also Mark Cuban, not a famous actor or anything, but like this guy has come out and as a very smart businessman, maybe he got lucky in some ways, but still a very smart guy, comes out and pushes her economic policy in this interview as something positive, which he has done already, by the way.
Yeah.
Like that is out for me. When his COVID policies for the Dallas Mavericks, it's not like I would go to a lot of games, but probably one a year. I'd be like, yeah, it'd be kind of fun to go down, like just to do something and having it. Never again. As long as that guy's an owner.
Well, he actually sold the team.
No, he sold. I don't know that he sold all of it. He sold a chunk of it. Too.
Yeah, he sold quite a bit.
But the guys like that should know better that have come out and propped her up. Those are the people I'm like, hold on, I'm never supporting you again. I can love I can separate the art from the artist in a lot of other ways, but the people that came out and just were fawning, I'm like, okay, no, we're done.
They want to. Well, sorry, go ahead, Josh.
Well, I was gonna say, yeah, it's a good strategy to boycott things because you're not sending your money there. But when it comes to like movies and stuff, I get kind of weird boycotting because if something I kind of want to see, then I'll see it because I'm like, well, there's people who built the stages. There's people who wrote the scripts. There's people who worked the lights. There's people who, whatever.
There's plenty of other movies.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I guess they all deserve to die and burn in hell or whatever.
There's plenty of other movies.
But correct me if they're getting paid whether the movie does well or not.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
They don't get the royalties.
Exactly.
Okay, well, fuck these people. I hope they all fucking burn in hell.
By the way, back to Magic Johnson. He's so lucky he's rich. Otherwise, he'd be dead.
It's true.
The comedian Samora had the funniest joke about him. She did the roast of Flavor Flav.
She's Polish.
Samora, no, she's no Samora. Black comedian. She's hilarious. She did the roast of Flavor Flav, and she said, Flavor Flav, you look like what Magic Johnson should look like.
Oh, that's great. She does come with a mirror shaped like Africa. I saw it.
That's how you know she's good.
The question, though, what's the backlash for these people after she doesn't win? I think the only backlash these people get for endorsing her is if she wins. If she doesn't win, they get to go home and complain about Trump.
Yeah.
That's what they get to do. If she wins, they have to live with whatever decisions she makes. The shitty things, the censorship she tries to push, the border policies that are going to suck, the economic policy that's going to fail.
Yeah.
Undeniably. The foreign policy that's going to suck. The World War III that's going to start. Every son and daughter in America going out to fight. All that shit they have to be responsible for.
Yeah.
They won't be responsible if she loses. So they walk home happy. That's best case scenario is Trump wins. They get to go home. They get to complain and say, Trump bad. Kamala would have won or would have done well.
Somebody should make a T-shirt and just with all the names of the celebrities that supported her and just sell it and constantly wear it.
That's not a bad idea.
And say, never forget.
I will say this. Because look, now I see that there are a lot of comedians who are right-leaning or libertarian or sort of, fighting since woke has become a term. But I remember being banned from colleges and clubs, and as a largely clean comedian, going back to 2006, 2007, certainly 2008, being, removed from YouTube, where there was no one. It was just a comedic witch hunt. George Bush, awful. Democrat Party, good. To me, if you support, I think it's a disqualifier. If you support censorship, okay, or if you even vote for the candidate who very aggressively campaigns on censorship, you're not an artist. It's a disqualifier to me. You are not an artist. You cannot be a genuine artist if you support censorship, if you support the destruction of freedom of speech. I'm sorry. I don't believe you. You're not an artist.
Absolutely.
And Sean Penn, think about this. They want us to think that Donald Trump is a traitor because he sent a COVID test to Putin. I don't give it. Let's say he sent $10 million of COVID tests. Sean Penn actively said that Chavez was a beautiful, wonderful leader and that it was malpractice for the media to tell you that he was a dictator and they were unfair elections. That man buddied up with an enemy of the state and someone who killed thousands of his own people through starvation and policy. That guy?
Right.
That guy isn't a traitor? I mean, I don't know what qualifies.
Well, and then I forgot, we left out a really big group of people that have gone above and beyond for Kamala Harris this time around, and that's those group of Republicans that absolutely cannot stand
the Lincoln Project.
Oh, yeah, good luck.
Them.
Yeah,
I'm talking about like Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger and Walsh and some of these guys, like people that I disliked before January 6th hearing, hated after the January 6th hearing because they literally ruined people's lives with that hearing, and it was just a complete farce, and they kept this lie alive through the next election. Now they're actually going out and campaigning. You don't share a single value with Kamala Harris, not one.
Right.
And you're out there campaigning for this person because you hate Donald Trump so much. Those people, like, I hope the backlash, I hope nothing bad happens to them physically, but professionally, politically, I hope they're absolutely finished.
Maybe like a rash.
I agree.
A bad rash, like a rash for like a week that like you can't scratch. You know?
And by the way, back to Sean Penn. I'm sure. So for women that support Sean Penn and love him, just remember he used to beat the shit out of Madonna when they were married.
Really?
Really?
In the 80s. Oh God, yeah. I think he tied her up on a chair and left her like for 2 days.
He looks like it.
Well, yeah, but was she into it?
Probably, but no. He beat her.
Well, I remember she made him melt down all his guns. I think it was Madonna where he built a statue of like his guns and melted them down. And he's like, I don't want to have any more of these. She made me aware of these cowardly killing machines, that you're not a man if you need a gun. Really? What if it's a gang of men with guns who are raping your wife?
What is he, 5'2"?
I know.
Seriously. He stands no chance.
Okay, yeah. Big freaking man, dude. Yeah.
It's just, they always try to do it like, what? Oh, yeah? Are you so scared that you need a gun?
Yes, I am.
Yep.
100% I am. Yes. And I'm really good with them. I don't run. I fire. Okay? Screw you.
Yeah, it's a stupid
Amen.
thing. And they think it works. No, I'm not scared. I don't need a gun. Oh, you have one, Chad.
I guess I'm dead.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous. All right, let's grab another chat.
All right, from KJ Amioki.
Okay.
Whatever. Aside from the already mentioned alphabet agencies in the Department of Education, any other government agencies you would put on the chopping block? Thank you for your service, Josh.
IRS, FBI, pretty much all of them.
Yeah, they need to be.
That's how my son does the alphabet.
Yeah.
Yeah, IRS. And also, you know what? They asked Trump the same question on that Faulkner Focus.
Yeah.
About the FEMA, and he said, I love FEMA.
He actually likes he said there's some bad, they put some bad leaders in FEMA, and he feels like you can correct
FEMA
it.
serves a legitimate purpose if it's dealing with like natural disasters, but unfortunately they don't fulfill that purpose when they make equity and diversity the primary objective.
Which is perfect. That answer, by the way, perfectly. They didn't talk about it on the prepare interview. I mean, they have so much to get to, but the fact that he does that when Kamala says, "Oh, he denigrates the American people," he says things about the American, puts them down, belittles them. No, he doesn't.
No,
he clearly went like FEMA's a bunch of great people. But people at the top.
Yeah.
Then with the military, we have a great military. We have the strongest military.
Yes.
It's a few generals at the top.
Yeah.
We have a great this. We have a great that. It's a few people at the top. Every time he does that.
Yeah. Well, he even went further. He said it's the generals who are out there working. He said they're incredible. It's the people who aren't working, who are on TV.
Yeah.
He said, our military, I think he said, you could lock them in a cage.
Yes.
Yell woke at them for days. They wouldn't. I tell you, they'll never go woke.
They'll come out fighting.
Was it 2 years, he said? Yeah.
Something like that.
2 years. He said he could lock him in a cage for 2 years, yelling woke at them, and they'll still come out fighting. They're the best.
Yeah. When she said he has, for all of his flaws, does he insult people? Yes. Does he
Thank God.
ad hominem attacks? Absolutely. He has never insulted even the Democrat voting population. He, if anything, has expressed empathy that they have been fooled, that they have been sold a false bill of goods. He has always gone after, if you want to talk about punching up, he has punched up at people in positions of power. And I know you'll say he made fun of the disabled. No, he made fun of a reporter who pulled a hatchet job. And it's still funny to this day. Oh, I don't remember. It's awful, but it's also hilarious. He didn't just pick someone from the crowd and go like, hey, look at you. You don't have legs. No legs, Kyle, we'll call you. He didn't do that.
Some guy named Kyle out there is going like,
with no legs, like,
no.
Yeah, he really
He's from combat.
It's honestly remarkable. I don't think he's ever faltered with that. There must be he must be very aware of it, or it's just genuine, where he doesn't have any disdain for American people. It's for the people in power. What are you doing there, William? You look like
I want to go back to I know how to close all the government offices. You start with work backwards. You start with, are you working from home? Let's close that department down. Okay. Period. I know somebody that works for the State Department in DC, and since the lockdowns, he still just recently has to go to his office. They have to go to their office once a week on Wednesday.
Really?
And they all work from home, and they do nothing because all they got to do, and I've seen him work. He doesn't work. All he does is turn his computer on, and he turns his computer on, his email on it, and that's his clocking in.
Yeah, you've got to be on the Jabber or
right. And then at 4:30, he logs off and does nothing all day long. He just sits at home. Like there's nothing unless an email comes through to him that says, "Hey, you have to do this." I've never seen the guy. I've known the guy like for 4 years, and I've never ever seen him work.
Yeah,
ever. Well, that's how you start. That's how you start. If your offices are not in full time, start there. Let's lock it down. We don't need you.
I mean, I think that's
a Cuban would have had a side job.
Yes,
that's right.
Oh, absolutely.
Log in. I have to go to work.
Yes,
right. Absolutely.
Yes.
I have to go to my other work.
That's right. Yeah, no doubt about that.
Well, I really do hope, and we'll see if it actually happens. But if Trump wins and Elon does get put in some kind of an efficiency role, like this guy, for all the faults of Elon Musk, he took on Twitter. He's like, "How many people do you have working here?" And he cut it by like 80%, or whatever it was.
Yeah.
Right.
And it's better than it's ever been, in my opinion. It's like, well, so yeah, he kind of might know how to do that.
You should see the meltdown on Reddit politics, and that because there's like 8 million plus members, and all the moderators are basically communists, and they were talking about Elon Musk basically just admitted that he's going to buy this election, and no one's mad. And 75. It's like you guys bragged about the biggest election haul in history that you collected from Biden, and then huge celebrity fundraisers. And by the way, yes, single dollar. And often I sit down and I say, okay, all right, hold on. Are we wrong? I have to. I go, hold on a second. Are we the bad guys here? I go, wait a second. Are we seeing this wrong? And that's where the numbers are. So I go, wait a second. The left, because I look at Reddit politics, I go to all these leftist message boards, the private groups, and they go, Donald Trump is afraid. This shows he doesn't trust his own policies. He won't talk with anyone. I'm going, wait. Guys, can we get the numbers? Oh, wait a second. 2-1 Trump to Harris. 6-1 Vance to Walz. No, that's right. They're lying. They either don't know or they're lying. You can't always have the objective number, because just numbers, right? The objective statistics don't tell the whole story. But when 100% of the time they line up against you, objectively, how many border crossings under Trump? Was it 3 million, I believe, total under his whole tenure? Right. And over 20? When you're looking at the number under Harris and Biden, hold on a second. Objectively, when you look at the average household salary, objectively, you look at the number of interviews, when those numbers 100% of the time line up against you, at a certain point, you don't need to ask yourself, you're the bad guy. Let's grab one more chat.
All right. One more chat from Millennial MAGA Mom. Question for the crew. Do you think Kamala's handlers are purposefully running her campaign into the ground at a total dumpster fire? Or are they genuinely just deaf-toned to how she is
deaf, but yeah.
Sure, presenting herself in these interviews?
I saw the Deftones live one time. They sucked.
Yes.
It was one of the worst live shows. I think I saw them with Thursday and Thrice.
Chino is literally always drunk.
Is that what it? Yeah.
Always drunk.
It was terrible.
Go see a Janet Jackson concert.
I can imagine. Or imagine if they did Janet Jackson with the Deftones. Can you bring up that question again? Because I think there's a little of, okay, so do I think they're running her campaign into the ground? No, absolutely not. Are they tone deaf? Of course, they always are. But what I think may be happening now is she had people, right, who are, it's exciting. If your goal is to be, in a cabinet somewhere, to have some kind of position, in the West Wing, it's exciting. Oh, great. I don't have to go through the whole process. This woman's installed and I get to follow her. You want to have that as your resume builder. Hey, yeah, I was the campaign manager for the person who won the presidency or had a pretty successful campaign and maybe didn't win. So I think they were putting in a lot of effort. I certainly don't think that they would have from the beginning tried to, put this plane into a nosedive. But I think now you're going to have a lot of people who are jumping ship. They can't jump ship right now because that's also bad, right, for their CV going forward. But they're acting out of self-preservation, and the acts or the actions that they may take out of self-preservation aren't the same that they would be taking if they were still trying to win a campaign as an underdog. I think you will have people in her campaign right now who see the writing on the wall, who believe there is no chance at winning, and they are trying to protect their ass. And that usually means putting some distance between you and Kamala. I think she's going to find herself in a very lonely position here in the next couple of weeks.
Especially if things continue to trend this way. I think you nailed it. Like, they won't leave. They might start doing something to make sure that they have a soft landing.
Yes.
Right. That they can move on to the next thing. And that's not always going to be in her interest.
Yeah.
So it's definitely, they're going to start serving themselves, because, I mean, look, if you're in her campaign right now, you're going to be saying one thing and thinking a completely different. Saying one thing, oh, she did fantastic. Kamala Harris went into the lion's den and she pointed out the hypocrisy and blah, blah, blah. And on the back end, you're like, who am I going to go and work for in 3 weeks? Yes.
Yes. But I think there's more panic than that, though. I think there's way more. I think that's why they're making desperate moves. And I do think that this media blitz is a desperate move.
Yes.
I think that trying to get on, like, I don't think. You guys said you think you would. I don't think Rogan's going to have her on.
I don't think so either.
I don't think he.
Not now. Not now.
I don't think he was ever going to have her on. I really don't. I don't think he. I don't think he was ever going to have her on. And I think that their team reaching out, the media talking about it was their team reaching out. Joe Rogan either saying no or not replying at all. That was them trying to pressure him into getting her on the show. I don't think he's. They're doing that. They're desperate moves.
Yeah.
Pulling out more celebrities every other day is another celebrity. It's like, it's starting to get like, was she someone Saved by the Bell? Who the fuck was this?
Yes. Yeah. And by the way, these are all people paid to make me believe they're playing a role. Like, and you want me to believe that they're genuinely supporting you?
Yeah.
Like, out of the goodness of their heart? Really?
Right.
That's a bad play, in my opinion.
It's very. What are you supporting?
Fox News interview?
Yeah.
This late in the first Fox News interview this late in the campaign?
Right.
And showing up all the things that you already discussed. I don't want to, beat a dead horse here, but those are all desperate moves, man. I think that you're right. They're trying to land the plane, but I think it's definitely bringing out some desperation.
Yeah, you're in a way worse position. And by the way, just take Kamala Harris, and just like Donald Trump is often a proxy for you, even if you don't share all of his views, right? Take Kamala Harris and this whole sort of, this house of cards that's been built around her, and use that as a proxy for leftist ideology, right? It's the reason that people see it's so disingenuous is because, okay, hold on a second. What do Jason Bateman, Magic Johnson, Jeff Bridges, and the person from Saved by the Bell share in common with Kamala Harris? They don't like Donald Trump, and you act really passionate, and really what you're doing now is telling us that if we're not passionate like you are, that we're supporting a Nazi. Whereas with Donald Trump, it's pretty easy to see what gets people excited, honestly. You may not like it, but people are excited, going, hey, you know what? Yeah, we're going to protect our country and secure the border. People are excited that it's the first president in their lifetime with no modern wars. People are excited at economic prosperity and being able to open more businesses. People are excited at experiencing what it is that they experienced only 3.5 years ago, right? What they were, or call it 4 years ago, what they were enjoying. People are excited about that. People are excited about someone who maybe isn't a Washington, D.C. insider going in. People are kind of excited that this entire industry, the political industry, which is, by the way, I don't know if you know this, has never been thought of as a beacon of authenticity or altruism, that, you know what? Yeah, they're kind of experiencing the consequences of their actions here, that Donald Trump is a bull in a china shop. There are a bunch of reasons for people to be excited about Donald Trump. There are a bunch of shared reasons. You may not like them, but the truth is you add them all up with Kamala Harris, and you go, yeah, but what are you excited about? There is no answer other than this is what we do. This is the cool kids table, and you're with us or you're out. And that's the same thing at this point in 2024. It's the same exact situation with Democrat policies. It's 2024. You had 8 years of Barack. We didn't really have this before. I've said this so many times. George W. Bush, Bill Clinton, George H.W. Bush, if you were growing up during that, they were so similar. And even if you look at the candidates in the elections, I would say pretty big difference, Al Gore and George W. Bush, just because Al Gore is awful. But still, and not saying George W. Bush is great, but at that point, I'm glad we had a Texan in the White House at that point than Al Gore. But still, there wasn't enough contrast, right? There really wasn't a whole reason to be excited about anyone. I get Barack Obama at that point in time excited. First mostly black guy. Okay, get it. But now you've had 8 years of Barack Obama. You've had really three years of Donald Trump, and you've had another 3-4 years of Barack Obama light. You've experienced it. What is there to be excited about? In 2024, there is no case to be made objectively that you should be excited about the ideas and the policies that they are offering, and certainly no results that you can point to. I won't speak in absolutes, maybe some results, but as a general rule, there's not a lot to be excited about. And so I think that's why you see younger people veering more and more right. They're going, you know what? I've been sold this for a long period of time. It's 2024. Hold on a second. You guys sold me on Code Pink. There's one guy who didn't start any new wars. Well, but hold on a second. You guys always told me that if you cut corporate, the tax breaks would just go to the wealthiest people in the world, and that they would take the money to the Cayman Islands. But we had the lowest unemployment, and I'd never experienced my dollar going so far. Oh, wait, hold on a second. You guys said that if a Republican was in office, that women would be having abortions with coat hangers in the street. Hold on, you said crime. You said, but every major liberal city has crime rates that I can't imagine in other red districts. And we see what happened. Well, hold on, the summer of love and you say insurrection. Look at these violent protests. I just don't understand how someone can be excited and rally around Kamala Harris, but even the Democrat Party in 2024. Other than this is what we do, period. And you have the blinders on. And I'm telling you, there are a lot of people, those scales are just about ready to fall off of their eyes. The reason for the progress that you are seeing right now is not Donald Trump. And yep, he's going to be president. I think he's probably going to be president by a significant margin again. But he's been the candidate for the last 3 election cycles. And something is very different here. And what's different is you. You have done so much more. It's easy to see people like Scott Pressler, of course, who's done a lot in Pennsylvania. What we've done here with Mug Club Undercover, what you see with activists out there, what you see with boots on the ground, those organizations. But the day-to-day, there has been a shift where you aren't afraid to have these conversations. And you know what? That's what I set out to do. I set out to do, I'm not saying it's because of me, but that was the mission of this. I was an actor. I was a comedian. That was it. I started doing videos on YouTube in 2008, the political videos with a blue bed sheet. Because I had been banned from a few venues, I remember the college that said I couldn't make that Muhammad joke at their they had a cultural fair that week at college. And they said, yeah, college kids don't want to hear this. And I said, I think they do. They said, no, they trust me, they don't. I said, I think there are enough people out, and you know what? I think those people out there are being told the same thing and they feel alone. And I want to use whatever skill set I have, limited as it may be, to make sure that they don't feel alone. So here, YouTube video, blue bedsheet, when it's nothing but atheists and liberals on YouTube at that moment in time. That's all it was. Then when I was at Fox News, they said, no one's going to want, trust me, young people they don't want comedy. Oh, they don't change my mind. That doesn't work. We want sound bites and we want quadrant view. I said, I think they do. And we made this show daily so that you wouldn't feel alone. Same thing when we go and we do the live tour dates. I think there are enough of you out there, but for the longest time, you were scared. The conversation for me that has shifted in talking with so many of you is it used to be, hey, look, I'm conservative, but I work in, I'm a writer, or I work as a director, or, but I go to Stanford. So what do I do where my friends don't know? That used to be the approach. Now, so many of you say, you know what? Hey, does it get better? Because my friends know who I am, and I've lost some friends, but I've made some new ones. Do those people ever come back? These are the questions I get now. Hey, you know what? I've decided to do my own, and you know what? My ticket sales are better as a stand-up comic, or I started my own production company. The starting point is not how do I kind of navigate this as I keep quiet. There are so many more of you saying, yep, I've let my freak flag fly. And you know what? There's been some bad, but there's been some good. How do I navigate it? Keep that up. The difference this cycle compared to the last 3, it's been the same guy on the R ticket, is you. Keep that up to November 5th and then after. See you tomorrow.
Strange animal. Let me. Sure.
Is it bi-weekly pay or every week?
Every week. We pay every week. Yeah. Doesn't matter what, when you get hired in, it may change with them, but we pay all of our, except for that cleanup job, that was generally next day. But
Hello, my beautiful friends. What an amazing day it is. And I am so grateful you are joining us today on our early stream here, making sure that we attend to the business on the day, because there is some good business to attend to. Your boy has an event today and tomorrow. And so thanks for joining us early as we go through this. We've got a preview of what we're going to be talking about. Then we'll zoom in on it and look at a couple of court filings today. Of course, the big news out yesterday when we were live, Kamala was doing an interview with Brett Baer over at Fox News, and it was a disaster. And it's not just me saying that. We have a bunch of clips queued up, but what you'll notice is in the election betting odds polls, there is some serious movement. And what you'll see here is right at about October 16th at 3 p.m. You see that zoomed in on your screen right there. My cursor is right there, 3 p.m. Presuming this is my time, that's 6 p.m. East Coast time, which is when the interview came out. Trump was coming down, 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 down. You can see it's like almost like, wow, Kamala's going on Fox News. This is crazy. This is so cool. She's so brave and heroic and amazing, and we love her so much. Interview gets released 3 p.m. Womp. Kamala goes down, 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 down. Trump goes up, 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 up. So everybody saw it. Everybody realizes it. It's not just on Kalshi, which is a new edition. It's also on Polymarket. Okay, here's what Polymarket looks like. Same pattern happening here as we go into October 17th. This is what the polls look like. So we'll come back on that. We'll look at a bunch of reaction, but it was a good night for President Trump because Kamala was terrible. Trump was reacting to this. I've got clips from Trump's campaign, other clips, some fact checking on this. So a lot of fallout that is coming up, and we're excited to get into it all. But before we do, we have some other court filings that we need to attend to, including this one from Fani Willis. And Fani, over in Fannyland, Fulton County, Georgia, she is trying to appeal the dismissal of Trump's charges. So remember, there were 6 charges that Judge McAfee dismissed because he said that Fani Willis doesn't know how to draft an indictment because Trump doesn't have notice based on how she drafted the charges against him. He doesn't know how to defend himself because they're so vague and denying of his fair notice. So she is appealing that, saying, bring those charges back. I did a great job in my drafting of the document. And so we'll go through it briefly. It's a lot of technical stuff in the filing because she's saying that the indictment is actually sufficient. But we'll go through it, see what she said. But there's some other drama out there, man. Steve Sadow, Trump's lawyer in Fulton, he said that he has some ideas on why Fani Willis and Nathan Wade have got the same lawyer now. The same guy, which is this guy, Roy E. Barnes over there from Georgia. And you remember what this guy looks like because he testified over at the actual hearing. Remember, he came in and he's like, no, Fanny's great. Fanny's smart. He seemed like a real kind of folksy Georgia guy. Turns out now he's representing Fani Willis. So the same guy who testified on behalf of Fani Willis is now representing her. Isn't that convenient? Now, also, apparently, he's representing Nathan Wade. Nathan Wade came out with his statement. Shout out to our friend Phil Holloway, who's over on YouTube and X. Got Nathan Wade's opening statement. So we'll see what's inside of that. And then we'll see what Fanny's up to with her appeal. And we also have an interesting filing. The RNC is suing. This story's wild too. Suing Detroit for deleting election ballot Dropbox surveillance footage. Okay, so they're saying, "Oh, Dropboxes are totally safe and secure and everything." Well, what happened is
You just
The
print that out.
RNC or some entity, I forget who actually
Recyclables.
wanted the
Sometimes
original
people
footage,
put
but
recyclables
they
in there.
submitted a
They use
FOIA
that
request.
stuff out.
They said, "Hey, you've
So
got these
we'll
drop
receive
boxes
benefits
set
after
up, and
90
you know
days.
we're in the middle of the election now, but we had primary seasons and all these things." So they set up the drop boxes. They put cameras on them.
Boots,
Somebody
safety
said,
vests,
"Hey, we want the
glasses,
surveillance
right,
footage from the
but-
cameras." Send a letter. They get a letter
And
back
after a while, they'll
saying
they'll
it's going to
replace
take us a little bit of time to get that footage for you. We need 10 more days. Okay, great. Get us the footage.
but
Fine.
yeah, if you get
Then
promoted to skid
they
loader,
fast
you'll get it done.
forward and they say they've already deleted the
All right,
footage
man. If you have any
because there
issues or
was a
anything like that,
delay
just shoot
in
me a text,
requesting the
okay?
footage because they wipe the footage every 30 days.
Like, you'll
they
probably
cause
receive
a
a
delay,
reminder
delete the
text,
footage, and then respond to say,
on
we don't
Sunday.
have the footage. Why? Why are they deleting the footage? Well, we'll see. There's a lawsuit from the RNC over against the city of Detroit. And so we'll read through it and try to understand why they're deleting the Dropbox footage. If this stuff is so safe and secure and we should trust our elected officials, why is this stuff disappearing? Very interesting. Hopefully we'll get some answers on that. But it is a beautiful morning, my friends. Very grateful that you're joining us. I know there's a lot going on this morning. I think Trump was over on the Patrick Bet David podcast. Where is that? PBD is premiering right now. Trump is over there. Just awesome. All right. So shout out to those guys. PBD podcast, Patrick Bet David over there. Good stuff. So that's also happening today. We're also waiting for today Jack Smith's appendix. So that should be dropping today. Of course, we'll be back here tomorrow morning at this time to cover whatever we don't catch today. But before we get into all this good stuff, my friends, you know what we got to talk about? Chuck Norris, baby. You ever wonder what happened to him? Well, I saw a video that he made. I'm shocked. This guy's in his 80s. He's still kicking butt. He's working out. He's staying active. And what's even more shocking is he can work out longer and even has plenty of energy left over for his grandkids. And how did he do this? By making one easy change. He says he still feels like he's in his 50s. And his wife started doing this too. Chuck Norris's wife. She's never felt better either. Her body looks leaner and she has energy all day. Chuck made a special video that explains everything. And so make sure you watch it. Go to chuckdefense.com/RG. It's going to change the way you think about your health. Once again, chuckdefense.com/RG. Click the link in the description. You're not going to believe how simple it is. Chuck Norris, legendary, 84 years old, more energy than me. And you can get that too. Just think about these 3 things that sabotage our body as we age. Watch Chuck's method. Click the link, chuckdefense.com/RG. Look at Chuck Defense right there. Pa! So go check it out. Click the link in the description below. And thank you, Chuck Norris, for sponsoring our show today. We appreciate you. And thanks for being so cool. All right, so now let's get into it because we've got some fun business today. And we're excited to jump in. All right. Fani Willis is now trying to appeal Trump's dismissal of his charges. Remember that Judge McAfee got rid of 6 counts from Fani's terribly drafted indictment because the judge said Trump doesn't even know what they say. Yes, he got charged with crimes, but what are the crimes? It's so poorly drafted that Trump doesn't have proper notice to defend himself. And so those charges went bye-bye. Now Fani is appealing this in the state of Georgia because she wants those charges back. Now we'll go through it. It's a technical filing and we'll see what her arguments are and we'll see what the Court of Appeals does. None of this is going to happen before the election, and after the election, after Trump wins, arguably, we'll see if it happens then. But we'll come back on this because there's other Fani Willis drama. Trump's lawyer came out and he said the following. He's noticing something that's happening there in Georgia. What could it be? Corruption? We'll see. He says, here, just a brief musing, now that the media is reporting that Fani and Wade are sharing the same personal attorney, which is interesting because they're not married. They're kind of trying to create some sort of a privilege there, like marital privilege or spousal privilege or attorney-client privilege because we have the same lawyer. And every time we talk, we're talking about the case or whatever. They can claim all of their communications are confidential and privileged. Now, all protected by their lawyer. Here is what Steve Sadow says. How very convenient. And it is convenient, isn't it? And do you know who their lawyer is? Guess who? Roy Barnes. This guy that we saw testified in Georgia on behalf of Fani Willis came out there and said everything was basically above board. This guy, Roy Barnes, out of Georgia. And how do we know he's representing Fani and presumably Nathan Wade? Well, because he wrote a letter to Jim Jordan. And he sent it, as you can see. He says, hey, dear Jim Jordan, remember Jordan sent Fani Willis a letter and said, I want all this information about your disgusting corruption and your noxious odors. And she scolded him back and said, I'm not giving you anything. You're Congress. What do you think? You have power or something? You're useless. She's kind of right in many ways. But now Barnes Law Group sent this one, not Robert Barnes. He's great. Now, this one is from Honorable Chairman Jordan. It says, all right, listen, Jordan, I've reviewed your letter that was addressed to Nathan Wade. And though my client and I were discussed in the letter, I was not sent a copy. And so I thus obtained the same through public sources. Now, I find the tone of your letter there, Jim, to be filled with vitriol and anger. And I would suggest you take some deep breaths and calm down so this matter may be discussed without emotion. An anger management course might help. Jim Jordan, are you going to sit there and take this, man? You're in Congress. You run the Judiciary Committee. Now, in what capacity? I represent the Honorable Fani Willis. I represent Miss Willis in a personal capacity, as well as her capacity as Big Fanny. Now, I insist on the procedures outlined in my earlier correspondence upon the examination of Mr. Wade. Now, I'm just a country lawyer, he says. Yeah, right. Unaware of the ways of Washington. It's a nice shtick, right? It's a nice shtick. Oh, I'm just a nice guy from Georgia. But I must comment on your statements regarding obedience to subpoenas. I noticed you were served with a subpoena based on the illegitimate, this guy, is he really a lawyer? On January 6th insurrection. It was illegitimate, okay? There, Barnes. Remember, H.R. 503 was utilized to authorize the creation of the House committee. Guess what? They didn't follow their own rules in H.R. 503, not even close. So it's illegitimate. So why would Jim Jordan respond to Liz Cheney's subpoena? It's idiotic, obviously. It's not even good law. Now, I therefore find your protestations regarding a normal citizen obeying subpoenas hollow. He's quoting the Bible and Jesus. Oh, gosh. It reminds me of Matthew 7:3. Why do you see the speck that is in your brother's eye, but do not notice the log that is in your own eye? The South have a similar saying. This is like a skunk telling a possum his breath stinks. This guy, Roy Barnes. When you have calmed down and attended the anger management class, Jim, I will be glad to discuss this matter with you in logical, dispassionate manner. Dude, you're mocking him, okay? This is hypocritical. You're telling him that he needs anger management while you're mocking him and acting very unprofessionally, I'll say. Now, I wish you and the other members of Congress the very best in undertaking the work of the people. By the way, since we in Georgia just experienced a great tragedy, a school shooting by a young man with a machine gun, do you think you could take a short breath and solve that problem? Roy Barnes, counsel for Fani Willis in all capacities. He's a perfect lawyer for Fani because they're both unprofessional, just Democratic hacks, essentially, is what I can tell from this letter. So that is the lawyer who testified on behalf of Fani Willis. In my opinion, he was testifying on behalf of her. He would say he's a neutral witness, but he was very favorable to her. And now we can see why. She hired him, right? They're BFFs. And now he's scolding Jim Jordan, lecturing him about anger management classes, while simultaneously alleging that he wants to work positively towards an amicable outcome. All right, dude's a joke. All right, so that's what's happening. Now he's representing both. Apparently, according to Steve Sadow, Nathan Wade and Fani Willis. And Nathan Wade showed up and gave his opening statement with the Judiciary Committee. And our friend Phil Holloway grabbed this one. He's also on YouTube and on X. And he does great coverage. He says that Nathan Wade said the following, or something like the following, when he was there in front of Jim Jordan, who was just getting backhanded time and time again by the people in Georgia. They should be defunded, obviously, immediately. Now, good morning. He says, my name is Nathan Wade. Here we go. I'm a licensed attorney in good standing in the state of Georgia, which is a miracle because of the corruption. I am here after voluntarily accepting service of a subpoena from the House of Representatives. I am here of my own volition, having paid for my own flight tickets and hotel room with Georgia taxpayer dollars that he should have never gotten because he was hired corruptly in a conflict of interest with his lover. But anyways, he paid for it on his own. So that's good news. To respond to any legal relevant inquiries, please note all arrangements were made per agreement for my voluntarily testimony, but this committee changed the date for its convenience. So he's like, I had to come out of pocket to reschedule my flight, which is annoying. Now you're aware, I served as special assistant DA with Big Fanny. Prior to accepting that, I served as a prosecutor several times during my career in these various positions. I began my private practice in 2000. I served as a criminal defense attorney. I represented hundreds of individuals in state and federal courts with felony and misdemeanor charges, tried many felony cases, representing clients in serious matters, including but not limited to these crimes: capital offenses, murder, rape, armed robbery, aggravated assault, aka the Doug Emhoff, and drug trafficking, aka the Hunter Biden. Many of the cases garnered media attention. I have served as a civil attorney in private practicing representatives, individuals, and he's given no attention to partisan politics. I have previously been retained to represent a Republican sheriff. I served as legal counsel to the NAACP. Now, in 2010, I began serving as a municipal court judge, was proud to become the first African-American to do so in Marietta, Georgia. I was invited to assist in the training of newly appointed municipal court judges, and I got dozens of accolades. Now, my team investigated the issues in the election interference case for more than 2 years. This case was not politically motivated. Yeah, okay. Now, rather, it was an independent investigation based upon facts and interviews. I had no mandate other than to honestly seek the truth, ! On your multiple cruises on taxpayer dollars that you hid from everybody and then lied about on your disclosure forms and then lied about in letters when the court was inquiring and then called Ashley Merchant a liar and tried to smear her and have her sanctioned while you guys were covering up your affair. Wasn't honest at all. And by the way, if he honestly sought the truth, then he wouldn't have brought the charges because there were no crimes here. And that would have resulted in this case being closed and his billables going to zero. So he had a financial motivation and a personal motivation to keep this case going. So honesty has been shattered by the conflicts that are riddled throughout. Then they lied to Judge McAfee to his face about it, which is a crime. I was never directed, ordered, asked, or coerced or pressured to bring any charges. Obviously, nobody needed to do that. That's why you were there. I took my oath as a prosecutor with solemn pride, blah, blah, blah. I did not violate the oath and did nothing to compromise the integrity of the election, of the prosecution. Yeah, you did. I just detailed how. Not one at the White House or White House counsel's office, Jack Smith, or the DOJ or the J6 committee ever directed me to do anything against anyone! ! Due to the lack of cooperation from witnesses and other government officials, Fannie requested permission to impanel a grand jury. They returned an exhaustive report. Following the recommendation, we launched an indictment. Several defendants moved to disqualify me and Fannie. The trial court held a hearing. In March of this year, the motion to disqualify was denied. In its distasteful dicta, okay, he's talking about McAfee here, who said that Fannie has a noxious odor. He's like, she smells great. Okay. The court opined that either I resign or Fannie's office resign from the prosecution. Consequently, I voluntarily resigned. Since that date, I've had minimum contact with the office of Fannie and have had no access to documents left there. Minimum. Okay, so he's not talking to the office, but he's still hanging out with Fannie. He showed up with Fannie when her daughter got arrested for driving on a suspended license because of her criminal record. On May 9th, I received a letter from Jim to produce 6 categories of documents. I voluntarily complied with that request by producing the documents that I possessed, which of course were none. I had nothing responsive, there you go, to notes, memoranda, or communications because I left the office. I have nothing for you. I can't give you anything. The committee's purpose in requesting those documents and in seeking my appearance is talking about the money and federal funds, which they won't do crap about. So we'll just leave that there. The committee has also considered legislation broadening the existing statutory right of federal removal. And he says, well, okay, I'm here to cooperate with you. But contrary to any fabricated story that I somehow evaded service, I voluntarily reached out to Marshall's office to then meet them and get served. And we don't appreciate the inflammatory media reports about me fleeing to Belize again. You are aware, and I am bound by the Georgia Rules of Professional Conduct responsibility and must at all times maintain confidence all information gained in the attorney-client relationship. I've been served with the following letter, and he's going to read the letter into the record. Now, our friend Phil Holloway said, I'll add this, okay? These guys are labeled as special assistant attorney generals. They're not considered prosecutors, okay? They're like private lawyers who handle cases like in juvenile court and other things. So kind of mirrors the federal statutes where the DOJ can go and get assistant attorneys to help with, tribal cases and stuff like that. So anyways, so that's Nathan Wade. Very Nathan Wade letter. And he paid for everything on his own with Georgia taxpayer dollars. But at least he paid for everything on his own. All right. Now, here you'll see Fannie is also appealing the Trump charges, saying that they were perfectly specific, okay? That the indictment wasn't screwed up. In March, if you recall, we covered this. McAfee dismissed 6 charges, quashed them, said that Trump and others didn't have proper notice. One count against Mr. Trump was saying that he unlawfully solicited Raffensperger, the Secretary of State, to violate his oath. Now, the core of her case against Trump is January 6th, and it's going up on appeal. Other defendants are included. Back in March, Judge McAfee said prosecutors were not specific enough about which violations the defendants were pressuring public officials to commit. They do not give the defense enough information to intelligently prepare for trial. Office of Fannie disputed that, and here's what they sent in. So it's a big one. Let's just hit some of the highlights. They write, all right, Judge McAfee, you really screwed up here. When you got rid of these 6 counts, all right, my indictment, says Fannie, more than sufficiently placed Trump and the defendants on notice of conduct and allowed them to prepare an intelligent defense. The indictment included an abundance of context and factual allegations about these solicitations and to whom the requests were made. And so, McAfee, you made a mistake when you required the state to plead in the indictment enough details as to the target crime of the violation. What were they trying to do? That's not even required. They say solicitation is complete before the target crime even commences, right? You can, for example, solicit prostitution without actually doing the Willis Wade. You know what I'm saying? So as a result, the target offense in an allegation of solicitation does not need to be as detailed as though it's actually a completed crime. The only Georgia case concerning the issue does not provide a clear analog. And so we provided enough details. There's plenty of particularity in there. And facts and context from all of the other counts of the indictment provide context for them as well. So even if we don't provide the details, in the particular paragraph of the charge, right, these 6 charges, elsewhere, and it was a huge indictment. Remember, there were acts, tons of acts, and overt act, 137. So they say, we've done enough. And if it's not in there, in the specific paragraph, they can look elsewhere on the indictment. So the question is, of course, did the trial court, Judge McAfee, err by granting a dismissal of those charges? And Fannie's going to say, yeah, he screwed up bigly. Let's see where she goes with this. Says the indictment is sufficient to withstand special demurrer, which would be the quashing the dismissal of the charges. The indictment set out 6 counts of solicitation of violation of oath by a public officer. Here's what they wrote. On the 3rd day of December, these guys unlawfully solicited certain public members, including unindicted co-conspirators and others, in willful intentional violation of the terms to engage in conduct. Okay, so they solicited them to engage in conduct to unlawfully appoint presidential electors. Same thing, charged Trump here. Count 6, charged Giuliani there. Count 23, charged this person here. And Meadows got charged there. Now, while this is timely, the test is whether it's constitutionally sufficient. And there were clearly alleged underlying facts here. There's an abundance of facts. And as observed by McAfee, there was only one oath that could be violated. So we know exactly what they're talking about. So they didn't need to go into the specificities of the oaths because they only have one. When read as a whole, the indictment provides extremely clear picture of what we're charging. Count 1 detailed the solicitations. We were talking about the Arizona House of Representatives. There was another oath that they had to take there that they're asking them to violate. And so in striking the solicitation counts and deleting them, the trial court made an improper comparison between inchoate crimes and compound crimes, which led it to seek excessive detail in the indictment. So we didn't need to put all that stuff in there. Solicitation has been described as the most inchoate of the anticipatory offenses because solicitation occurs so early in the criminal planning phase. Its prohibitions furthers the purpose of the criminal law. And so the crime of solicitation is complete the moment the accused, with the requisite criminal intent, engages in the act. So it's not completed, right? The crime is not completed. The actual crime, the complete, like, again, it's the prostitution example. You solicit a prostitute, then the cop busts you. That's solicitation of prostitution. You don't actually have to engage in the act. The solicitation may be complete well before the specific targets are done. And so, by contrast, unlike solicitation, a compound offense necessarily depends entirely on the completion, and that's not what we're asking for here. So they are saying that we were indicting him, saying that the crime had been completed. That's not the intention of our indictment. Our intention was just to say it was solicitation, and so it was sufficient. Now, the only Georgia case concerning the level of detail necessary for solicitation is this case, and the judge is misinterpreting that case. Sanders should be distinguished here. There's an Alabama case that should be distinguished, the Seventh Circuit, they're talking about that one. Finally, the Northern District of Georgia upheld the sufficiency of an indictment for solicitation, and the indictment there, which was upheld, was kind of like ours, so ours is good too. None of the above indictment alleged how the target offense was to be performed, but was upheld as sufficient. And so you should say ours is sufficient as well. So Fannie Willis takes this up in conclusion, says, bring back these charges. 2, 5, 6, 28, 36, 38. This is brought by Alex Bernick. Looks like a new player's entering the game on this. One of the appellate attorneys there. Trying to bring the charges back from Big Fannie. And so, of course, we'll be here. We'll see what McAfee does, regardless of what happens with those charges, which I don't think are coming back. And I don't think Fannie's going to stay on the case. I think this case is ultimately going to go bye-bye because Fannie lied to the judges' faces. We'll see. But regardless, it's not happening before the election. So all of this, even this appeal, will now take months to process and develop. And we'll be here continuing to cover it. All right, now let's turn our attention to another election litigation matter, and this is another fun one.
I mean, I get maybe in Alicia Arriaga, I get that.
Because it's exactly what you'd expect.
I had somebody actually
deleted Dropbox surveillance footage. RNC is not happy about it. They filed a lawsuit against Detroit. And this one's wild because they asked for the footage, then the government delayed giving them the footage, and then they said, oh, guess what?
Yeah.
We waited too long to get you the footage. We've already overwritten it because we overwrite our data 30 days after the recording. Sorry, we don't have it. Well, not good enough. The RNC is suing now. And RNC chairman Michael Whatley said, Deleting Dropbox surveillance footage while there is a pending FOIA request, we're literally requesting it, is an assault on transparency. This breach of trust is exactly what reduces our confidence in this election. And so we are going to hold Detroit accountable. This secrecy has no place in fair and secure elections, and Michiganders deserve better. So they asked for the footage. We know that the government knows that they asked for the footage, and they deleted it anyways. Here's the lawsuit. RNC and Jonathan Koch suing the city of Detroit Department of Elections for deleting footage. Now, Michigan has a Freedom of Information Act. RNC, we know who they are. Koch is a citizen of Michigan. Detroit elections are what they sound like. So here's how this went down. So just we'll reconstruct this timeline so you can see what a joke this is. On August 20th of this year, Koch submitted a FOIA request to the Department of Elections. So a citizen here says, I'd like to have the details, and I have a law called Michigan Freedom of Information Act that allows me to get it. He submitted the request on behalf of the
We have your IDs. I don't know if we have your IDs.
RNC. Now, the request sought surveillance footage for August 7th and August 8th.
Yeah.
That was maintained by the Department of Elections in connection with the drop boxes for absentee ballots in this northwest part of Wayne County Community College located here. We want video footage, 2 locations.
Yeah, let me write down the text number.
On these, I'm sorry, 1 location, 2 days. And August 7th and August 8th. We're presumably talking about primaries that are happening. They also want all records identifying the date of installation and the construction of that Dropbox on that date on August 8th. Now, Michigan law tells us what a public record is. And guess what? Public records must be disclosed. That's Michigan law. Law further defines public record as any writing or anything that's in possession of a public body. It also includes means of recording. And guess what that means? Surveillance video. Video surveillance records are covered under the rules, and he requested them. Now, the Michigan History Center Act also provides a record is required to be kept by a public officer in memorial of the transaction.
Yep. Well, I know I got to run.
It cannot be destroyed as provided by law. So if you request the video surveillance footage, it better be there. The city of Detroit follows the general schedules for disposal of evidence. So should they have deleted it? Pursuant to this general rule, video surveillance records documenting surveillance drop boxes for security purposes must be kept for 30 days after the record is created. 30 days. Law. Must keep the videos for 30 days, specifically for drop boxes. Now, the video surveillance records sought by Koch on August 20th could not be deleted until September 6, 2024. September 6, 2024. He requested it August 20th. It was recorded earlier than that. So at the very latest, September 6th. Koch also requested all records identifying the date of installation. And pursuant to the deletion schedule, Dropbox collection records, including logs, ballot maintenance, security checklists, and ballot retrieval documentation, all must be held for 2 years. Okay, so the videos, 30 days. Everything else, 2 years. Now, the request was made and it was received on August 21st, 14 days after the video surveillance recording was made. 14 days, we still have time left. They shouldn't be deleting it. The law says, unless otherwise agreed to in writing by the person making the request, a public body, in this case, the elections, subject to subsection 10, they shall respond to a request within 5 days after they receive the request by doing one of the following. You send a letter in, they respond, grant it, issuing a written notice denying it, grant the request in part, deny in part, or you can issue an extension. So the elections people can come back and they can say, okay, 10 days, and you shall respond to the request within the 10 days. That's the law, MCL 15.232, subsection 2. A public body shall not issue more than one notice of extension for a particular request. So if you need 10 more days, all right, you get them. So he sends it in on August 14th. They get it on August 21st, 14 days after the fact. On August 24th, then, Koch receives a letter from the city of Detroit indicating it was extending the response deadline by 10 additional business days in accordance with MCL, the law, and that Koch would receive a response to his request on or before September 12th. Right? Now we're starting to get past that 30-day deadline because they wanted the recordings from early August. So then on September 16th, Koch received an electronic response on September 16th, over 30 days, to his request from the city of Detroit indicating, guess what? The video is no longer available after 30 days and the videos have been recorded over. Oh, no. Wait a minute.
Yeah, I got you.
You extended it and then deleted it because you extended it past the 30 days, even though you had notice that they wanted the video? Specifically, the response indicated that the video surveillance records were recorded over 30 days. Recorded over after 30 days, right? So they like used the same tapes. Despite Koch's request having been received 14 days after the record was created and 16 days before the records could be deleted, they deleted it anyways. Attached to the September 16th response was a denial letter indicating, sorry, your FOIA request was sent to elections and that request was denied because based on reasons from the Department of Elections, the Department of Elections does not possess any record that corresponds to the description in your request. Deleted and denied. So followed the rules exactly right. The government said, we're going to need 10 more days, then postponed it and deleted it and then denied it. Total scam. Now, here's what they're saying. Okay, they incorporate, Koch made a valid FOIA request demanding the records. They got it on August 21st. He did not receive a response until September 16th, which is 26 days after his request was received. Once a request for disclosure is received, a public body must maintain the record until its final determination about its disclosure. They didn't do that. And FOIA requires that the public body shall protect public records from destruction. They didn't do that. They deleted it. The Department of Elections has violated FOIA. They deleted the video after they got our request. and they deleted it well before the date on which they were legally permitted to destroy the records. Why did the Department of Elections destroy the Dropbox records? Why? The Department of Elections has acted arbitrarily and capriciously. They delayed their response until 26 days after the request was received and until after the records had been deleted. And by deleting the records that we already requested more than 2 weeks earlier, they willfully and they intentionally failed to comply with FOIA. They acted in bad faith. And so he deserves money. And he does. They also violated the Freedom of Information Act of Michigan.
One moment.
Koch's request was denied for the reason that they don't have any records. Well, they should. Public records are not exempt from disclosures, and they have violated FOIA by failing to produce anything they prepared about the other thing, right? It's not just about the video surveillance. It's also about the installation records. They should have the date of installation and the construction of this Dropbox. Similarly, they want a writ of mandamus to force them to stop doing this. This is appropriate. We have a clear legal right to these records, including video footage and retention of those records. They need to maintain. The Department of Elections has a clear legal duty to retain these things and give it to us after a FOIA. Plaintiff does not possess any other legal or equitable remedy to get these. So we need order from you. Here, justice requires that the Department of Elections abide by FOIA. We have no other remedies. The election is already underway. There's a real and imminent and irreparable injury that more video surveillance records of Dropboxes will be destroyed. We'll request them. They'll destroy them anyways. So issue a writ of mandamus, forcing them to retain these records and prohibit them from deleting the video surveillance footage. And also issue an order saying that they acted arbitrarily and capriciously. They violated FOIA. Make them pay a $1,000 fine. Make them pay punitive damages of $1,000. Make them pay civil fines because they acted willfully and intentionally, and they failed to give us these records. Fine them between $2,500 and $7,500, and find that they refuse to produce the materials, and make them give it to us. Compel the disclosure of all the non-exempt materials and give us our attorney's fees. Signed by Jonathan Louderback, Troy Cummings, Catherine Boothroyd, in the House, from Detroit, Michigan. WNJ.com legal team. Warner, Norcross, and Judd. Man, they have a three-letter domain. It's pretty awesome. All right, so good stuff over there. And you can see the rest of this looks like it was the rejection letter. So here's what the useless Fulton County folks are doing. And here we go. Jonathan Koch sends a letter, surveillance footage. This is what we want. That was the request. Let's see. Here's the denial. This letter serves as notice. I think this is the extension letter. Yeah. We need 10 additional days. Therefore, we'll respond by September 12th. And then, of course, looks like we're going to get the rejection. Here's the FOIA response from the city of Detroit. Here it comes from Ivers, as a lawyer. Ivers Stein Esquire. He, him, his. Ivers. He, him, his. Good. Please find the response letter to your request there, Jonathan. This response is being set electronically. I was informed that video is no longer available after 30 days and is recorded over. Oh, no. Please let me know if you have any questions, and thanks for your patience with this matter. No. Not thanks. And they also sent it over to the Department of Elections, and they say the same thing. The lawyer is responding, and here's some other orders. All right, so surprise, surprise. The city of Detroit deleting Dropbox footage. of ballots being collected. Interesting. Now, we'll, of course, see where the lawsuit goes, but what else are they deleting? What else are they retaining? And where else is this corruption popping up? Glad to see the RNC is digging into this. We'll keep covering it. Thanks for subscribing and joining as we do. All right. And now, my beautiful friends, let's jump into the fallout from Kamala. Kamala's terrible interview is now being reflected in the polls, and you can see this over from Kalshi, also reflected in Polymarket. The numbers keep deviating from each other. Trump's going up, Kamala's coming down, and you can see the story in the numbers right here. So it looks like Kamala, you can almost just game this out in your brain. The day of the debate with Brett Baer, we've got clips coming up about how terrible it was and reaction and more from JD Vance and President Trump. But here's the story, right? So it's October 16th. Kamala's going to be having this great interview with Fox News. Everybody's jazzed about it. It's 5 a.m. in the morning. People are thrilled. Wow, she's so tough and brave. She's so amazing. She's going to come out there and really deliver. She's going into the lion's den. Trump never does any hard interviews. Media loves him, whatever. Going up and up and up and up and up and up. You can see it right there. Kamala's going up. Trump's coming down. It's going to change the whole election. Everything's going to invert. Then 3 p.m. comes across. Now, I'm in Arizona, so 3 p.m. my time, 6 p.m. Eastern time, which means the interview drops. Uh-oh. And then Kamala goes down, 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 down. She was up at 46 at the climax yesterday. Now she's back down to 43. 3-point swing. Same thing happens in reverse for Trump. Trump's at the low point yesterday. Fox News interview goes out. Boom, Trump is up now to 57. The great collapse continues. And so the market's obviously responding. Polymarket is doing the same. See, the same thing happened yesterday, and we're waking up this morning to some major divergences in the polls. So they got to be unhappy about this. This was supposed to reverse course. The problem is Kamala is terrible. She's not a competent person, and she performed exactly as we expected her to perform, which was terribly. And that's why we're so excited that she's out there talking to everybody, becoming an actual nominee who's talking to people. We want her to talk to more people because she's terrible. It's great for our side. Now, JD Vance has a good suggestion for Democrats out there. He says to my Democrat friends, maybe you should consider swapping Kamala Harris for Joe Biden. JD. All right. So that might be a better idea because Kamala is basically where Joe Biden was. She's in the same spot, and it's not looking good for them. Joe Biden had a much better shot in Pennsylvania and some of these other places, but Kamala may have a hard time. And by the way, Joe Biden has an excuse, okay? He's old, and he's been in Washington for 40, 50 years. His brain is like applesauce. So now we have a situation where Kamala doesn't have that excuse. So what is her problem? Now, election betting odds. This is a fun website that aggregates a bunch of different markets. You can see Betfair, S Markets, Predicted, Polymarket, Kalshi, all of them are on here. And this is something we check regularly on our Membo streams in the morning. But you'll see the numbers here just continue to diverge. This is about as big as we've ever seen it, 57 to 41. Some polls are showing, or some markets are showing Trump up 60. And I do hesitate to say, to even share this stuff because I don't want our side getting complacent. I want everybody to be voting very aggressively. And your boy's got his ballot right over there. We're going to be filling that out this weekend and getting that in. Maybe we'll be doing that together. But we've got a lot happening here. Obviously, the numbers are swinging massively towards President Trump. Even these blue wall states are looking pretty good for Trump. We've got Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, all looking redder and redder by the day. So good stuff there. And we'll keep our eyes on it, but it's not a time to get complacent. Now, the Trump team, very excited about this. They called it a train wreck news interview. True. Says that her interview with Brett Baer was a train wreck. Kamala was angry, defensive, once again abdicated any responsibility for the problems Americans are facing today. She couldn't give a straight answer to a single question because she has no answers. Kamala's entire campaign is based on lies about President Trump. Kamala can't handle the pressure of an interview with Fox News. She certainly can't handle the pressure of being president of the United States. Caroline Leavitt, Trump campaign press secretary for Trump. Now, Trump was also out here posting about this. He said, "Great job by Brett Baer in his interview with Lion Kamala Harris. She has a massive and irredeemable case of Trump derangement syndrome. So bad, in fact, that she was barely able to talk about any subject other than the man who had the best economy ever, the strongest border in history, and who just got the unanimous endorsement of the U.S. Border Patrol." Guess who got all those things? Me! Their endorsement was a tremendous honor. They said that Comrade Kamala did a terrible job, the absolute worst in memory, and can't be allowed to do it again. She's also the worst vice president in history, but will soon be gone. Again, congratulations to Brett Baer on a tough but very fair interview, one that clearly shows how totally incompetent Kamala is for the good of our nation. Her inferior cognitive ability must be tested at once, says President Trump. And we saw her cognitive ability tested yesterday. Didn't work out so well. Here is one example of that, where Kamala is saying, well, I mean, yeah, I've been in charge, but Trump's been running, and so blame him and stop asking me hard questions.
Frankly, exhausted of Brett.
More than
People are
70% of people
exhausted.
tell the country is on the wrong track. They say the country is on the wrong track. If it's on the wrong track, that track follows 3.5 years of you being vice president and President Biden being president. That is what they're saying, 79% of them. Why are they saying that? If you're turning the page, you've been in office for 3.5 years.
And Donald Trump has been running for office.
But you've been the person holding the office.
Come on.
Madam
You
Vice
and I
President.
both know what I'm talking about. You and I both know what I'm talking about.
I actually don't. What are you talking about?
What I'm talking about is that over the last decade,
But you're
people
the
have
lever of
become,
power.
but listen, over the last decade, it is clear to me, and certainly the Republicans who are on stage with me, frankly, exhausted.
A lot of it was like that, just kind of a back and forth. Well, you know what I'm talking about. No, we really don't know what you're talking about. Here was a longer excerpt from the exchange on the border, which is where they started and really spent the bulk of the interview, mostly about the border. And I've got some other clips. Apparently, Brett says she showed up late. Her people were back there like, cut it, please stop this interview. And it was quite short. It was like 26 minutes, I think, and they showed up late, and it was kind of a scandal. But here is a longer exchange when they got started.
Premise. Jocelyn Nungari, Rachel Morin, Laken Riley, they are young women who were brutally assaulted and killed by some of the men who were released at the beginning of the administration, well before a negotiated bipartisan bill. Former President Clinton actually referred to Laken Riley Sunday, campaigning for you in Georgia, saying if those men had been properly vetted, Laken Riley probably would not have been killed. So if it wouldn't have happened, this is well before any negotiation. This is well before Donald Trump got involved in the politics. This is a specific policy decision by your administration to release these men into the country. So what I'm saying to you, do you owe
Brett,
those
I think it's
families
really- I think
an apology?
Let me just say, first of all, those are tragic cases.
That
There's
shouldn't
no
happen.
question about that.
Yeah, shouldn't have.
There's no question about that. And I can't imagine the pain that the families of those victims have experienced for a loss that should not have occurred.
That's right.
So that is true. It is also true that if a border security had actually been passed 9 months ago, it would be 9 months that we would have had more border agents at the border, more support for the folks who are working around the clock trying to hold it all together.
Madam Vice President.
To ensure that no future harm would occur. And this election in 20 days will determine whether we have a president of the United States who actually cares more about fixing a problem, even if it is not to their political advantage in an election, because there was a solution, Brett.
Madam Vice President, it was a policy decision in the early part of your administration. I will let one of the mothers talk about it. Take a listen.
Because of the Biden-Harris administration open border policies catch and release, they were enrolled in the Alternatives to Detention program. This meant that they were released into the United States. It was not even a full 3 weeks later that they would take my daughter, Jocelyn Nungare's life. I believe the Biden-Harris administration open border policies are responsible for the death of my daughter.
That's the early days. So do you owe them an apology is what
I
I'm
will
saying.
tell you that I am so sorry for her loss. I'm so sorry for her loss, sincerely. But let's talk about what is happening right now with an individual who does not want to participate in solutions. Let's talk about that as well.
But do you want to answer
in all fairness, I told you, I feel awful for what she and her family have experienced.
Well, okay. Well, I guess that's
No apology.
Are you accepting responsibility, or is this like, I'm sorry for your loss, right? That nice thing you say when you go to a funeral. Yeah, I'm sorry for your loss, right? Okay, yeah. I have nothing to do with it. I had no responsibility for that at all. And what's so interesting is they always go back to this border policy bill. When did the illegal immigrants come in who murdered those young women? Did they all come in and murder them in the last 9 months? Like it all happened only because the Republicans didn't pass that bill? Or are the consequences of immigration much broader than that? They are much broader than that. As that law was declared to us, it is a situation where they're letting them in and releasing them. And we went through the spreadsheet, the charts here, hundreds of thousands of criminals let into the country and let out. Tens of thousands of murderers let out that we've seen. And the numbers are insane, not to mention the 300,000 kids that are all missing and gone. So is she going to apologize for that too? And all the victims that they've created and enabled there, is she going to apologize for that? Pretty brutal exchange. And it's interesting, she did apologize. I'm sure her staff was not happy about that. And you can tell that she's having a hard time. Now, Brett Baer got her a little caught up on this one, talking about Trump being unstable. She's got very amazing skills of observation. She can sense Trump's demented from afar. She's like Spider-Man. She's got spidey senses. She can tell when somebody is off a little bit in their mental acuity. She can just feel it in her bones. So did she notice that with Joe for the last 4 years?
He's unstable. He is unstable, Brett.
He's not well. You say he's mentally not stable?
He's not stable.
Let me ask you this. You told many interviewers that Joe Biden was on his game, that ran around circles on his staff. When did you first notice that President Biden's mental faculties appeared diminished?
Joe Biden, I have watched from the Oval Office to the Situation Room. And he has the judgment and the experience to do exactly what he has done in making very important decisions on behalf of the American people.
There were no concerns raised?
Brett, Joe Biden is not on the ballot.
I understand.
And Donald Trump
but
is.
You talked about it.
And Donald Trump
After George Clooney said within a few minutes of talking to President Biden at a fundraiser that he thought this was not the same Joe Biden that we saw on the debate stage.
Donald Trump is on the ballot.
I understand. You met with him at least once a week for 3.5 years. You didn't have any concerns?
I think the American people have concern about Donald Trump, which is why the people who know him best, including leaders of our national security community, have all spoken out. Even people who worked for him in the Oval Office, worked with him in the Situation Room, and have said he is unfit and dangerous and should never be president of the United States again, including his former vice president, which is why the job was open for him to choose another running mate. So that is a fact. That is a fact.
All right, so she's just got reversed on that. She obviously is like a clinical psychologist. She can tell how Trump's mental acuity is, but she was not able to observe Joe Biden and his demented brain for 4 years and was in the same room with him, vouching for him, saying the guy's doing cartwheels all over everybody. while she was slamming back, her vodkas or whatever she does. But this was a pretty brutal interview. She struggled with it, and there were some fact checks here. The GOP came out with this one. She had this line: "I would never ever call the American people stupid." Too bad you already have.
So are they misguided, the 50%? Are they stupid? What is
God,
it?
I would never say that about the American people. What else do we know about this population, 18 through 24? They are stupid.
You hear that, young people? You hear that, young college people? That's what Kamala thinks of you. Now, Brett Baer was also saying that they delayed the interview. They were trying to ice the kicker, trying to throw him off, and brought it out right before the interview started because they were trying to squeeze everything in before the 6 o'clock hour. Here's Brett.
Dana, I'll give you a little behind the scenes here. I know you love this, and it fits in with Dana Reed Sports. When the kicker in football, they call a timeout right before he's going to kick the field goal. They're icing the kicker. So we were supposed to start at 5 p.m. This was the time they gave us. Originally, we were going to do 25 or 30 minutes. They came in and said, well, maybe 20. So it was already getting whittled down. And then the vice president showed up about 5:15. We were pushing the envelope to be able to turn it around for the top of the 6 o'clock. So that's how it started. And I could tell when we started talking that she was going to be tough to redirect without me trying to interrupt. I did this with President Obama. At one point, I just said, Mr. President, I know you like the filibuster. I just didn't even have the chance to sometimes redirect in those ways. I had a lot of other questions.
So what a missed opportunity for them, right? So I don't know what she had before. Well, I know she had that one event right before, but what's more important than this interview today on your campaign schedule?
They don't want to talk to you.
If your goal as a candidate at this point is to win the day, win the news cycle of the day, then your interview with Fox is arguably your most important issue. And I think you could tell at the end that you were having to rush through it so that you could get to the top of the show, and you were trying to be respectful of their time. But it would have been really interesting for her to be able to say to her team, no, let's keep going, Brett.
Yeah, we could go for another hour if you want to, right? No problem at all. Happy to talk to you. But they really couldn't do that. In fact, they actually had to hurry it up. And here was that exchange from Brett when they were like cutting him off in the background here.
I hope you got to say what you wanted to say about Donald Trump. There are a lot of things. There are a lot of things that people want to learn about you and your policies, and that's why
I invite everyone to go to CamalaHarris.com, and you can see that I have 80 pages of policies that are quite comprehensive and should be accessible to anyone who would like to read them. And it includes what I intend to do about affordable housing, what I intend to do about small businesses, what I do.
And that's why we invited you here
our economy,
to see where you were in 2019 and where you are now.
America's military and ensure we have the most lethal and best fighting force in the world.
Madam Vice President,
and
they're giving me a hard rap.
Well,
here.
I thank you for the time.
I thank you for the time.
It's good to meet you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, giving me a hard rap here. And then Brett Baer came out and explained that this is how they shoot him out of there.
Dana, you've been on the other side. You've been on the rapper as a press secretary interviewing a president. And, I'm talking like 4 people waving their hands like it's got to stop. So Martha, final. Yeah, I had to dismount there at the end. There's so many things, and she maybe should do more of these.
Madam Vice President,
and
they're giving me a hard rap.
Well,
here.
I thank you for the time.
Yeah, they don't want her to do any more of those because this is what happens when she does. Oh, and it just keeps going. Isn't that fun? It just keeps going and going and going. Oh, no. You think she's going to do Rogan now? No, obviously not. That would be terrible for them. So here, meanwhile, while all this is happening, President Trump was out there actually talking to people about things that matter. Good answer, right? Great answer. So 2 things, growth and cutting. We're going to grow the heck out of this place, and we're going to cut the heck out of the bad stuff. It's going to be great. So we've got a new golden age that we are on the precipice of entering. The election is right around the corner. Get those ballots filled out, baby. And let's take this thing past the finish line. All right, my friends, it's a beautiful day. Let's see what you have to say about this. Oh, yeah, I wanted to This one is unrelated to anything that we talked about, but it's a fun video clip here. And I wanted to share this before we jump into your comments and your questions as we wrap up here on our early stream. This came from Elle. Big fan of Elle. She's a ton of fun. And she's over on X. She does great digs, great reporting. And she was sharing this clip of Elizabeth Warren. And I just wanted to share this because I enjoyed this clip. This guy had something to say to Elizabeth.
To go after them on overdraft fees, where folks like JP Morgan Chase were making more than $1 billion a year off people who were struggling making it day to day. I'm in those fights, but I think crypto ought to have to follow the same rules as everybody else.
Briefly, I wish Senator Warren would attack inflation the way she attacks crypto. I wish she would attack securing the border the way she's focused on crypto. You know, she's so focused on crypto. She had the CEO of JP Morgan Chase available for questioning, and they had financed the largest child sex trafficking operation in history with Jeffrey Epstein. And you know, Senator Warren didn't ask a single question. She wanted to talk about crypto because she's so hyper-focused. Now, I know that because I was raped as a child for a period of 2 years, I might be a little more sensitive to those child rape victims. But I want to ask Senator Warren, why would you not ask one question? JP Morgan Chase settled for $290 million to these rape victims. They had to settle with the U.S. Virgin Islands. And Senator Warren doesn't ask a question. You want to know why? Because a former Democrat president's involved, because her donors are involved, because people that she knows are involved. Again, loyalty to an agenda, loyalty to a party. I come in and I want transparency on everything. I'd like her to answer the question on behalf of all those rape victims, though.
So, look.
Oh, wow. All right. Yeah, I don't know how she answered that one, but doesn't really matter. That was pretty damn epic. All right, so shout out to that guy. Just wanted to share that with you because I thought it was an enjoyable clip. All right, now, let's see what you say about all this, my friends. It's a beautiful morning, and once again, thanks for joining us early. Your boy is heading out to an event all day today and tomorrow, and I'm excited about it. Very excited about it. So that's where we'll be. But of course, we are going to be back here tomorrow morning, same time, and we're going to get into the day's activities tomorrow morning early. All right, so guess who's here, my friends? More here is here. More here is here. He says, I've been waiting all my month for this time. What's up, More here? I've been waiting all month for this. Good to see you, More here. 1 month as a member. Thanks for being here, More here. Hey, John Wilbur. What's up, John Wilbur? Thanks for becoming a supporter. Good to see you. Hey, Hope Neff is here. And you guys can grab that. We did a members only stream yesterday morning with some other stuff that we are covering. So grab that stream. What's going on? Elena, aka Neely, is in the house. What's up, Neely? Good to see you. Maynard gifted a membo from Elena, aka Neely, in the house. Hey, More here is in the house. More here. Good to see you. 10 membos are coming in, courtesy of More here. We got Shane Sosa, the Sentinel, Connor Grifton, Mrs. Smoot is here, Digga. We got Canaloa Jones, Michael Cheney, Raul R, Freeman, Jack MS Iradio, and Marion Grand, gifted membos courtesy of More here. Thank you, More here, for bringing in the membos. We got Felicia Kimbler, 3 months as a membo. Thank you, Felicia, for that. Very much appreciate that one. 3 months as a membo. We've got Dash Hound Lover. Thank you for this, Dash Hound Lover. Very
Try and find something else here.
So tardy every time. We were not tardy, Mitchell. We're on time. What? No, dude, guys, Styx was just on yesterday.
The
What are
reason
you
they'd be
talking
able to do it
about?
is if it was sealed.
Good morning. Well, it's noon here for me, but for those that it may be morning for you, or maybe you're on a later schedule.
Probably have to sue them to get it.
There, I see someone said show your feet. I show my bunny's feet. That is the feet pics that I will post, is just my bunny's feet. And if you go on the members section of Discord on the quartering, you will find bunny feet there. You got it! Oh my goodness! Wow! That is awesome.
I make sure you order one. That would look good. I'm gonna sit behind you.
Last time I looked, it was like, or it was during the pre-orders, they were out, but I will order one if they're in stock right now.
You gotta go. You gotta go.
Nightmare Before Christmas Lego set.
Yeah.
It's not. I don't think it's sold out. Hold on. Let's. Oh, it says back order. Well, that's still better than nothing.
I still back order all the time, and they always print it for the most part. Don't pay a scalper.
Okay, I'll just back order it.
Yeah.
That is totally going to be a stream where I put that together.
Yeah, exactly. That's great. Like you can combine your
open case. Yeah, it'd be tough with
Yeah.
on open cases, especially if it's
So
part of
First Time
discovery.
Kitchen live show. What's up, Clinton Whitaker? Thank you for being here. Yeah, it's a wild Thursday. We've got some great clips from last night, which I think most people have probably seen. Some great clips from last night. What was that, like $300? I don't know. My wife collects them, so I don't even ask because I know. I feel like I think we were at like a Target or something like that, and she's been in Lego forever. I don't ask. Look, I'm into remote control cars, which are expensive. She doesn't ask.
Right.
That's a good thing, you know.
That's
And
good. Did you enjoy the pumpkin patch together?
The pumpkin patch was great because it was totally empty.
Nice.
Yeah, I had another guy flip me off in the Cybertruck, so that was fun. And the only this time I raced up next to him, and then at the stop, I was gonna roll down my window and call him to his face, and then he did one of those things where like he saw me coming up next to him on the right, and he like didn't stop all the way. He just kind of rolled through the intersection.
Oh, he was scared.
Yeah, pussy. But other than that, the Lego thing. So I went. This is like years ago. I'm telling you how I got the story is how I got red pilled on Lego prices.
Okay.
There was like some Star Wars sets there, or something like that. And I was like, people pay $60 for this. It's like 70 pieces. She's like, don't ever look at my receipts for like. She's like, she has like the Hogwarts one, or like all this kind of stuff. And now I know those are like $400, but you know what? She probably thinks spending $400 on a remote control car is dumb. So we each have our things. I let it be.
Just have a mutual respect for each other's hobbies. I like it.
Yeah. But I'll say this, at least the remote control car, you can drive around, you can do. The price for Legos is like, that's like, I always thought they were for kids. There's the cat spotting.
There he is. He just walked out. He's done.
Yeah. They had, I thought they were for kids, but there's no way they're for kids when they're like $130 a kit, or if they want, some of the bigger ones, they're like $200, $300. Like this has to be for adults, I assume.
Right. Well, kids. A lot of adults who grew up with Lego, because like, man, that was my brothers and I. We played with Legos all the time.
Thank you.
I played with them too, but we only had I had the Duplo blocks. It was like a
a block. Like it was like a bucket of.
That's what we
pieces.
did. We had
Yeah,
it was just a big bucket. We would dump that bucket and we would just make stuff up. We didn't really have sets that was like, oh, here, put together this Lord of the Rings set or something. It was just here's a bucket, make stuff out of it.
Yeah, we had that. We had the cardboard tubes of Lincoln Logs, and like.
Oh yeah, Lincoln Logs. One of my earliest memories was at church when I was a little. I was like 4 years old, and we were at the little kids group, and I was putting together Lincoln Logs kind of in a corner. I was a bit introverted. And this boy goes like this and takes all my Lincoln Logs and goes, "Thanks, babe."
Whoa! First of all, Melanie, don't listen.
Like,
don't listen to this one. Kind of a Chad move, right, fellas? I mean, whoa! What a misogynistic asshole!
What the heck? I did not know what to think about that.
And then you had a crush on him, didn't you?
No.
Like shortly after that, you're like,
no.
What is it about this kid? I can't.
No, I
can't
didn't.
quite place my finger on it. There's something about him.
I thought he was mean.
Yeah. And Nebek says, hi, Melanie. Ramdoc says, hey, you two still down with the sickness, but you got a cartoon drawn, I think you mean, starring Mayor Petey listening between bouts of consciousness. Instagram and X, Remdog1138. All the best, both of you. Yes, feel better, Remdog. Just in time to ride says, do you think it was in the script to say Donald is running for president when they stated 79% of Americans say the economy is worse now than Trump? No, I don't think so. I'll have an almond stuck in the back of my throat. So there's these two dudes from Guyana.
They already got back. Can you go on there Monday at 10 a.m.?
I'm not sick.
It's almond, guys.
Yeah.
I'll send you a text.
They always go to this craft fair. They're always at this craft fair where they sell
just make sure you have your boots on.
Candies. They're not necessarily Guyanese candies.
Okay.
They're just from Guyana.
Where is Guyana at?
I don't know exactly, but I know that it is one of those countries where it's not very safe. It's always some sort of warlord trying to take it over or something like that.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, someone nutted in my throat. That's right, Bretling. Two Guyanese men did, but they have the best candy. They and they had these candied almonds that were orange candied almonds. I was like, okay. So I was eating them right before stream, and I feel like
I love almonds. I don't eat them often, but I really do like them. I like the honey flavored almonds. So good.
Yeah, those are good too. Mitchell Arnold says, this was for Melanie. Listening to y'all brings my heart closer to God. Listen to you.
Aww,
thank you for being part of my journey. Mel, also, y'all are all. Yeah, okay. Daniel Orton says, show Kitty. Kitty already left.
Oh, he left. Yeah, I'll pick him up when he comes back in here.
Yeah. It seems my coffee order was being stolen by postal workers. A postal inspector drank it in the break room when he was looking for my missing packages. LOL. Really?
What?
That's crazy.
Maybe he'll be a return customer. He's gonna be like, hey, this is some good stuff. I need to order some.
He'll probably just thieve from Daniel all the time. Daniel, if that happened, email me. I'll send you a new bag for free. I don't want to let the postal workers. They can buy their own. So last night there were a couple of really good clips of Kamala having what I would describe is as a terrible meltdown. I don't know. I'm sure you saw some of them, but this one is very, very bad.
Okay.
Where is this? These are all Patrick Bet-David clips. I don't care. Trump going on Patrick Bet-David is mid. I don't really care about it. There's nobody that listens to that show that isn't voting for Trump. I don't think. Let's see. By the way, Trump's at that dinner tonight where they roast people. The Al Smith dinner. So it should be interesting. It should be interesting if anything comes out of it. Here we go. All right. Let's change this to this. All right. Does anyone remember Garbage Pail Kids with the gum? Well, of course. I had Garbage Pail Kid cards when I was young. I can't remember if they came with gum or not. I guess they did. I don't remember. I remember Topps cards. Topps came with gum, like the baseball cards. If you come to Legoland, you can crash at my place. I have been. Wait, Legoland.
Isn't that in Carlsbad, California, or something?
I don't know. Yeah, maybe.
Because I used to live there, and I thought it was close to me. I didn't know you were in California push-ups, unless there's another one, or I'm mixing this up somehow.
I thought he was talking about the big Lego store in Chicago.
Oh, maybe, because I know there's like some Lego park or something.
Yeah, he's probably talking about the theme park though. This line, where is this? The "no, I don't actually know what you're talking about" thing is maybe one of the most hilarious. Why can't I find it? Come on.
There's two. Apparently, there's Lego World and Lego Land. Wait, there's a Lego Land in the Mall of America. Huh?
Oh, yeah. That's not the one I'm talking about.
There's one in New York. Interesting. Okay. Oh, and there's a Legoland in Cali. I thought so because I used to live near it. I've never been there, but
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, do they have unique Lego sets that you can't get anywhere else?
yeah. What is Legoland? Is that like a theme park, or is that just here's a ton of Legos you can buy?
No, it's a theme park in California. I know that much.
Okay. Smoking Gundam with the $2 Rumble Rant says, "Morning, Jeremy and Melanie. Hope you both are doing well today." Good morning. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I am doing well. I feel much better than yesterday. Here is, there was one where he's like, watch Brett Baer looks at Kamala handlers as they throw in the towel and frantically push to end the interview.
Oh, the one in New York. That's right. You do live in New York, don't you? I forgot. Okay. Push-Ups lives in New York. Guys, he just doxed himself.
Okay. This was like, I'll just show some of these because they're just so wild. Like one of them, she's like, you know what I mean? She's like, you know what I'm talking about? And he's like, no, I don't know what you're talking about. What are you talking about? Where is this? All right, here, I'll just do Mala. What are you talking about? It was one of the best. Like, yeah, this is humiliating.
Exhausted of Brett.
More than
People are
70% of people
exhausted.
tell the country is on the wrong track. They say the country is on the wrong track. If it's on the wrong track, that track follows 3.5 years of you being vice president and President Biden being president. That is what they're saying, 79% of them. Why are they saying that? If you're turning the page, you've been in office for 3.5 years.
And Donald Trump has been running for office.
What?
What difference does that mean?
What?
What is that supposed to mean?
What?
You've been the person holding the office.
Come on.
Madam
You
Vice
and I
President.
both know what I'm talking about. You and I both know what I'm talking about.
I actually don't. What are you talking about?
What I'm talking about is that over the last decade,
But you're
people
the
have
lever of
become.
power.
But listen, over the last decade.
You know what I'm talking about. No, I
Listen,
don't.
I'm speaking.
Yeah. She did do that several times.
Ooh.
A black woman is talking moment. And like there was just no spinning it. It was so bad. Like even this the very first question when they opened the show was a simple question. How many illegals did your administration let in? The gaming Murph says, when I was 5, my mom took me to Legoland in San Diego. We were getting lunch, and I was walking to the table with my hot dog, and a seagull came down and stole it off my plate.
Oh,
I'm still scared again. That happened to my wife, and it wasn't a seagull. It was when you go to the zoo, there's peacocks everywhere, like walking around, and geese. And I think it was a goose. Like ran up to her and stole her hot dog right out of her bun. Like, and she was like, now she's like, whenever you see him, she's like, get away from me. Like, she doesn't want those things.
And
around her.
those like theme park foods are expensive too.
Yeah, nowadays that's probably $9.
Yeah.
For a hot dog. Rodney says, let's keep Quartercast on the air. That's right, by the way.
Yeah.
Update on the total. We are at 60. It seems to be, oh, yay. Thank you.
We got his green drink.
Yeah, my green drink. Maggie's here.
Yeah.
Hey, Baba. I know. Oh, I know.
Oh, Hulk is back.
He's just saying, Auntie Maggie's here. Auntie Maggie's here.
Aww.
Can you even believe it? Yeah, he's gone. He's over by her now. Loyal as a piece of poop. Does Miss Mac know about the Booty Warrior?
I don't.
I don't know about the Booty Warrior. Or are you talking about Dankula's Booty Warrior? So yeah, in the pitch to get Melanie Mac and I to do a Lara Croft cosplay on our Halloween episode.
Yes.
And to be able to hire Luke Rutkowski full time. We were trying to get 200 members by Friday. We're actually at 60. And when I live stream at night, I live streamed at night last night and we picked up like 25. So I'll probably live stream at night again. I'm going to work extra hard to get there too. I'll probably live stream on Friday night or Thursday night to try and get us over the goal. The goal would be to hire Luke live on air on Friday.
Oh.
By the way, I'm only do it twice during the show. So if you guys pretty much know the deal, but by joining on thequartering.com, it is the #1 way to support our show. More than super chats, more than joining as a member on Rumble or Locals or anything. This money goes 100% to the team. Melanie, myself, Styx, and hopefully Luke. You get exclusive member content, 3 videos a week. Generally, it's going to be basically 1 video from everyone. So Luke did one last Friday, Styx and Melanie, and then Melanie and I will do one today. We've already got the topic decided.
Yeah.
So 2 to 3 videos per week you get. You get access to the members only Discord, and you also get additional discounts on Coffee Brand Coffee, 20% off, Sheath, 30% off, Anton's Biltong, 15% off, and much more. I'm working to get more discounts for you. So essentially, if you buy any of that stuff, the membership's free. If you don't, and you purchase the year, it's $8 a month. So it's very affordable. Hopefully, we'll give you a lot of value for it, and I'm hoping that you'll join today. Like Yorton joined today.
Yeah.
And these are some people that joined last night or over the night that perhaps did not get their call out. Yaja America just joined, literally. So we're at 61 now. I love to see us get 40 today. But shout out to Jaja America, Yorton Casket Weaver, that's a cool name. Fred Frew, Death VR Gamer. User 404, Brett Zeppelin. I'm Dan, based millennial, and I think I called these other people out yesterday, but Uncle Mike, Pool Swab, Card with the Hard R, Chase the Dude, Fireball Brandy, D Woods, Adolf Rizzler. I think I got those. So those are all new. So head on over, open a new window right now, go to thequartering.com, just like Phantom Cypher just did.
Yay!
62. Head on over to thequartering.com, get in the Discord. You can talk to Melanie. Also, you can talk to me directly in the Discord. If you're in the Discord or if you're in the chat, you can confirm that I do reply to almost everybody if you're asking me questions. Melanie's in there.
Yep.
We're going to get Styx in there, and I'll get Luke in there. And so you'll be able to talk to all of us, and you'll be able to call in live on the show, keep us on the air. Real members pay $10 a month instead of paying $8 to save $2 a month. That's true, but I understand like a monthly charge on their card and they want to just pay it all at once. I get that, understand that. So please do take a moment, open a new tab if you're on your phone or if you're watching on the TV, grab your computer, go to thequartering.com. There's a big link on the top that says members only. You can join right now while we're live, and I'll give you a shout out live. And hopefully we'll get there. We're now at 62 out of 200. It's going to be tight. I'm probably going to have to stream tonight and Friday extra long. Getting closer to Alabama Hot Pocket. Okay, how about this? I'll explain to Melanie what an Alabama Hot Pocket is.
Oh, no.
We get to 100 today. That's 38. That's out of... And Maggie's gonna have to hear about what. Wait, do you know what Alabama Hot Pocket is? Maggie already knows.
Oh, she knows.
If we get to 200 members, I'll let Maggie explain it. But if we get to 100, I'll explain it. That's 38 people. Clinton Whitaker says, "Take me home, country roads, the place where I belong, West Virginia." Yes, vote for Trump in West Virginia, by the way. So where was these clips? This one. So the first question he asked about was, "Yo, can you tell me about how many illegals came into the country under your leadership?" Very simple question. You know, she should know. Let's listen.
How many illegal immigrants would you estimate your administration has released into the country over the last 3.5 years?
Well, I'm glad you raised the issue of immigration because I agree with you. It is a topic of discussion that people want to rightly have.
I don't want to discuss that.
And you know what I'm going to talk about.
Yeah, but
right now,
just a number. Do you think it's 1 million, 3 million?
Brett, let's just get to the point. Okay, the point is that we have a broken immigration system.
By the way, she showed up 10 minutes late and cut the interview short.
Oh, wow.
This is the first question she asked, and she's already got a stick up her butt.
Oh,
it needs to be repaired.
So your Homeland Security Secretary said that 85% of apprehensions.
I'm not finished. We have
It's a
an
rough
immigration
estimate of
system
6 million people
that
have been
needs to be-
released into the country. And let me just finish. I'll get to the question. I promise you.
I was beginning to answer.
And when
was
you
never
came
gonna
into office, your administration immediately reversed a number of Trump border policies. Required illegal immigrants to be detained through deportation, either in the U.S. or in Mexico. And you switched that policy. They were released from custody awaiting trial. So instead, included in those were a large number of single men, adult men, who went on to commit heinous crimes. So looking back, do you regret the decision to terminate Remain in Mexico at the beginning of your administration?
At the beginning of our administration, within practically hours of taking the oath, the first bill that we offered Congress, before we worked on infrastructure, before the Inflation Reduction Act, before the Chips and Science Act, before the bipartisan.
Is she going to answer this, do you think, or
I'm going to say no. She keeps dodging the questions.
Safer Communities Act, the first bill, practically within hours of taking the oath,
Doubt it.
was a bill to fix our immigration system.
Yes, ma'am. It was called
And-
the U.S. Citizenship
He knew.
Act of 2021. It was
And
essentially
so,
a pathway to citizenship for the. Yes,
May
ma'am.
I finish responding,
But
please?
this
You have to let me finish.
you went to the White House and the House and the Senate,
doesn't.
and they
I'm in the
didn't bring
middle
up
of
that bill.
responding to the point you're raising,
Okay.
and I'd like to finish.
Yes, ma'am.
We recognized from day one,
This is the first question, by the way.
but to the point of this being your first question, it is a priority for us as a nation and for the American people. And our focus has been on fixing a problem. And from day one, then, we have done a number of things.
Name one. Name one.
Yeah.
Name one thing you did. And then, of course, like, it's Trump's fault.
Against that bill.
Learned about that bill and told them to kill it because he
Melanie?
preferred to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And in this election, this is rightly a discussion that the American people want to have. And what they want are solutions, and they want a president of the United States who's not playing political games with the issue,
I hear you.
but actually is focused on fixing
6
it.
Democrats voted against that bill. It would have allowed one.
He has every one of her talking points on that sheet of paper, and he has a counter for it.
How many illegal?
There was one where he goes, she's like, well, that's not the clip you were supposed to show. Where is this? On the bloodbath thing? No. That was on the, what was it? On the weaponized, I think. They're like, she's gonna go after the military. Yeah. Listen to this.
Enemy within, an enemy within, talking about the American people, suggesting he would turn the American military on the American people.
We asked.
He's the one who.
Now, notice how they clipped that. Okay, that's the clip that Kamala showed. Now let's go to the whole clip. Where is it? Sorry guys, I had it. There is a clip where here.
Within.
Here's the actual clip.
Enemy within, talking about the American people, suggesting he would turn the American military on the American people.
We asked that question to the former president today. Harris Faulkner had a town hall, and this is how he responded.
Oops.
I heard about that. They were saying I was like threatening. I'm not threatening anybody. They're the ones doing the threatening. They do phony investigations. I've been investigated more than Alphonse Capone. He was the greatest gangster. No, it's true. But think of it. It's called weaponization of government. It's a terrible thing.
So,
Brett, I'm sorry, and with all due respect, that clip was not what he has been saying about the enemy within.
That clip isn't the edited clip that we've been using to send her out.
When he's speaking about the American people, that's not what you just showed.
He was asked about that
No, that's not what you just showed. In all fairness,
JR says Kamala's nastiness couldn't be hidden this entire election. She's like Hillary without Bill. Yeah, she's just a kind of a sorry, Melanie, but she's just kind of a cunt. Like she's very unlikable.
She is very unlikable. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's obviously part of it. You know, I mean,
she's the Rachel Zegler of politics.
Yeah. This entire interview.
Oh shit.
She took responsibility for nothing. Said Donald Trump's name about 37 times in 25 minutes. And appeared completely unhinged. So I don't know.
Respect to
that
you.
was the question that we asked him.
You didn't show that, and here's the bottom line. He has repeated it many times, and you and I both know that. And you and I both know that he has talked about turning the American military on the American people. He has talked about going after people who are engaged in peaceful protest.
No,
he
hasn't.
talked about locking people up because they disagree with him. This is
Also
a
not.
democracy.
And you know the peaceful protest she's probably talking about is BLM who are burning cities down.
And she gets like so angry because she can't just use her talking points.
The United States.
Yeah.
What's happening?
This is an election for president of the United States. It's not supposed to be easy.
I know, but
It's not supposed to be. It is not supposed to be a
So
cakewalk
are they misguided, the 50%? Are they stupid? What
God, why would he ever say that about the American people? And in fact, if you listen to Donald Trump, if you watch any of his
Here we go,
rallies,
Donald Trump.
he's the one who tends to demean and belittle and diminish the American people. He's the one who talks about an enemy within, an enemy with.
Oh, that's the same clip. But the
How many
like,
times has she said the enemy within? Like, my goodness.
I think it's hilarious. Like, look at Brooklyn. Kamala Harris unloads on Fox News. Literally nobody saw it that way. Nobody. Like, absolutely. You see, like, nobody anywhere. Kamala, don't play that. Not one hint of intimidation. Actually, she seemed to be lashing out, in my opinion. She seems to be. She
got backed in a corner and she started scratching.
Yeah. Shout out to Robert C. and NT Wolverine who joined as members. We're now up to 64. Yay. Yes. Shout out you two. And then there's this other clip that I wanted to share with you that, where is this? Before we get to some of the like Asmongold stuff, there was a pretty big expose this morning from James O'Keefe that we're gonna check out this video. It's only 10 minutes long, but I think we're gonna check it out. This is a guy who works for Facebook admitting that they censor 100% of negative posts about Kamala Harris.
Yeah, and oh my goodness, isn't Zuckerberg supposed to be Mr. Libertarian
I
right
thought
now?
he was.
What
Yeah, I
happened
thought he
to
was.
that?
Yeah.
Like Ohio said something about like Kamala Harris is isn't unfit to be a president because he doesn't have a child. Okay. That kind of shit is automatically demoted.
Meet Jeevan Gawali, a senior software engineer at Meta.
Are they doing a good job protecting
Don't redeem it.
our democracy?
Because I can see these like right-wing groups like setting up Instagram accounts or Facebook accounts for that matter, right? And just start posting disinformation, be like, Harris is like blah blah blah.
That's all going to be demoted 100%. The civic classified is wrong.
The senior software engineer also goes on to say that, quote, the person would not be notified, unquote, that they were demoted because of their anti-Kamala Harris post on Meta, and red listed. That's a new term we just learned. Red listed, meaning, according to Collins Dictionary, things that are not permitted.
Would the person who posted that would he be notified that
the person would not be notified? But there's these things that we.
So they will ban your post if you post something negative about Kamala Harris and not tell you.
Wow.
Laura Larry says, I almost had an aneurysm watching the Harris interview. The most annoying parts were when she would be done talking and then wait for Brett to start talking and act like he interrupted her. Childish. Yeah. Laura Ann says she can only do 20 minutes with Brett. Imagine 2 to 3 hours with Rogan. She will malfunction.
Ooh.
Yeah, there's no shot she does Rogan after this. Dust Out says Alabama brownout is worse. Well, I'm not going to explain that to her. I don't think you guys can do it. I don't think we can get to 100 members. We'll see. Omega Helix. Hey, y'all. First time catching the show live. I love your work. Y'all do. Y'all love the work y'all do. God bless. Thank you, Omega.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was very kind. Where's somebody said some Jeremy? I will watch a clip. Mel. Well, I don't get it. Is it too much for me? Is it too much for me? Oh, the clip of explaining the Alabama Hot Pocket. I'm gonna explain it to her muted, so you can just see her reaction to it. But then you guys won't be able to hear it.
What is like if a bunch of items that, like if at least a couple of items that a person has created has violated civic classifier, and they're also red listed.
Our OMG American Swiper asked Jeevan if Meta was
Yeah, another honeypot too. You girls. You girls. Dust Out says, I'm sorry. Do we really have to wait for them to set up camps before we do something? A total censorship of a specific group is what happens right before genocide. Yeah, it's a good question to ask. Facebook should absolutely have their Section 230 privileges revoked after this. Wait till I'll just let it play. I'll let it play kind of unfettered here.
shadow banning users for their anti-Kamala Harris posts. Take a look at what he says.
So is that called shadow banning?
Shadow banning.
Okay,
Yeah.
so they will be shadow banned.
Correct.
They will never be shown. But so they will see a dip in like impressions and engagement, but they would not be like officially warned of the reason why.
We asked Gawali if Meta has the ability to affect the upcoming 2024 election, to which he responded, yes, Meta does. Jeevan also confirmed that Mark Zuckerberg intends to help the Democrats in this election cycle.
You guys have the ability to influence the outcome of the election.
Yes.
Do you think Zuckerberg agrees? Good. Is he going to help the Democrats?
Yeah.
Meet Jeevan Gawali, a senior software engineer.
Oh, sorry, Jeevan, but I got to do it.
And it seems very hard for you then, Steve.
Are you mad? Are you mad? Why are you leaving God?
Hello, Steve?
Are you mad? Why the fuck are you redeeming the card?
Scratch off the next one.
Why are you redeeming?
Hold on.
Why are you redeeming?
Steve,
Why are you redeeming?
Steve, you told me you
used to watch this
told
guy
me you
all the time.
wanted
Fucking weird.
the cards. This is so you won't bother my
Then
family
why
again.
the fuck are you redeeming? Why are you redeeming?
engineer at Meta. Jeevan
Don't
met our
redeem
OMG
it!
undercover American Swiper on the dating app Bumble. In the meeting he had with our journalist, Jeeva describes internal workings of how Meta is dealing with misinformation on their platform. Jeevan talks about Meta's civic classifiers, a system that Meta has built through their integrity team to demote civic content. In other words, political content.
Shout out.
I mean, they try to take women's rights away. I think, like, how do you guys like control that hate?
This guy's trying to have sex with a raging feminist, by the way. Like, I don't mean to. I'm demeaning men. not women.
Uh-oh. Audio gone.
I'm back.
The male feminists got mad.
He's clearly trying. I mean, you can watch them kind of vibe off what there's. This is true of every time this happens.
Yeah.
You can watch them vibe off what the investigator's saying, and then almost like double down on it. Later in the video, she basically defines. What are y'all's thoughts on Asmongold's situation? We're going to talk about that after this. Specifically, some of the interactions he's had with Melanie Mack. You could see her be like, "Oh yeah, censoring Republicans is protecting the democracy." Is Facebook doing that? And you could just see him be like, "Yes." Like, it's so sad.
So easy.
Integrity team.
Okay.
That's like a large portion of like pretty significant team, and they build all these classifiers. The base level of defense system that Facebook has built now is they have built these things called civic classifiers. Civic classifier is a really large model that's been trained on civic content.
Okay.
So anything that it detects to be a civic content is like demoted.
Civic classifier? Okay, what does that mean?
Means that if anything is related to political content, it's automatically like not shown.
We wanted to dive deeper into Meta's demotion of civic content, whatever that means, on their platform. The senior Meta software engineer Jiva states to our OMG American Swiper that they would, quote, automatically demote, unquote, content that might be critical of Kamala Harris.
Unconnected stuff is not going to show up in your feed. Like ads, I think can show up, and they probably have a whole different process of vetting ads.
Okay.
But like unconnected content, like say your uncle in like Ohio said something about like Kamala Harris isn't unfit to be a president because he doesn't have a child.
Okay.
That kind of shit is automatically demoted.
Now, if you remember back in 2019, we did a story about a Facebook insider that showed us internal practices being played out at Facebook regarding what they called deboosting as well. What was previously considered a conspiracy theory, now documented by this Facebook whistleblower that came out with us in 2019.
Every time I would see this deboost live stream kind of code on there.
And what does it mean when these documents say action deboost live distribution? What does the term deboost mean?
When I see reduce live distribution, it means preventing the distribution of this live feed.
And just 2 years after that, we got our hands on an insider tape that revealed Facebook CEO Mark Zuckerberg and a top executive were punishing truth seekers.
It had been clear that we have the number of efforts to find people and we terminate people and pursue the recourse that we have when we identify them. And in this case,
Chris, I got the clip queued up for you. We're going to talk about it after this. JR says, I want to be one of these honeypot videos from James O'Keefe. I'll admit my company committed to war crimes. Yeah. Daniel Jager says, how does James keep getting away with this? Are these undercover journalists 10 out of 10 smoke shows? How have tech companies not sent memos to be cautious?
You would think,
They do.
after all of
They
this,
do.
you would think.
I don't know. Thank you, Omega Helix, for joining on the quartering.com. We are now up to 65. 35 more, and I'll explain to Melanie what the Alabama Hot Pocket is. You would think that, but let me be very clear. The vagina holds an extraordinary amount of power over weak men. And I guarantee you, even if this man got a memo that day, and he was sitting across from a good-looking woman who was drinking alcohol in a nice restaurant, whom he thought he could get his wiener wet with, he's not going to think about it. He's not going to think that she's the one. It's never going to register to him. Just also, most of these guys are not very good looking. Most of these guys are probably dating women out of their league. And so that even more is more, to me, that would put me more on like if I was on a dating app and some like super like model chick was like hitting me up on it, and they didn't know that I was like on the internet, and it was just I'd be like, what's going on here? So like, but these guys are just Weird Robot says men will do a lot to see some titties, even more for them sugar walls. That's correct. Sorry, Melanie.
Now in 2024, Jeevan from Meta, previously Facebook, mentioning continued practices of demoting content just a few weeks before the presidential election. The senior software engineer also goes on to say that, quote, the person would not be notified, unquote, if they were demoted because of their anti-Kamala Harris post on Meta, and red listed, that's a new term we just learned, red listed, meaning according to Collins Dictionary, things that are not permitted.
Would the person who posted that would he be notified that
The person would not be notified, but there's these things that we collect is like if a bunch of items that if at least a couple of items that a person has created has violated civic classifier, and they're also red listed.
By the way, this restaurant seems like a nice restaurant. Where is everybody? Every one of these chairs is empty.
I wonder if they just went at some odd hour.
Yeah, maybe really late at night or something.
Right.
Our OMG American Swiper asked Jeevan if Meta was shadow banning users for their anti-Kamala Harris posts. Take a look at what he says.
So is that called shadow banning?
Shadow banning.
Okay,
Yeah.
so they will be shadow banned.
Correct.
They will never be shown. But so they will see a dip in like impressions and engagement, but they would not be like officially warned of the reason why.
Jeevan Gowali is asked how the company is going to avoid a repeat.
How can you? It's like they're asking such specific questions that at no
I
point,
know.
like at no point are they like
Easy mode, because it's just like, how is he not registering? Wait, she's asking a lot of very specific questions about this, like that.
on our first date.
It's just all going over his head.
Yeah.
Of 2016 misinformation, and then he discloses that there is a SWAT team that's, quote, already set up since April.
I'm afraid that we're gonna see a repeat of 2016 in 2024. I hate to put you on the spot, but I'm gonna do it anyway. What is your company doing to prevent that from happening?
God. Well, it's like
how are you guys gonna fight that?
Well, I mean, there is a SWAT team that's already set up since I think April to think about all the scenarios of how the platform can be used.
The senior software engineer at Meta is asked about right-wing Meta accounts posting misinformation about Kamala Harris, and he states that these posts are, quote, all going to be demoted 100%. The civic classifier is strong, unquote.
Are they doing a good job protecting our democracy? Because I can see these like right-wing groups like setting up Instagram.
He does look suspicious now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
like,
Weird Robots is too. Maybe it's just me, but looking at this dude's face, it kind of looks like he's thinking, this is probably a setup, but damn, she's fine. I can get a new job. Yeah, he definitely he's looking a little bit like meh.
Instagram accounts or Facebook accounts for that matter, right? And just start posting disinformation, be like, Harris is like blah, blah, blah.
That's all going to be demoted 100%. The civic classifier is strong.
Just last week, we saw former 2016 Democratic nominee Hillary Clinton state that if Meta doesn't moderate and monitor users' content, then, quote, we lose total control. Watch this.
But if the platforms, whether it's Facebook or Twitter X or Instagram or TikTok, whatever they are, if they don't moderate and monitor the content, we lose total control. And it's not just the social and psychological effects, it's real harm.
We asked Gowali if Meta has the ability to affect the upcoming 2024 primary election, to which he responded, yes, Meta does. Jeevan also confirmed that Mark Zuckerberg intends to help the Democrats in this election cycle.
You guys have the ability to influence the outcome of the election.
Yes.
Do you think Zuckerberg agrees? Good. Is he going to help the Democrats?
Yeah.
Oh, so he's like going to help the Democrats,
100%.
right?
100%. So we just reached out to Jeevan for comment.
My name is James O'Keefe, and the girl works for me. And she recorded you. You're at Meta, and you're talking about. He said, Then he hung up the phone. His comment is
And stay tuned because tomorrow we have another meta subject forthcoming.
I mean,
That's hilarious. I would love to see if
His
this
dick
is
got him
possible
fired.
to honeypot a woman. Because we never
it's
see
literally
that.
never happened. Yeah.
I know. I don't.
They've
Because
honeypotted gay guys.
they have done that, but I don't know if it's possible to honeypot a woman because I can't think of a scenario that I just can't think of a scenario where I would be telling confidential information to a dude.
That's
I can't.
true. Women are also generally more guarded.
Yeah.
So it's like somebody was asking like super specific shit about your job. Like, okay, you tell them, oh, I'm a YouTuber or something like that or whatever.
Right.
But then they start asking like, oh, do you ever just like make up topics but you don't actually believe them? Or like, it's sort of like, do you ever knowingly lie?
I
And
would
be
be
like, "What?"
suspicious out
Yeah.
the gate. I'm like, why is he trying? Is he trying to like catch me in?
Yeah.
Like trying to make up some narrative? Like I would automatically be like, nope. I feel like I would see right through that. I don't think that could work with me.
Most of these guys do not seem like they get laid very often. Cocteau says Harris is lying about how Trump wanted to turn the military on the U.S. population. But 3 weeks ago, the DOD amended Directive 524001 to allow U.S. military to use lethal force against citizens. Correct. By the way, Elon Musk just retweeted that video. Lil Not a Cat says, I work in gaming tech. If anyone asks me anything specific, I straight up tell them I'm not breaking NDAs. No one has ever pushed back. If they did, it would be a huge red flag. Yeah,
Someone in chat's like women get used all the time, but in a different way. Women are easier to use if it's like it's like a man making her think that he wants a future with her and they're going to build a life together and then he can use her physically or something like that. That tends to happen. But in terms of just, hey, let's get the scoop from this woman to tell secrets about her company she works for on a first date, I think that would be a lot more difficult. Now, maybe if the guy was playing like the long game and love bombed the woman and made her think that he was wanting a serious relationship with her and they were going to have their dream relationship, then then maybe he could. But it would take a lot more than just a couple dates.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
Clinton Whitaker says Jeremy's sweet feet and Melanie's beard honeypot them all. Yeah. Okay. I mean, yeah. What is going on in this? This guy makes omelets with bees? What's now?
Did he drown those bees for that?
Yeah,
He just used bee water. It wasn't like, why don't you just use honey?
Oh yeah, that's weird. Those are wasps anyway.
Oh.
Those aren't bees.
Yeah, you're right. That's weird.
I don't get it. So he just
Who
drowns.
would want that?
What the? Asian people can be weird sometimes, right? I'm not saying, they probably look at Americans' high fructose corn syrup and is like,
oh, Mike, I did watch that Tinder Swindler on Netflix. But like I said, that wasn't a first date or a second date. That was a woman who thought she was going to have a life with this guy. This guy, he basically pretended to be some big shot and he was playing this woman and got her to give him a bunch of money because, I need to wait for this to go through. Oh, we're going to be together forever. And then, we're going to go on vacations to Dubai and this, that, and the other. But yeah, he basically was swindling women for money and trying to make it look like he was some big shot or something. But yeah, that did happen. But again, that's not like a honeypot situation of guy goes on one date with the woman and gets her to spill about the company. It's different ways that,
Oh, it's alcohol. That makes sense. That's why it lights on fire. By the way, shout out to Shadow Bear People who joined during the show today is Shadow Bear, Omega Helix, Robert C, NT Wolverine, I think Phantom Cypher, and maybe Jaja America.
All right.
Sergeant Scholl says it's the same as people clicking a link in an IT email saying not to open it. Emails. People are stupid. Yeah, that's true. So before we get into the Asmongold scenario, we're now about halfway through the show today after the show, Melanie and I are recording a heartfelt members only video, one that I think we can both speak to better than just about anybody else out there. So I think you're going to want to join that or check that out if you're a member. But our goal is to reach 100 members by the end of today. That's 34 more members out there out of the 5,000 people watching. Now, to be fair, there are some members watching, but that's 34 members to sign up today. And I will gross out Melanie beyond anything she's ever dreamed of. All you have to do is go to thequartering.com, open a new tab in your phone or open your laptop or whatever. Chris Hoy, I got your clip. We're going to watch it while everyone's signing up. You get members only content. You get 2 to 3 members only videos every week. Melanie and I are not taking any accountability.
I will let one of the mothers talk about it. Take a listen.
He gets her
because
here.
of the Biden-Harris administration open border policies catch and release. They were enrolled in the Alternatives to Detention program. This meant that they were released into the United States. It was not even a full 3 weeks later that they would take my daughter, Jocelyn Nungare's life. I believe the
These are illegal immigrants killed her daughter.
Biden-Harris administration open border policies are responsible for the death of my daughter.
That's the early days. So do you owe them an apology is what
I
I'm
will
saying.
tell you that I'm so sorry for her loss.
Oh, I bet.
I'm so sorry for her loss.
I was just watching this.
Sincerely.
What he's got playing in
But
the
let's
background.
talk about
The exchange
what
between
is happening
Obama
right
and,
now
Biden.
with an
the funeral.
individual who
Doesn't
does
look very
not want to
friendly.
participate in solutions. Let's talk about that as well.
But do you
Brett,
want to answer
in all fairness, I told you, I feel awful.
The VP today, because she's the most qualified person to do it, to lead our efforts with Mexico and the Northern Triangle.
Oops.
And the countries that help, are going to need help in stemming the movement of so many folks stemming the migration to our southern border.
Okay.
Do you have any plans to visit the border?
At some point, we are going to the border. We've been to the border. So this whole thing about the border, we've been to the border. We've been to the border.
You haven't been to the border.
Yeah.
I haven't been to Europe. And
That's a self-own. This is September 27th, 2024, only after she was trying to run for president. Did she bother around? And by the way, the Border Patrol endorsed Donald Trump. You know, very vocally. I'm sorry, I won't do anything about it. But Trump.
But Trump's been running for office, though.
Yeah, but Trump. And also a quick shout out to Positive. If you have a dog, we've all been there. Our pup goes from full of energy to sick and miserable in an instant. And at the worst times, then we're calling vets in the middle of the night or on weekends, trying to find a clinic that will get us in. It's a terrible way to manage your dog's health, not to mention your stress levels and your monthly budget. That's why people are getting the pet emergency kit from positive.com, which you should get. It contains critical medications and supplies that not only can help keep you out of the vet office, but may even save your dog's life. The kits contain critical medications like activated charcoal, styptic powder, and more. It might save your dog's life. Head on over to positive.com and use code STUDIO to get 15% off your pet emergency kit. It's good to have around. Better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. Did you see the poly market odds today? Yeah, I've been trying to dial it back a little bit on Polymarket. You know, like, just so everyone knows, Polymarket is a stock market. It is not votes. It is not polls. It is literally people from all around the world betting money. Why does Vegas exist? Because people lose money. So, you know, I guess all the people betting on Kamala lost a lot of money. But yeah, it is pretty bad right now. Kamala Harris trails by what? 23 points. That's about the biggest it's been to date. I think maybe it was close to 25 earlier. That's the biggest lead Donald Trump has had over Kamala Harris. If you look at 1 month, he's opened this lead, much like Kamala's legs, in the last
$200 million more bet.
It's a good way to gauge public opinion, though. Yeah, it's a good way to gauge, I think, people's emotions, how they're feeling about things. On October 3rd, Kamala Harris led Donald Trump. And then actually, if you go back, she led Donald Trump bigly after the debate. She led by 7 points. It took him quite a while to pull back ahead, and now he's kind of pulling away. But, I mean, you can't even vote in my state yet. You know, so, you know, to be clear, yes, it's funny to watch, LOL, but also please vote. Please bring at least one person with you to vote. If you're in a state that you don't think your vote matters, if you're in California, it's still worth voting. You still want to vote because I'm greedy, Melanie. I want the popular vote.
Yes.
I want the popular vote. And I think there's only one way to do that, and that's if everybody in Texas who isn't worried about, you know, Trump losing Texas, or everybody in California who's like, well, he's not going to win California. If you vote, then we take away their get rid of the Electoral College.
Right.
Now I want to ask you, Melanie, if I could.
Okay.
To give a little bit of background. So we're going to talk about Asmongold now, but I actually did not know that there was some sort of interaction between you two. Yeah. Can you explain what went on with that?
This was a few months or so ago. It was on one of my, I think it was from one of my streams, where it was one of the first times Twitch banned me. It may have been even the first time. And their reason for banning me on that time, I don't even think I used the F slur on that stream, so I don't even think it was for any slurs. It was because it was on one of my old Tomb Raider streams. That was it, my Tomb Raider remaster stream. I was just talking first or something, and then I mentioned how I got onto like some Bible discussions, and I mentioned how, you know, the Bible tells us that you know, if we're living lifestyles of sin, then we won't make it to heaven. That includes fornication, that includes like stealing, that also includes homosexuality, all of that. And so I just very matter of fact talked about that in accordance to the Bible. Well, he reacted to that video and he was very angry. He just made a reaction, basically calling me a bigot. Again, this has been a while ago, so I'm just paraphrasing based off of memory. But he got ratioed on his video of a lot of people agreeing with me. But yeah, he still he didn't like what I said. He was like, "Oh, you know, this is gonna be he hates religion," and so it was just his way to bash Christianity and all of that. So then I made. And I did on another stream, like after I got unbanned and all that, he made another reaction to where I reacted to that. Or yes, I can't remember exactly where he got that clip from, and he did it again. Basically, again, he got ratioed in his own comments again. So there was that. That's pretty much the history of that. Which I didn't get mad at him over what he said. I was like, hey, thanks for. People were asking what I thought about it. And I was like, I'm glad he watched my video and reacted to it. Like, I disagree with him, obviously, and he clearly got mad and stuff. But hey, I'm happy that my clip got out there and more people got to see it. And yeah, so I didn't
Did
get
he
mad.
upload a 20-minute video apologizing for bashing
He
Christianity, dude?
He did not.
Oh,
Funny
that's
how
interesting.
that is. Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, everyone, I am joined by the intelligent, wonderful, charismatic Melanie Mack. You can find her channel on Rumble if you just look up Melanie Mack, one word. Also on YouTube, Melanie Mack Go Boom. Please do subscribe to her channels. Her and I are live. I'm live Monday through Friday at 1 Eastern. So wherever you wherever you watch, please do subscribe or follow and tune in daily to the stream. Melanie's on Tuesdays and Thursdays. She also streams at 6 Eastern on her own channels on Wednesdays, as well as having standalone videos. One she just uploaded. Dragon Age: The Veilguard leaks are worse than we feared. Everyone go watch that. And then also, I have Six Hexenhammer on Mondays and Wednesdays, and I'm trying to get Luke Rudkowski on Fridays. If we hit the membership goal, we will hire him this Friday, or maybe it'll take a week or two, but I'm hoping we can still get there. Also want to point out, as now while I'm talking about this, go follow Melanie's channels, like legit. Also, if you haven't yet, there's a couple of these tailgates for Trump books left. I found a few more boxes that I thought were empty that actually have books in them. So if you haven't yet, go to tailgatesfortrump.com and get your cookbook. Look at how good it turned out. Like everything's like full color. It's nice, so it can lay flat. It's on spiral bound, so it can lay flat. You get Kamala's Unburdened by What Is Bean Casserole. You can get Kamala Harris's Tuna Meltdown, Hunter Biden's Moscow Mule, Duck a la Springfield, Booty Judge's Booty Jiggling XL Hot Dogs, and many more in the cookbook. So make sure you get, I don't know how many are left of that. I think I found 2 boxes, so I think that's like 200. So there's like 160 left. Now, here's the thing with Asmongold. He apologized, and of course, what do we know about apologies, Melanie? They don't care.
Right.
Immediately after he apologized, somebody went to his Reddit and highlighted this. This is Asmongold's post on his own Reddit saying, why did he apologize? That tells you right away that he was only apologizing because someone told him to.
Yep.
Nothing he said was wrong.
Yep.
All he should have done was differentiate between like innocent Palestinians and Hamas. Like Hamas is a huge part of that Palestinian area, but there certainly are women and children who aren't terrorists that live there. If
right, I mean,
there's
a ton of them who do support Hamas, but there's still going to
they
be
voted for
some
him.
who don't. So yeah, I can see him wanting to differentiate that.
Yeah, he didn't do that. They would have come after him anyway because he removed the victimhood status of Palestine simply by saying his overall arching theory was if Hamas had the type of missiles that Israel did, they would be bombing Israel just as much. And that's true. There's really no denying that. So he writes, the vibes and feel of the stream recently have been a lot more tense, and that's my fault. If you think that means my first stream back is going to be playing Dustborn and promoting Sweet Baby, I think you'll be very disappointed. I'm not changing anything other than trying to be more positive and less mean-spirited. So he's come out to say, hey, I'm not getting woke. He then put, don't worry, I'll react to DEI equals die video game first, or gaming video first, stay back on stream. Take a break. Us chuds will be here waiting for you. I mean, and then of course this person tweets.
I swear that person gets a ton of bot likes all the
Yeah.
time. This person is always going after a lot of us.
Yeah, but I mean, 25,000 likes of people that, again, he apologized. They don't care. They want you dead.
They don't. Yep. So it's like, don't bend the knee to these people. He shouldn't even apologize to these people at all. But I'm guessing he got a call from Twitch.
So catch the end of that.
$25,000 likes of people that, again, he apologized. They don't care. They want you
They
dead.
don't. Yep. So it's like, don't bend the knee to these people. He shouldn't even apologize to these people at all. But I'm guessing he got a call from Twitch or
It's
something.
weird that it ends it, even if you're
Well, he got fired
behind it.
from his own
From his
computer
own company. Yep.
which is wild. Like, I founded Coffee Brand Coffee. Okay.
Right.
If I said something heinous, there is no scenario where I'm getting fired from my own company. I don't understand this. Now, I know he had partners, but I suppose if I had a partner, they would still have to buy me out.
Right.
You have to buy me out for an enormous amount of money. And by the way, see how many computers Starforge sells without Asmongold. You know, see how many, again, here's Rod Breslau, entirely unnecessary and avoidable. I don't get it. Because these people, like I said, they never wanted him to apologize. They want him to die.
Exactly. And that's why he feels safe coming after Christianity, because us Christians, like when he was
There's no
reacting to my
penalty for
video,
it.
it's like, okay, I'm not going to say that I hope this guy gets canceled or loses his livelihood or this or
Right.
that. I'm just going to disagree with him. I'm so glad he watched my video, but I'm just going to disagree with him, and that's that. And so he feels safe bashing Christianity as a result. But go after the Queer for Palestine narrative, and they want him dead.
Yeah, that's one thing these people will never say. They want you dead, period.
Yeah.
They want you removed from the internet. They want you fired from everything. This guy got fired from his own computer company, fired from his gaming group, OTK, banned from Twitch for 2 weeks, which is a very long ban for Twitch.
Oh, yeah.
And that's not enough. It's not enough because he didn't come back and he didn't do the Queers for Palestine thing. That's why that's the real reason. Like they don't want him to apologize. They want him to bend the knee. They want him to push the same propaganda that they're pushing. Now, am I saying Israel's guilt-free in all this? No. But I'm saying what Asmongold is saying. I don't care. It's none of my business. Only in America is the only country on the planet where you can get canceled, fired, have your life ruined for the crime of not giving a fuck what's going on in some other country. Do you think for a minute that people in Palestine give a fuck about the inner city crime going on in Chicago? Do you think they care about 100,000 Americans dying from fentanyl overdoses? Do you think if a Palestinian said basically the equivalent of what Asmongold said, I don't care about 100,000 Americans dying from fentanyl, they chose to take it, do you think that they would be canceled? No. Do you think a Jewish person from Israel saying that would be canceled? No. America is like the only country in the world where you have to you have to ignore the problems of your own country and virtue signal for others. Like I had some Palestinian dude like emailing me like, I want to debate you. What do you mean debate me on what? Do you think terrorists are bad? Yes or no? End of debate. Yeah, there's literally no debate to be had.
Yeah.
Terrorists are
Give me a
bad.
bit, Chopper.
That's what Asmongold meant. Everybody knew that.
2001
He wasn't
for
talking about
apartment?
the innocent women and
It's less-
children who were
more-
caught up
more
in
than
it.
my
Everybody
mortgage.
knew that. So why am I going to go on your weirdo, channel
Nuts.
to debate whether or not terrorists are bad? I mean, you can pay for my time. Maybe there's a dollar amount that I might
Nice
dedicate
apartment.
that might, have me stop by or something like that. But like, I just am not interested. King of Biltong says biltong is one of the most protein-dense foods in the world, packed with B12, zinc, iron, creatine, and more. Need a healthy, high-protein snack? Get yours now at biltongusa.com. Quartering 10 for 10% off. Not sticks 10, Anton. Yeah, wrong promo code. My niece just died from fentanyl, 33 years old, left behind two young children. Fentanyl is bad. 100,000 people a year are dying from opioid overdoses. That's why I don't give a fuck what's
And that's
going on.
the thing is there's such a tiny amount that to overdose on. I saw like a
It takes
picture.
nothing. Yeah.
It's almost nothing. It's just so sad that this is happening.
It's scary.
Yeah.
It's like half of the smallest pill you can think of
Right.
is enough to kill you. Not just America, Western countries in general. Look at Dankula. Fair. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, Vladimir says, become a member today at the quartering member section. I think we lost our steam. Shadow Bear was the last person to join, but I'm glad. Check that. Sarah Jane just joined.
Yay!
Thank you. Welcome, Sarah. That's 67. Yeah, I don't there's a lot of people that like would say something like, I don't know. Look, it's Asmongold's right and or decision to apologize. That's fine. But we know how that goes. That's what you and I are going to talk. We're going to talk in our membership video. The first time I got canceled, I apologized. I was like, oh, I got gaslit, like I was like, oh,
Right.
I guess I'm the asshole here. I should probably apologize. And then I found out, like Asmongold will find out, that people don't forgive you. They didn't.
Right.
The only people who have a problem with the shit you said weren't rocking with you in the first place.
Yep.
They weren't they weren't watching your content. This is the thing. Like Asmongold's not going to lose any viewers over this. The only thing I judge Asmongold on is apologizing, because look what happened. He got fired from everything and banned anyway. So what did he gain by apologizing other than looking like he cucked out? It's so weird.
Yep.
But again, he's not Christian. What do you know about Unknown 9, The Awakening? Are you following this?
Oh, I mean, I've seen a little bit of it. They take the actress who is actually really pretty and Sweet Baby inked her up and made the game look ugly and terrible. So I'm sure I don't even know when it's coming out because nobody's even really interested in it. So yeah, I imagine a flop is definitely happening.
It's a $50 game too.
Oh, ouch.
Yeah. Don't forget these people want you broke, dead, dead, your kids raped and brainwashed. And
Right?
they think it's funny. Yeah, they do. Yeah, I mean, they do. You don't have to come out and like be a dick about not apologizing, but you could be like, look, I meant terrorists. Everybody knew I meant terrorists. End
Yeah.
of story. Fucking suspend me if you want, pussies.
And that's the thing,
you know,
he's got so much money that he doesn't even have to worry about being canceled at all. So
right.
in my opinion, it just seems like because he doesn't have a life outside of his streams, to him, that's still losing everything. Even if he's got money, he doesn't have a life outside. So it's like, now
He's
what do I
addicted.
do?
You're
Yeah.
right. That's a great point. That's
Yeah.
a great point. He even admitted that in his apology video.
Yep.
He's like, my life is entirely my stream. That's you're
not healthy.
100% right. That's exactly what it is. He's got no girlfriend. He's got no friends outside of his stream. And the thought of losing that stream is everything to him, even though the guy's probably worth 50 million.
Right.
General Cal says, apologizing to the left is like throwing chum in the water while you're drowning. Exactly.
Mhm.
Exactly. Now, the other thing I wanted to talk to you about was some interesting stuff. Kick wants to pay viewers for watching streams.
Yeah.
That's not a good look.
It's really not. I don't know how much they're gonna pay the viewers, but also when it's like, I don't know if there is actually some entertainment to be had there, you shouldn't have to pay people to watch. Like if Netflix is gonna pay me to watch, no, thank you. Like this is supposed to be my entertainment. Why, if I'm being paid to watch it, then it just doesn't sound like there's much value to be had there.
Yeah, I don't know if you ever tried this platform or ever used it, but D Live used to do
Yeah,
that.
I haven't.
You used to like by watching they'd be using you to like farm crypto or something like that.
Oh.
And then you could take that money you cryptoed or whatever farmed and pass that off.
People are just gonna AFK on there.
Creator.
They're just gonna watch a stream and go AFK. Like always have a browser up 24/7.
Well, I don't know about you if you remember, but back in the day, you used to be able to install pop-ups on your computers. Do you remember that? I used to do it at the school. You would like sign up. Does anybody remember what that was?
I don't know.
So you would install this thing on your computer. It would serve ads, and you would make money off of it.
Acting like he's got a
Then
threat thing
people
going on.
would install tools that made their mouse move, because if it detected that you weren't watching, it would stop serving ads. That was a big thing when I was young. Everyone remembers that. Remember that? NetBus was that one? Was NetBus what it was called? Yeah.
Oh, you're just gonna have a bunch of people from China that make 800 million accounts and all on different tabs, incognito tabs or whatever, and this just could go. Could go wrong.
Yeah.
That's gonna be inflated viewership too for the streamer. And that's the thing. When I'm streaming, I want my viewer number to reflect actual real people watching my streams. I don't want that number just to be inflated because people are here just because they're getting paid to watch. It's just not authentic that way.
Well, and Kick has a huge problem with botted viewers.
Yeah.
They do nothing. They do nothing to stop botted viewers. I've showed that you can open like 10 tabs and the viewership just go up.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Now, if you earn like bits that you can then tip the creator, I think that's actually kind of a cool idea.
Right? Yeah.
But the idea of like cashing it out seems really weird. Speaking of Kick, Dr. Disrespect made a statement saying, I'd retire before considering streaming on Kick. I think that's a bad idea.
I wonder what his reasons are behind that. Also, because I know he submitted his application for monetization on YouTube. Did we ever hear back if he got that approved or denied?
No, I assume we would have. Yeah,
I would think it would be showing up all over the timelines. But I know it was on like September 25th that he applied, to my knowledge.
And I don't know. I don't know how long they get to review that, but they probably have. Post Millennial on True Social has a lip reading analysis of what Biden and Obama were talking about at the funeral. No, that was a meme. Are you talking about the one where Biden's telling Joe Biden to get back, or where Obama's telling Biden to get back in? Here. Let's see.
What is this? Is there something on the screen?
Okay. That seems like breaking news. Hold, please. Breaking the sale code is effective right now. Oh, I want to let everyone know. Fall sale 15 on Coffee Brand Coffee. Maggie just told me 15% off all fall flavors. Fall.
Oh.
What is it? Fall sale 15. I put the wrong promo code in there. So fall sale 15% off. So they actually had a lip reader come out and say, Biden, she's not as strong as me. Obama, I know that's true. We have time. For what?
Show it.
Wait.
I'll look it up and show it myself.
But what else are they saying? Biden griped to former President Obama that she's not as strong on B, with Obama agreeing. That's true. In a stunning off-mic conversation deciphered by the Post. I mean, well, no shit. Everybody knows that. Where is that? Well, okay, so wait.
Yeah,
I'm trying to wait for it.
Time for what? Exactly, Jacob.
Where does Biden even talk?
States are already voting.
There, he said she's not as strong as
I'll tell
me.
you one thing though about voting.
And he said
early
that's
is you
true.
Save the candidate money.
Yeah. Okay. So
They
he,
stop
that, yeah.
texting you too. They know when you
Yikes.
voted.
That's gonna be. I mean, everybody knew that. Oh, you guys weren't even seeing what I was looking at. Holy
No.
shit. Melanie.
I said something, but
Oh
I
my
don't think-
God.
I thought you were like reviewing it
here it
first
is.
and then gonna show us.
You're talking about the polling numbers here, I assume.
Oh, we had a lip reader
Yeah.
translate it.
Here he says she's not as strong as me. Wait, when he says, right. By the way, she's not as strong as me. Correct. We have time. Ooh.
Oh. Wow.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, when you cooed him out, I mean, you lost a lot of people that Jeremy's a professional streamer. That's right. That's right. One of the best. Yeah, that'll probably be a standalone video. That should be like Obama and Joe Biden agreeing that Kamala Harris sucks balls.
Yeah.
Not good. The quartering,
Wow.
by the way, your Trump guy is a madman. Wait, what? My Trump guy? I don't know who that is. I wish that we'd have more of the conversation. It looks like that's all it is.
I mean, they're in emergency panic mode right now, having Obama recently go out there and try to guilt trip black people into voting for
Oh, I
Kamala.
know.
Oh, she's been for you guys. She's always like been there with you guys. And then I saw this one guy who made a video, this one black guy, and he's like, well, if she's supposed to be one of us, she didn't marry one of us.
Yep. Yeah. So to go back to Dr. Disrespect, sorry. So I mean, if he's not going to kick, I don't really know where he goes if he doesn't get monetization. Like, does he just stay on YouTube and stream for free?
I know. It's like, I don't know. If it were me, I think I would just retire in that kind of scenario with it because he's got all that money. So if you've got that kind of money, why not just retire? But I guess it's just, there's more to it than just that because, and I don't know, I guess because I'm still doing this. If I try to think about it, if I were just to stop streaming, stop making content on the internet altogether,
Yeah.
I think there probably would be a part of me that misses it.
Oh,
A
of
big
course
part
there
of me
would
that
be. Yeah,
misses
yeah,
it.
yeah, of
Doesn't
course.
matter even if I like, you know, let's say all of a sudden I went super viral and I made like millions and millions of dollars and I tried to retire. I would still miss making content. I mean, it's been such a huge part of my life for a long time. So I guess I can see that side of it from him. But
If I won the
yeah,
lottery
yeah.
tomorrow, I would still create content.
Yeah, that's how I feel. Like
I wouldn't be doing daily fucking live streams.
I wouldn't be doing most daily, but I would still be wanting to make content because I
Yeah.
mean it's something I enjoy and it also there's more purpose to it than just okay, I'm getting a paycheck from this. There's like you're expressing yourself. And so yeah, it's definitely something I'd want to still do. So I guess that's just kind of where his head is at with this too.
Well, if I were him, I would not have said I'll die before I stream on Kick.
Yeah, I agree.
He has two other options. He has YouTube, Kick, and Rumble.
Yeah.
Okay. X is not a viable option. So is YouTube, Kick, and Rumble.
I think Kick
What?
would actually monetize him. That's
No,
like
Kick
his.
said no. Kick
Oh,
said they're
did
not.
they?
Well,
Oh.
Kick, he's responding to Kick saying that they would never give Doc a deal.
Oh,
Which, of
a
course, why would
deal,
they?
but they
Yeah.
would monetize him though.
Yeah, I'm
right?
sure they would monetize him.
Yeah.
I mean, why would you give him a deal? He's got nowhere else to go.
Right,
I don't understand that.
Yeah.
But now let's say you're Rumble and you're like considering giving Doc a deal. Now you're giving him even less. Because now he said he's definitely not going to Kick. So if I were him, I'd be streaming on all 3 platforms, building up subs on Kick, building up subs on Rumble, building up subs on Twitter, building up, and then like that's what I would be doing. I think he's making a huge mistake by staying loyal to YouTube when they aren't loyal to him.
Yeah.
That's a huge fuck up in my opinion. But I guess he's going to go down with YouTube. I assume YouTube's going to not monetize him.
Probably not. Yeah.
I think it's a safe bet that they are not interested in remonetizing him. I could be wrong. I do think they should remonetize him. He didn't break the law. He didn't break terms of service on their platform. There's no evidence. It's literal hearsay, other than he did admit he sent some messages. So again, is that good enough for a lifetime demonetization? I don't think so. S. Cox just joined on the quartering.com. 68. Well, let's at least get to 69 for the lulls, everybody. Opinionated Junkie says Melanie Mack may be a twig, but she's good for the grift. No, she's good for the co-host, not for the grift.
Come on now.
Yeah, discussing business in church at a funeral with the organ playing is some mafia stuff. They should have covered their mouths like in Casino. Yeah, that's from Tactical Dish Soap. Matthew Emmett said, did you see the UK Labour are campaigning for Kamala? I'm not surprised. Dynamite Billy says, the sky will be the same for both us. A curse given to the willing forever. Remember for this, for our time is upon us. Apologies are for the weak. Miss May, I apologize. Apologies are for the weak. Yeah. Billiard Bag says, post Millennial on True Social. I just got that one. Good heads up on that. Lone Wolf says, would it not be a big win for Rumble if Dr. Disrespect came here as a primary platform? Yeah. I wish. I told him to. I told him directly to. But he's going to do what he wants to do, and it's his business, and he probably doesn't even have to work.
Right.
He's worth millions. So I talked to him. I said, why aren't you?
Oh,
wait,
shit.
get this in?
I don't want to show that. No, I don't know if you can show this on Twitch, dude. It's because what the chat's saying.
What's the chat saying? Oh wow, yeah, no, I can't show that. Bro, they be like talking about like that guy's daughter. They be like Ashley's Nike Tech make me boom. Like
she's probably like 16 or 17.
Bro, yeah, she's a teenager, bro. And they're so weird. They be grown men in there saying it. Oh my gosh, man.
I mean, like the Rizzler, I can understand. You know what I mean?
Alex,
the Rizzler's so adorable.
Alex,
like,
chill.
No, but they do make legitimately perverted comments about her, though.
Someone in the chat said that the Costco girl, she's 14. And these dudes are saying that.
Bro, I don't understand in general why guys like comment hard eyes on these random girls' posts. It's just like what do they expect to get from it? I mean, we have a major simp issue. Is simp banned on Twitch? You're saying that?
Simpleton.
Simp? Okay, but not simpleton.
Yeah, we got a lot of simpletons.
Yeah, a lot of simpletons.
We're live.
Got it.
What's the ETA now?
We are 6 minutes away.
6 minutes, chat.
6 minutes. 6 minutes.
Cool.
Give me some navigating.
Is it like a legit group home, or is it just like a?
I don't know. It looks like a regular house. But
That's what I was saying. He might go to college.
Yeah. It's not DeVry.
They just beat Colorado. That was such a good game.
Oh, good night.
Yeah, it was a really good game.
She said she was. Somebody said I live in a group home.
A group home might be a townhouse. If y'all saw what this guy looks like, I think you guys know why we're thinking what we're thinking.
If we see this group, yeah, with what he looks like, we know which group home it is.
I want to show them so bad.
Like he looks like the pedo from earlier after getting his face beaten in prison, pretty much. These people just can't be his friends.
They're by association.
His friends, finally. We're the group homies.
Let's say them.
We are close. The Wi-Fi is worse than it. That is jokes. That is jokes. Like, I mean, you guys are gonna see him in a little bit anyway, so it's like, just be patient. Cause like, bro, like, what like, imagine it'll be our luck that one of y'all know him, and be like, run. He's like, oh no.
Okay.
Dude, if we keep catching pedos like this, I don't know if we're gonna make it the whole 24-hour stream on Twitch. I don't know if they're gonna ban your channel, dude.
I'm not gonna lie. Like, chat, be honest, man. Are we doing anything that's ban worthy? Like, have we done anything that like pushes the line? And
after you just make a sound, go, no, we're not bullying them, right? Well, at least not to their face.
He said, "What Disney character he looked like?" Give me the roar. Do the roar.
Yeah, he does. He looks like the Do the Roar kid with glasses. That's a perfect. That's a perfect.
Maybe from the kid with Up, but with a different color hair.
Oh my god.
Let's say he just reminds us of Syndrome.
Okay.
Which one? Down syndrome or?
See,
God.
It might be past our bedtime.
What do you mean by the hair?
Well, I mean, it's like 6 of them in the house. Is this it?
No, it's this one right here. Wait, let me just make sure. Oh damn it! No, it's
next one.
Yeah.
This is a ringleader's car.
Okay, chat.
Oh no, not the.
What?
Oh, it actually might be.
What?
It actually might be a group home.
Why?
Look at the park, the driveway.
Oh, there's a van.
God.
Okay, it's not funny, but there's a van in front of their house.
Oh no.
There's a van. It's not funny, chat. It's not funny, man.
It's not.
This man's actually breaking the law.
No, the van's there because he's a pedo, not because he's just fat, guys.
Bro, please chill. Please chill.
You want me to cut the stream now?
Yeah. We're about to switch over to the phone, chat.
Dude, his boss just texted me. His boss, he works for my friend, bro.
All right, cutting out.
Bro, he literally works for my friend here in town.
Like that?
It's a catering place, yeah. He said the boss is like, he doesn't show up late to work. He just party.
All right.
Hold on 1 sec.
Okay, it's off. It's lacking out.
Yeah.
Let me see. I think I got good signal.
I might have to piss behind the car before we start.
Dude, I'm sure so many of the people in the house is probably pissed behind that car.
No, I'm at our car.
Oh. You're not pissed behind my car. Fuck. You come pissed by the van.
Is the Wi-Fi good?
Yeah. Yeah, here. Yeah,
wait, you don't know if the ad is going to show when the light comes on?
Oh, it's our video. I'm not worried about it.
Oh, okay. Self stream.
Not right now. About to head over.
Hey, Jadon, just be careful for the mailbox.
Okay.
Let's go.
You want to put that
No.
Hey, we got to beat our chest to be ready for this guy, bro. Come on.
Stop.
Yo, we're getting hype. We're getting fucking hype. All right. Yeah. What? Huh? Yeah, I have my phone. All right.
You might be able to go inside.
Dude, yeah.
They're watching TV, or one of them's watching TV. We're at the house, Jack.
No. How's it going?
Hey, man.
We got a package for an Owen. Kelly.
Oh, yeah. Come in, come in. Thank you. How you doing?
How's it going?
Oh, yeah. Right here. What? No, he said come out here. There's not a fire, Owen. He thought you said fire. No fire, man.
You're good.
How you doing, man?
Man, I'm all right.
You work here? Nice.
Nice to meet you, Owen. How you doing, buddy?
Good.
Hey, how's it going? Gordon, nice to meet you. We got some messages. Heidi and Mandy, we should probably go over. Just want to go have a talk about it inside your room over there on Facebook. We just want to have a conversation, dude. That's all. We're not here to cause a scene or tell anybody.
Yeah, I'm not into that. I've discussed it with her. I'm just like, no.
No.
I know what's going on. I know what's going on. I'm not.
Yeah.
So I'm like, whatever's going on, I'm just saying. No, she.
Hey, we don't want everybody out here.
Yeah, I know. I ain't trying to do anything.
Yeah. Do you want to go to your room? Like, just someone hears your business?
I'm good.
You're good?
Okay. Yeah. Well, because, we just want to have a conversation about it. Cause, we know you're young and shit happens on the internet.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Do you know, why we'd be here to talk to you about it?
Yeah, I know.
Right.
I'm not stupid. I'm not dumb. I'm trying to tell people not to just basically.
Yeah. What would be the reason you think we're here, though?
I know since of certain things I know.
Like, they're what?
I'm not gonna say yet, and I know.
Okay.
We're both grown.
Yeah.
We're not gonna do that.
Okay. I mean, we just want to have a God.
Yeah, and we're doing.
But we're speaking
Yeah, I know. Oh yeah, I know.
Yeah, because
you're just being a little bit rude to us.
I'm sorry. I'm just.
No, we know you're not
tired.
here. Yeah, it's late. But basically, we see that you're only, 24, 25? Something like that. So we understand you're still young, too, and we don't want this to be the end-all, be-all to everything.
Yeah.
Do you want to have a seat here?
I'm good.
Okay. So, obviously, there's some awareness that they were 12 and 13, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to tell him. Just stop worrying. Yeah, I know.
Okay. Well, I guess, why do you think the conversation continued after you knew they were 12 and 13?
She tried to keep it on. I'm just saying, no, please, no. I told her I'm not.
Right.
I think I am. So please.
Okay.
I get their stuff,
Yeah.
And I'm trying to go past it.
Right. But obviously, it takes two to tango. I got to give you credit. You were kind of pushing them away, but obviously,
Give and get. Yeah,
it was. So what kind of happened with you sending kind of dick pics and masturbation videos their way? Why do you think that happened? Or what? Well, I guess what prompted you to do that? Being dumb. Yeah, just so obviously, the message just happened, right? But was this you taking someone else's dick without their permission and sending it, or was it was yours?
It was off there.
It was off there. It's just we have some videos with your face in it as well. Would that be off the internet as well?
No, just not. I get that I don't also consent to, if you're recording, I don't consent to that.
This is just, my bad, you can come.
Go ahead, man.
It's just we have a lot of people get aggressive when we just try to have a conversation. We don't
Yeah,
be
I'm
doing
not trying to be aggressive. I'm
No,
just
go ahead. Go ahead.
partial.
You're chilling, man. You're being a nice guy.
Yeah.
How you doing?
He's not much of a speaker.
Oh, no.
Good.
Oh, saying hi.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to work in my life. I'm just not. And
Trying to get a turnaround. Well, you have a job, right?
This is about trying to ruin people's lives.
It's absolutely not.
Ruin.
Yeah, because basically, and we want to make sure your life is not ruined. That's what we came
Yeah,
here to
that's
talk.
what I'm trying not to ruin my life too. I have a bunch
Okay.
of things going for me. That's all.
Yeah, no, I mean you.
And if we thought you were a bad guy, we wouldn't be talking to you right now.
Yeah,
We would be at the police station.
Yeah, I know.
We would be
Right.
We're not police. We're not even. We think
But
that you can get past this, but we do have to have a conversation.
Yes, I'm.
Yeah.
I'm trying.
I think what should happen. Obviously, you can tell us to kick rocks and go inside, but we can also do what we need to do, right? I think, for the sake of nobody overhearing this, you're the guy that works here, not calling anybody or raising awareness. I think we should probably just go in your room. Obviously, we're not here to hurt you. We don't have any weapons on us. We're not going to jump you after for money. But I just know, like, if I were in your situation, I would definitely say, hey, I probably don't want this guy overhearing. So could we go somewhere more private or go to your room so we just sit down and talk it out?
Well, there's not much room in my room.
I mean, we were sitting in a car all day. I mean,
I know. I'm just saying, like, us big guys there ain't that much room.
yeah, I mean, we look like a high school offensive line. But yeah, just for their sake, we should probably just, if we got to cramp in, I'll cramp in.
As of right now, this is only between us two.
Yeah.
So if it's cool,
Or at least sit down here, just so we're not in the walkway.
Yeah.
All right, appreciate it, man. No, I definitely don't want that either.
Woo! Just like, I'm sorry.
Why don't you have a seat? Was it like 2 hours of this? Nothing? This is lame.
Could we go somewhere more private or go to your room so we just sit down and talk it out?
Well, there's not much room in my room.
I mean, we were sitting.
I don't know.
Okay.
I honestly don't know.
Well, we know it wasn't yesterday.
I know it wasn't yesterday. I know we weren't born just last night. I get that.
Right.
I tend to.
Sorry.
Something happens. I just tend to forget it and leave it in my past and start over.
Did anything happen to you when you were a kid?
Terminations.
Let's just say I was kind of put in foster care when I was an infant.
So I can assume the rest then.
Yeah.
Okay.
And all I know is that my Bible parent, one of them, and then my other one, I don't even know where the hell she went.
Okay. So there was.
So
we're dealing with childhood hardship, trauma. Okay.
And I also was malnourished during foster care, and everything happened for.
You were malnourished?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I am how I am.
Okay.
And all
Yeah,
that.
so,
Because I
okay.
got a slight eating disorder.
Yeah. That's not bullying it.
I don't even know what the hell it is. I just know I was for him.
No, when I'm hungry, I'm overeating. Like,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I have a problem with
all the
overeating.
time. I feel that.
Or sometimes stressing, you know.
Yeah, dude. I think Texas Roadhouse ran out of bread because of us, too.
You know, each roll is 200 calories.
Each roll is 200 calories.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're calorie scammers.
Wow, now you're making me feel like shit.
Me too. Once I heard that, I was like, for Christ's sakes.
now the mirror. Now I see why the mirror looks the way it does.
Exactly. I'm not to get away from. I'm just saying. Oh my gosh. And I just heard it today. I'm just, honest to God, I ate so many of them. Now I'm feeling like one fat fuck.
Yeah, well, we shared bad news with you, and you shared bad news with us to make us feel bad. Now we're even. But honestly, dude. Oh, yeah. We'll lower it. But okay, so I'll tell you it's pretty typical, and you're obviously a smart dude. But when childhood trauma happens, a lot of times, so obviously you weren't born like this. You were made into something you didn't want to be. Would that be right, you think?
Yeah.
Okay. So.
Plus, I don't have much freaking friends at all.
Okay.
Now I have on Xbox. I have a couple young adolescents that I'm trying to help. You know, learn how to do video games. You know, but that's about it.
He's like
Yeah.
Girls, boys, both, or
guys. They're abroad.
Okay.
So,
how old are they about?
Well, I don't know how like everything works in Britain.
Sure.
But there's this one that is he goes by Lord Lime, you know, stuff like that. It's just whatever's randomly generated. But yeah, he actually, I just found out by him that he actually he didn't quite say it, but he moved out over there, and he's got a girlfriend. So
how old is he?
I think I don't even know. Like it's just I know he's in his teens. Last time I talked through a headset, which was back in like 2019. So I know he's around his teens.
His teens?
His late teens
now,
yeah.
Or
no, like late teens, like now.
No.
But I'm
So
saying he was like, but it was just the first time we ran into each other because
like 12 or something back then.
It was on Forza Horizon 4, you know, racing game. I just put on a group, like a little, what's it called, a group kind of deal for it, just like, because I was bored as hell and I barely have anyone that I can play with on there.
Right.
So I just set up those, how would you call it? Like, put out a post and then you get a bunch of gamers.
Well, you just basically who wants to play with me?
Yeah,
Okay.
basically that.
Yeah.
It's on Xbox. It's whatever it's put on. So that's all I'm trying to. I just try and make friends, but then I also have a few friends that are around my age that are gamers too, but they're chill and they have others just like I do. I have others, but I've been trying to get back on social media anyway.
Yeah, that's good. Well, what platform or app would you say has the most like either younger ladies or younger guys that try to talk to older people?
All platforms nowadays.
Which one would you say? I guess rank them from like the most severe to like
everything nowadays is severe. It's a guessing game of whether you're fucked or you are gonna get fucked.
Okay, so I guess
no offense,
that's fair.
It's just nowadays you don't even know if
so there's
they're
not
putting their
there's
real age or not.
Okay, so it's common for them to. So I guess
misinterpret.
It's common for people to represent themselves underage on every platform now.
That's why the PH word. That's why they got it. You got to actually have your ID and go through that scanner because young adults
PH word
got their brains twisted.
What's the PH word? Pulling up.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't usually say it because I'm
trying to stay out of that stuff.
I've been there, done that.
Sure. That's same.
Yeah, I stopped.
We're all kind of survivors, aren't we?
I think yeah.
It's one of those drugs that people don't realize.
Yeah, I've been off the battlefield for 5 years with that, going strong. So I guess to kind of better help us, because in the end, obviously you don't want kids to do stupid stuff. We don't want them to do stupid stuff either. But what apps they even talk to people? Like obviously
Snapchat.
Snapchat.
Okay.
Let's play some poker.
What other ones? You mentioned like a lot.
I'm at work right
It's all
now.
Popular ones that I know of.
Maybe
that
this
anyone else
evening.
knows of, like TikTok, Snapchat, stuff like that.
Instagram.
I gotta put it on this.
What about a
new
Telegram?
laptop? Camera's good though, isn't it?
I've not
Is it
met
integrated camera on it?
people or close to anyone that is would consider young on Telegram. I've usually been hanging out with people that I know that gave me their link that is adults or older, because I usually do send me their picture of your ID just to verify. Because I ain't about that shit.
So Telegram isn't too much underage stuff.
No, not that I know of.
Okay. How long have you had that for?
I don't know. I've had so many phone numbers. There's been so many different accounts, and a few of them have gotten hacked. Same with WhatsApp. So
Okay.
So I usually delete and go on.
What we see happen. People's things get
hacked.
Those apps have no type of protection at all, and then
Yeah.
the stuff that they put on there, it's absolutely.
It's absolutely BS. Is it encryptogram or whatever it is? Encrypted code is actually BS. It's all just ones and zeros.
So is that why you left Telegram? Because
it
got compromised?
Telegram and WhatsApp. I mean, I still have it, but I don't use it.
Do you have like Signal or Session at all?
No, not really. I don't. I mean, they are on my phone, but I don't usually use them.
What Session 2?
No, I'm saying Signal.
Signal.
Signal is I only use that to communicate with my girl's daughter, so she can contact me if
nice.
her mom happens to have service runs out or phone's off.
Yeah.
And that's about it.
Would you say because obviously we know about like Instagram, Snapchat because we've had those for years, but Telegram's kind of new to us. And same with like Signal and I guess WhatsApp kind of known about. But would you say on those it's usually like groups or individuals or kind of both?
Kind of both.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when we talk about like hacking and all that weird stuff, like are the groups usually like American or are they foreign or like language?
They can be a mix of all. They're multicultural, multi-language.
That's from your experience on those apps.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Interesting. So on Snapchat, Instagram, would you say that these younger ladies under 18 find you, or do you think you find them, or is it kind of like a mutual thing?
They find me for out of nowhere. I don't appreciate them. They try and go with older people because then people of my, my generation or older. Because I grew up around them.
So you think they try to seek out older guys on purpose?
Yeah.
Okay. What do they typically? I guess what's the youngest age you've seen try to reach out to you versus like the oldest in that younger age range?
What y'all were, those accounts were.
12 and 13. Yeah. Okay. How many other 12 and 13? People. However, how many other accounts that were like 12 and 13?
I've only been recognized with the adults. Usually I get.
This one was like $850.
Wait, I'm sorry.
I got a good deal on it because I order a lot of
profiles and I make sure to look
Lenovo laptops.
Check. They don't have any history or
directly
anything
from
like
Lenovo, so I had a bunch of credits. So, but it's like
try and make
with taxes, it was like 900 something.
Okay.
Real friends, real faces,
But
got it. But I guess what I'm asking is how many other accounts that have been like representing themselves as 12 or 13 have hit you up on any of these apps?
It's got its own video card.
But I know, I'm just saying there's
AMD Ryzen AI 5 processor.
I get it.
The screen's not as big as I wanted.
Right, but I'm saying like how many other ones besides those?
I don't remember because my Snap got hacked in it.
Okay.
Was banned. So I can't really do anything about it. Never have been
Standard voltage processor, it says.
Yeah.
In order to find people that I can relate to that aren't here, because people that I was around during high school and middle school, they're all leashed.
What do you mean by leashed?
Got the ring on the finger.
I'm just kind of behind the curve a little bit.
Yeah,
Fair
especially since my parents, they
Lenovo
my dating, my relationship.
What'd they do?
My
Pad Pro
mom,
5.
She.
I mean, they have gaming ones.
Basically, like telling me that my prom date for freshman high school was just using me for a ride there and just to meet me. But I knew deep down she had a crush on me.
So they basically destroy your self-esteem.
Yeah.
Okay.
But my self-esteem wasn't destroyed.
Right. Yeah. No. Especially nowadays, it's just social media generation and all that stuff. I guess what would be like?
No,
average
I
age
usually
is
a lot
younger
of
ladies
times
under
for
18 you see
the
online,
therapists
like
and stuff like that.
12 and
because
13
they have
would
people
count.
sign off on stuff. I get them a touchscreen.
One that I know. I literally.
I don't like touchscreens. This one's a
you
touch-
unfriended
I'm
underage
not
accounts
a huge
before?
fan of
No, not
touchscreens
unfriended.
anymore.
I'm saying like I literally, you know how it says people.
I mean, it'd be good for like poker and stuff.
I hit the what is it called, delete or whatever it is,
Mhm.
that gray button. I hit that, not the little.
Well, that hasn't
Like
happened.
camera on it.
Well, yeah, and obviously, but the reason we're here, it hasn't happened all
It's
the
got
time.
the-
There's been some times
instead of
where
the
do you think sometimes
fingerprint
you got a little
login,
carried away with
it's
that
got a
stuff and just
face
added them
ID
to your
login.
only, or maybe just
I am who I am. That's all I can
If you're not standing in front of it, it
And there's
switches
nothing
over
to
to
it,
just
nothing more, nothing less.
pin login.
Because we are who we actually are.
Right.
Yeah.
So I kind of want to see, because just talking to you, you obviously don't seem like somebody who'd ever hurt a kid or doesn't want that to happen. But the messages were kind of graphic. It's okay. It is what it is. It's about make sure it doesn't happen again, which I don't think it would.
I know.
But
I'm trying to, like I said, I'm trying to get away from social media.
Right.
Because I know the damage it can do.
Damage you can do, like how so?
Well, it's mainstream stuff like getting canceled and all that, cancel culture. It's fucked up. Things like being I should say I've been catfished before. So, and that was back in 2018, 2019. So
Do you think that social media can also
impact our lives severely.
yes, but do you think it can also like put things in your mind you otherwise wouldn't think about?
It does some wicked things. That's all I can say.
What we usually see is like people won't hack stuff. No one hacks stuff.
Yeah.
And then it's people from
It's the algorithm.
Exactly. And that's what we're gonna have a conversation about. Do you think the algorithm hit you on Telegram?
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, so
and I try and I've just today I had to delete and decline the spams I had on Messenger. I had over 600 spams groups. I don't know who those people were.
Of course.
So I literally hit select all, delete.
Got it. Well,
I don't like them. And then also the one that is before spam, that the message request, I delete them.
Well, a huge reason we came to talk to you is because you do seem to be trying to distance yourself from that stuff. But a minute ago, the word wicked was brought up, and
because it is true, it does some wicked stuff.
It does some wicked stuff. And when we talk about wicked, I don't think we talk about AI profiles or just stupid people asking for money, because that's just a fact of life. I think
I've dealt with people just recently, but with them and people asking me for money, and I told them just get a job.
Of course,
you're an adult, get a job.
Yeah, I mean,
you're of that age.
Of course, absolutely, that's fucking awesome.
We ain't your sugar daddy, that's for sure.
Right.
Amen.
Do you think you've come across people on some of these apps that have truly been not just scammers like asking for money, but truly like evil people?
Yeah, catfishers, scam artists, stuff like that.
I mean,
And also,
evil people besides those people.
I came across some people who tried blackmailing my friends, and I told them, "Don't ever do that again, or the shit will happen to you. It won't be me, but it will be from another person, which I don't think anyone wants to fuck with."
Yeah, I get it.
Also
Well,
known as law enforcement.
Absolutely, but
especially the cyber criminal division.
right.
Yeah,
But these
definitely.
weirdos.
That's what they do.
bad
Use it for
doers.
too. Signatures.
Have you come across
phones and
people
stuff.
like on some of these apps that are probably that just post like grotesque shit that you want no part of?
I mean, you can get a decent one.
How do
The
those
ones I run for
people?
them are usually like $650.
What about it?
Unless
The no idea pads.
Okay, so there's been some forced scenes that people have posted.
Yeah.
Okay. So
And that disgusted the living hell out of me.
okay. So I'm gonna just ask this because there has to, we didn't just come to these messages because you just woke up one day and you're like, I want to send dick pics to 12. But that's not who you are. There are people like that, but you're not like that. When we talk about some of these non-consensual scenes that these people post, what percentage of them would you say are like over 18 versus under 18 of the stuff they post with that stuff?
All I can say is that it varies.
So there's some younger than 18, some over 18.
People do stuff that others wouldn't tend to.
Well, I guess maybe like the ones that made you delete Telegram and made you delete. You say you deleted WhatsApp, right?
Mainly because that got hacked.
So when it got hacked, like,
it was from a ex that hacked my WhatsApp.
Oh, so you know who it was?
Yeah, and I've actually tried recording her, but they didn't give a crap.
We understand that.
They don't give a rat's ass. They want to make money.
Oh, the moderation is such a joke. As long as you're giving them impressions, it doesn't matter what the fuck you're doing.
So, I guess like those things that she put on there that might have corrupted you. Was it maybe videos of people that are obviously adolescent doing, sexual things.
She corrupted everyone. Plus,
so she put videos like that on there.
Yeah, and plus she also had this was back in when I was working at Walmart here. The day before I got fired, she actually did something really wicked. She came over while I was working my shift. She came over, saw me. She had another man with her, and I knew that wasn't me. And I asked her, "Why are you here? Why are you at my work?" And she demanded my PayPal, so I gave her one of my old ones, which had like $1 on it. But she didn't want anything to do with it. She just wanted to see me suffer.
I mean, don't get me wrong, that sounds horrible. But
Yeah, it breaks a man.
I think it's more horrible, like, the stuff that she was putting on your stuff. So like, I know it's probably gonna be like a little bit traumatic. We got to that, like it's the root of the problem. But could you tell us, like, with those people that were obviously, adolescent, obviously minors, like what kind of videos was she putting on there? Was it the
Like, it
minors?
was mainly stuff from those like what they call dark web.
It was dark web stuff. So was she putting this on WhatsApp or Telegram or?
Like WhatsApp, and I haven't given her any reason to be on Telegram or anything.
So she was basically just sending you these videos. Okay.
And like, what was happening in the videos? That was it the kids doing stuff to themselves, or was it people doing stuff to the kids?
I don't even recall because I don't, like I said, I don't want to remember.
Well, no, we understand that.
But
But,
like,
it's
you can remember
all of us.
all of the above.
right. So were these like boys or girls she was posting, or kind of both?
All of us.
Okay. So what about, were there any age limits she wouldn't touch, or was she posting all the way down to like 0 even?
Just, she's insane.
Okay.
That's all I can tell. She's insane.
Did she send things of even like babies getting molested, stuff like that?
She's stuff like from all ages. And I'm,
Okay. So
even infant.
Yeah.
So you're not just telling us that, you're not like trying to throw her under the
I'm
bus.
not trying to.
So she sent all this to you.
Yeah, and then that's what got it banned. And
That's what got your WhatsApp
and all,
banned?
not banned. Sorry, not the WhatsApp. I'm saying the Snap.
Okay, so this one's Snap.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's what got shit banned. And I tried messaging, like trying to find the email for Snapchat support
To get your account back.
Yeah.
Okay.
And get a new account.
Yeah.
Try and scram that old one out, and basically put charges on her for that stuff.
So you did report it. I was gonna say,
I've reported it. I've done report. Like, I've had over 6 old Facebook accounts that have all been hacked.
You did it by her.
And it was by other people that I like. There were people who in the past I haven't had any relations with, and then it just automatically gets hacked.
So this is a chick you know in person, if I'm not mistaken, or?
In a sense, yeah, I know her in person. She did go to one of the schools, if I remember. She did go to one of the schools, but then something corrupted her mind, and she started doing this BS.
So so how many videos was she able to get off and send to you before they ended up taking the shit down? Thousands?
Yeah, I've had over like 999 just notifications.
Okay, so basically
on just how it says on the home screen when it has the app, it has like 999 or something like that.
Okay.
It was doing that, and this was while I was at work.
Okay, so to get this right, this crazy wicked bitch sent you thousands of what would be videos of child porn.
Yeah, and I've even reported her stuff.
You're aware what child porn is, right?
Yes,
Okay.
and I don't like any of it.
And she sent you that stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna lie, maybe she sent you maybe 10, 20 gigabytes. You can delete that. But on the phone,
and search history, it's permanent whether you delete it or
How long ago?
Because that's on the cloud, and the cloud is permanent.
Do you think since she coordinated this attack on you, do you think it's still on your phone even though you tried to delete it?
It's probably within the algorithm somewhere.
How long ago did this happen?
It was around 2019, 2020.
Okay.
Around the pandemic, and that was when I was this part was when I was working at Oliver, but then that shit went under the bus.
I'll be right there.
Was Oliver before Walmart or after?
Before, and I quit because you know how they have the carts now for bussers.
Yeah.
I had to do everything by train.
So they basically were in the wrong era, pretty much.
Yeah. So this started in 2019, and I guess, she sent thousands. There's no way she did that all in one day.
No, it was over years.
Yeah. So like, when was the last like attack? Was it like a couple days ago?
2021.
2021.
So it wasn't maybe a couple months ago, or
No, it was in 2021, and I told her no. Please, let me be.
Yeah.
Delete that account.
Mhm.
Delete me from your existence. Here comes her. About a year and a half, maybe 2, if I remember, because I was at Walmart, and that's when it hit, because she didn't like it that I was working too much and I didn't have had enough time for her.
So why do you think she sent you child porn?
She was just trying to attack my ego and everything.
Attack your ego?
I'm saying, like, attack me, like, mentally, emotionally, shit like that, make me look bad.
Okay.
Did you cheat on me?
No, the only thing I would ever cheat on is my diet.
Yeah, okay. Same. I think we're both all cheaters on that.
I mean, like, I honestly am hardcore when it comes to commitment. As long as both sides are good,
Consent,
healthy,
yeah.
and, like you said, consensual.
Yeah.
I'm good. But if it's not, I don't want no beef with that.
So I got to ask, because obviously you're not the only person that falls victim to basically the uncharted waters of the internet. So that was all on Snapchat, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What other apps have sickos and weirdos sent you child porn on, or try to send that to you or show that?
All it was just Snapchat.
Okay, because when we talk about Telegram,
She did WhatsApp, and other people would do Snapchat.
Yeah, there's Snapchat. Yeah.
And so why did you delete the? I guess we're trying to figure out where each one came in from.
Because I didn't want any part of it.
Yeah.
Well,
that's why I deleted.
When we talk about Telegram and kind of those groups that are foreign languages, what languages have you noticed on those?
It was a mix. I can't even tell, since nowadays there are languages that literally have, say, one little bit that separates the two.
Okay, so what have you noticed? Like, what's your best educated guess?
Everything but English.
So name some that you know for sure, or that you're very confident in.
Most likely anything that's Asian.
Asian.
And then I haven't seen any Arabic or anything.
Any Indian, maybe Hindu?
No.
What about
Spanish?
Russian? Russian or
No,
Spanish?
no Russian or Spanish, since I know for a fact, since I do have friends up in Europe, I know
Yeah.
for a fact that they aren't the ones who do that stuff.
Okay.
But they're more like us. They're down there. They don't want anything to do with social
Sure.
media. They try and stay off of the internet.
When we talk about these foreign groups, especially non-English speaking foreign groups that are just completely not even English alphabet, Latin alphabet, obviously we're not talking about anything good that they're posting.
Yeah.
There's nothing good. So I just want to ask again, obviously I know, if we thought that any of those videos they posted were your stuff, it'd be a whole different ballgame, right? And obviously you're just at the wrong place, wrong time. It just happens a lot. But I know there's times where, people try to get you into some type of child porn stuff that has not been on Snapchat, right?
Yeah.
So what other apps have people tried to offer you some pictures or just sent you pictures unsolicited?
There was I've been getting hit up by people who are trying to basically sell themselves.
Underage?
Well, they're like, I should say, barely legal,
Okay, well, we're talking about the underage stuff.
I'm saying, like, that's what it is. It's underage because they're
To break it up
a
in
year
categories, we
older.
have yellow being 16 to 17. We have orange being 13 to
It's all above, and
16.
I tell them, and I
So even
literally-
like
I
18.
literally archive, and then after that, I report them.
So what apps have you seen them try to basically sell some underage content on?
I know for a fact Instagram, which I don't have it anymore.
Okay.
Because I got tired of constantly being hit up over there.
What do they hit you up for?
Basically selling them, trying to get money off of their own body, basically.
Okay. And what other apps have you seen underage content trying to be sold to you or posted or?
I know Facebook is one, but
Sure.
All I've seen was Instagram and Facebook
Okay.
so far.
So
I have Twitter, but Twitter is only for a couple of my interests, which are cars, and then also trying to keep up with whatever actual news is going on.
it's a little bit more cleaned up with Elon Musk
Yeah.
there versus the old guy.
Well, yeah.
So Telegram.
What's that? Snapchat.
Yeah. Well, so tell me about Telegram, because we're talking about foreign groups. I mean, have you been added to groups on Telegram where they post that type of garbage?
Yeah, just out of nowhere, and then I report it.
Okay. What do you report? What do you report it for? Like, what do you?
For spam, and I also list what's going on, and then after that,
Like, what's a description like of your report?
Unsolicited photos
Of what?
just bare, like just unclothed.
Okay, but you
But like, it was an adult one, we want to report about
Yeah,
that.
it's nothing adult.
Oh, okay, so
like they look like they're 15 or so.
Okay,
or
so-
younger. Yeah.
so
they
you're-
look like they got baby faces.
so you're reporting child porn on there.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got nothing to do with child.
Why do you think they keep adding you that type of stuff?
Don't know. All I think of it is the algorithm.
How often do you get added to a group like that on Telegram?
Not often anymore.
Once in a what?
Lifetime now, since people have caught. I think they've caught on to the fact that I.
Okay, so about how many groups of child porn do you think you reported on Telegram?
Once a year, because that's as much as I get nowadays. Since I have put on that, the only ones who can request is if I request from them.
I think back in
Like,
2020,
people I know.
so they're gonna put out that I believe it's 2020, 2019. Telegram put out that update.
Yeah.
Where when you're sent photos, it automatically saves into your photo logs and everything. So was that happening to you whenever people would send these photos? Like you weren't even downloading it, but it would end up on your camera roll.
I don't remember since I honestly barely even opened. The last time I opened Telegram was just this morning when I was just checking up on a friend, making sure she's all right.
But no,
Well, we appreciate you reporting that stuff, man. That means a lot to us. When's the last time you think you reported something like that, like a child porn on Telegram?
About half a year ago.
So sometime this year.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, what is it? When you consider half a year like springtime?
Yeah.
Yeah,
What's
so far at least.
What do you think the youngest age is that these bozo weirdos are showing on Telegram is?
Just like
9.
9. Okay. Are these like videos, pictures, or both?
It's like they're blurred. They obviously are blurred, and it says that it shows that warning,
Mhm.
and I don't click on it because I can see from the profile pic that that's someone I don't want any type of relations, whether it's friendship or like being in the sister or brotherhood, trying to stuff. I don't like that.
What are things that people have shown on Telegram that's been like not
Graphic.
very graphic?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not violent, but graphic.
Graphic how? Like what's going on in those?
X-rated.
Okay. Who's it between?
There's a whole group of like just creeps and weirdos I've seen. It's all like 50 plus people who are.
And they're all posting that shit?
Yeah.
Okay.
So do you think that like
kind of like that date shit,
Okay.
Yeah.
So are they basically posting sex scenes of children?
Basically.
Okay.
In a reasonable sense.
So you said that goes down to 9, or does it go down to even lower sometimes?
So far, seen through like.
You said earlier
certain
something about
messages
zero.
are saying like 9, and then there's back then it was like down to infant.
Yeah, because on Snap it was about down to infants,
Yeah.
right? So on Telegram you see 9.
Yeah. And,
Okay. What's like a video 9 or like what's going on in that?
The videos, all I see is the description,
Mhm.
and then that's when I record it because I don't want anything to do with it.
So what's the description you've seen?
It's such and such 9-year-old stuff. Like,
Okay.
It literally says 9-year-old. I don't want it.
Hey, I appreciate. Listen,
I'm not saying it at all.
I really,
I'm not saying
I really appreciate that explanation from you because it shows that you don't like this stuff in retrospect. But we all know that sometimes we get carried away with stuff, and there ain't no description on Telegram of a 9-year-old. Okay.
Yeah.
What? Listen.
I'm saying I get that it's not good. I'm not trying to get carried away. I'm just saying like there are some freaky groups. I'm just
There-
saying what I've seen.
Right.
There are some groups
Okay.
on there, and I don't like.
Okay, so I'm not here for the description of, because there's no like, there's not an about section on the video on
Yeah,
Telegram.
there's no. I'm saying people have put, because you know how you have the ability to put in the type your.
Yeah,
like, it has,
okay,
like, that
okay.
Type bar.
Oh, and I appreciate it, but
Okay.
I appreciate it. What happens in this video of the 9-year-old that you watched? Because I
didn't watch it. I'm saying I didn't watch it. All I saw was it saying basically the viewer description. It was blacked out, had the little bar on it
Mhm.
saying the description of like the content.
Okay. And the reason I'm asking you this is because just listen to me, okay? The reason I'm asking you this is because we've all seen the video of like 9/11 happening, right? Where the planes at the towers. It's not pleasant, right?
Yeah, it's not.
So don't think that I'm accusing you of liking this or getting off on this, but I'm asking. The reason why I want to know what happened in the video is because hopefully I want to try to identify who that kid is. All right. I'm not saying
I don't know who the
right.
kid was.
That
That's
I'm
all I know.
okay.
I don't know who it was. And I don't
Well,
want
was the kid a girl or a boy?
that's the only thing that I didn't see on that description was on that little deal. The caption was
Okay.
It just said 9-year-old.
Well, here's the thing, dude.
I don't understand.
I honestly don't understand like the aspect of what they were trying to do.
Okay.
Yeah, I know it since it had 18 plus for like the viewers, but
well,
and then it had
the
3-letter word and then videos.
Yeah. Well, Owen, I'm not going to be unfair to you. I wouldn't ask you a question you wouldn't know the answer to. I don't know the question.
Some of this stuff I honestly don't truly know, so I'm trying to let you know, like, this is how I understand, this is how I'm portraying it, this is how I understand it, and that's what I'm trying to.
Okay.
But that's the honest
Hello.
thing I do, and that's what I'm trying to do.
Right.
Being
So
honest, because most of the stuff I try not.
What?
So, Owen, look, it doesn't really matter one way or the other because we already watched all that garbage on of infants and all that shit on Snapchat. But the reason I'm asking about Telegram is because I'd like to go after.
Yeah, that's it. Those are things we're going to need to know.
And
you just said
so
sex videos, and that's it. Because there's.
All right, call me. Do you have my work number? Call me, FaceTime me from there.
Well,
were these okay? Well, did they
My work phone
post
is
these
iPhone.
videos in the
Call
chat, or was
me
it like links to? What about like mega links and links to the videos? How often did that happen?
They've only had.
All right, well, let me call you back on the other one so you
You're
have the
talking
other
about the
number.
URL links
Mhm.
paperclip.
All right, and that's an iPhone.
Last time I ever saw a notification like that was back in 2023.
Okay.
And it was some chick that she was from Venezuela, so.
Ooh.
And I reported her too.
Okay.
And.
Yes. So what was the okay, so what was on that link that made you report it?
It was child porn. It had also, taboo stuff like that.
How low do the ages on that link go?
She was trying to sell, like, just like you said, below 10. She was trying to do it for like $100, and I told her, no, I'm reporting you for good.
Okay.
I don't want it, and I didn't hear from her at all.
Okay.
Anymore.
So in the group with the 9-year-old, what would you say is the youngest video the youngest age of a video they posted where it's just been straight up like bare, no warning or nothing?
It was just an image of an 8-year-old and like a 9-year-old.
Oh.
Were they doing anything in the image, or what did it look like?
It just looked like they were they had their hands behind their back. That's all I remember.
Okay.
And it's just.
So could you see their private parts and all that?
That's the only thing I don't want to remember, because that's the fact that it's kind of scarred.
Okay, so do you think you're suppressing a memory of seeing their private parts?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I don't do that kind of. I don't try and remember stuff like that because it haunts.
So do you think you saw their private parts and try to forget it?
Yeah.
Okay. So Owen, over the years, there's been, we're getting baby videos on Snapchat. Now this year and last year on Telegram, we're just getting naked 8-year-olds. Right. So
I'm not trying to loop anything. I'm just trying to let you know that
right.
This is all
but
general.
And we appreciate your honesty.
Yeah.
We do. But you're telling us kind of what is happening.
Because that's what I'm trying.
Yeah,
to let
yeah.
You know that I just honestly, I don't want to remember every single detail.
No, who can?
Exactly. I don't want to.
Right. But Owen, we're also here because of dick pics sent to a 12 and 13-year-old, at least for accounts representing themselves as that, right? So.
And I said I got carried away, and that's all it was. I got carried away.
Right.
My mentality was saying something else.
I was gonna say, like, we understand that you got carried away. We always get carried
away. And
I
got, in my defense, I honestly am, in a way, I'm retarded. I don't understand things when it happens.
Yeah, it just happens and you look down.
Yeah. This whole conversation we've been having with you, you're a very intellectual man.
I'm basically on the higher end of the spectrum of autism, yet I'm still considered retarded in my parents' heads. Which also let my self-esteem down as, oh, you're retarded, huh?
We hear
so
your,
that's what shit goes
we
on.
hear your case, but this is one thing I want to say. So, you have sent explicit images to what you thought was a tool, correct?
And I'm not hiding.
It's just a yes or no.
I know I'm saying I didn't hide the fact that happened.
I'm just saying, but it's just a yes or no.
That was an obvious yes.
Okay. So you sent explicit pictures to what you thought was a 12-year-old. And what we'd like to do is, because this was a courtesy of us talking to you, what we'd like to do is we'd like to trace it back. And we feel like you were about 85% honest with us. You told us that child CP was sent to you. It was unwanted. You didn't want it. Totally. Now, these chat logs here and these explicit pictures, videos, messages that were sent, it's telling us a different story that maybe you didn't just delete it. Maybe you watched it. Maybe you.
In my defense, I did not watch a single video.
Okay. So where do you think this curiosity came from then?
The only things that were, they had the still with the play button. And that's all I need to see that I reported.
Okay.
I did not do anything else except for report. Because
Owen.
I stand by my word, I don't want anything.
Oh, and do you use a VPN or anything?
No.
Okay, so you've never masked anything you've really had. Okay, so I believe
I don't like VPNs. VPNs are also expensive nowadays. I don't like
True.
anything. I don't like anything to do with hiding because I have nothing to hide.
Okay, well, two things can be true at once. You came in with pure intentions. You have reported child porn lots of times, but you've also watched it. Those both can be true. Hold on, those both can be true at once. Okay, you can't tell me that you received thousands of videos of child porn but haven't watched a single one. Okay.
Because I haven't. I'm standing.
Okay. Oh, and I'm going to stop you right there. So that goes back to not using the VPN. Okay, it's very easy on your old Snapchat, on whatever phones you've had recently, to go and see, has a video been watched, yes or no. I don't know if you watched the whole thing, but we do know it's been clicked on and viewed for over 10 seconds. That's how we're able to tell.
I don't do 10 seconds. I do 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. Because I don't like those.
Okay.
I don't like notifications appear.
Owen.
You have your own.
Well, it's not. Hold on a second. Hold on. It's not an opinion. It's not. Owen, it's not an opinion. I'm not here to argue with you. I can tell you don't like to argue. I don't like to argue. Okay. It's just a fact. All right. So the reason I'm asking you this question is because you're young. You've been through a lot of shit already in life. So this is why I want to actually put a context behind it, because I'm not going to write you off like a lot of these other people. Okay. So I'm not going to debate with you whether you've watched the videos young as babies and toddlers and 5-year-olds and 6-year-olds, because you have. Okay. It's not an argument. And I'm not going to waste your time, or I hope you don't waste my time by claiming you have. Okay. Well, that's fine. That's fine. So I'm just going to ask, and I'm not saying you just wanted to at first, but eventually you got to a point where you were watching them. Duh, I get it. But why do you think you started to watch these videos? I'm not here to argue with you. I'm asking you a question that you know the answer to, because I'm not an unfair person.
All I can say is it was probably most likely curiosity.
Okay, was that curiosity straight from the onset, or did it take a while for you to get curious about it?
Okay. And that's to my mindset. It takes a while.
Okay.
It's taken me a while to be curious about aviation.
Fair enough.
It's taken me like 15, almost 20 years.
Okay, so let me get this.
I've been into cars for literally all my life. Okay. It's taken me that long just for aviation.
Got you. So let me get this right. At first, you had no interest in it. Eventually, it happened so much that you start to watch some of these videos out of curiosity. Is that kind of correct? Okay. So if we can describe this, we can knock out all the other ages. Describe a video of like an infant that you watched. What was the race of the kid? What was happening to the kid? Was the kid a boy or a girl?
It was most likely a girl. I couldn't tell because it had no hair on it.
Okay.
Probably...
Jit. Where'd you go? Go
He
ahead.
said, I'm out.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's just, this is shit that I don't want to remember because it's traumatizing. Like I said, it reminds me of the shit that I've probably been through as an infant.
Yeah.
You know, I have only a minor, what is it called? Intellection, right?
Mm-hmm. So, but yeah, let's talk about the kid. Let's about the kid.
Yeah. I can say that they were white and that they had no hair.
What was happening to that kid?
Stuff that I don't want to say or repeat.
That's fine.
It's graphic as well.
So who was doing it to them though?
Guy, of course.
An adult guy.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you see his penis?
No, not really.
So what was he
It
doing?
was-
What was he doing to the baby?
All I can tell is the baby was crying and in pain.
Okay. Fair enough.
And I don't like that. I don't like to see people in pain.
Okay, but and I believe that.
Yeah.
So was this happening on the computer or a phone or?
It was. Sorry, it looked like it was on. It was done by phone.
Okay.
Because there's way too much to be just a still computer.
No, was this watched on your phone or a computer?
Like I said, it was a still image with the play, and like that's the thumbnail, and that's it was there, and like in my head was visualizing the fact that that kid was in pain. He was doing something that he shouldn't be doing.
Well, here, real quick.
Yeah.
So I know when we get curious.
There's about 50 of these a day now here in Toledo. throughout all of our offices. Haiti. Treating cats and dogs here too.
Especially when we're on the high end of the spectrum, we tend to save memories. Is there stuff on your phone we need to get rid of?
Yeah, works on position cards for 2 years.
Okay. So,
see, this is shit I don't want to do. I know that y'all probably call some people, and I.
Okay. Come on, let's go talk to them, man.
I honestly don't. I don't feel comfortable with cops around. I honestly don't.
Well, we recorded everything, so.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I don't care. I don't care. I honestly don't care.
Hello, sir.
Hi, how's it going? Oh yeah, I'm not the guy. The guy's in the room there, but he admitted to us that he's
Were you given permission to come to the house and talk to him?
Yeah.
Okay, come outside and talk to us.
Okay. Just shut the door. We'll deal with that here in a second. Let's figure out what's going on here, and then we'll deal with that. So, how did you guys come to meet this individual?
So we have a group called Predator Poachers, where we travel the country catching online child predators. We're from Houston, Texas. We have arrests all over the country, including here in Kansas and 40 other states. And he was messaging, Owen Kelly was messaging 2 of our decoy accounts, aged 13 and 12. And to both of them, he was very sexual, sending tons of penis pictures and describing sexual acts he wants to do. And obviously he couldn't meet up because he doesn't have a car, but he expressed what he wants to do to them, sent masturbation videos and all that. And today we went to his listed address that we found on TrueFinder, which is a public site that anybody can use. And it was his dad's address, and his dad gave us this address. And we came here saying we got a package for him, and his caretaker let us in the house. And we talked to Owen consensually for a whole hour at the kitchen table, where he admitted to sending those dick pics to said underage kids and to viewing child pornography as young as babies and toddlers by the thousands. So
you made entry under false pretenses about a package.
oh, we do have a package form right there. So
What's the package?
there's just papers in there.
Okay, so it wasn't something that was actually delivered to him. So you made entrance under false pretenses.
No, I was here to get him a package.
We were telling him he was being cooperative with us, honest. That way we get him the chat logs and everything. After you guys get your guys' copies, he can have his copies as well.
Okay, so do you have copies of all that?
Yeah, we can send it digitally right now, where we have the whole thing from start to finish.
We're going to need to review it.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we can do it right now. Do you have an email?
So you can do it. I mean, before we do any of that, we need to review it. If we can review it on your phone, that's fine.
All right.
So this is his Facebook. That's his middle name. That's his last name. His first name is Owen. Like my colleague said, we found him on TrueFinder, and that's where we found his dad. We talked to his dad and just let him know that we were looking for him. And dad, his address is publicly listed.
So he messaged you first. You guys didn't reach out to him.
Correct.
He messaged both accounts.
And they were decoy accounts.
We have like dick pics he sent and all that type of stuff. And
Cops are fucking idiots.
yes, just Facebook. He reaches out first in March. We say he's 23. I'm 13. Is that okay? He says yeah, verbatim. And the chat gets pretty sexual. I'm sure you can. I mean, he talked to us for a long time, so. But yeah. I mean, here we go. Then I would lay you down on your back, spread your legs wide apart, give you the best satisfaction, stuff like that.
All right. Do you happen to have your ID on?
Yeah, it's in the car. Maybe get it. Yeah.
Yeah, let's just head on there and down there together.
All right,
Sound good
no
to you?
problem. Yep.
Anybody else have a car number?
Yes, there is 3 people, but can you one of y'all get my ID, please, from the car or from the middle thing? Yeah, these about crap from here. Oh. Here you go. Everything on this current.
Yes. 134 onto the Texas 27.
I mean, we have a conviction here in Johnson County, and yeah, I forgot Gardner,
Kansas. Okay.
yeah, and it was for something similar. Same thing. There was a sex offender we caught there. He sent dick pics, but he actually tried to meet up. This guy didn't try to meet up, but this guy admitted to a shit ton of child pornography. But he claims he's not currently possessing any, but I don't necessarily believe that. But he's described videos he's watching in detail of even babies. So we have it all on camera for y'all that we can send.
Thank you. And just like to know who we're talking with, document and everything.
Yeah,
So
no
I appreciate that. Do you like drive up here from this event, or how does?
Well, we take long trips across the country. So we were just in we got arrested in Nebraska earlier. Now we're here. So
Gotcha.
yeah.
So again, do you remember like a date or something you started talking with this?
Yeah,
guy?
it showed March 11th, yeah,
March 11th
of this year.
Yeah. And you kind of created the account and like you just let it sit, kind of like.
Yeah,
throwing a hook out,
I have
or?
no idea how he found us or how we found him, but all I know is he messages first.
Okay.
Here, put this back in my wallet, please.
And what was like the name of the Facebook account that you guys were using?
Actually, it's Heidi.
H- Yeah, because like you said, it's like a channel, like a social media thing too, or like
That's correct. Yes, that's correct. So we do post their videos online eventually.
Yes. Okay. Yes. And then you were saying you've been inside for like an hour. Or so?
Yeah, an hour.
Okay. And then what all did you discuss again?
So inside, we're like, hey man, we got to go over the messages to Heidi and Mandy, which is our other account that we use, and we'll send both in the pool. And he agreed to talk. Obviously, he wasn't too comfortable, but we told him it's voluntary to talk to us. You can tell us to piss off at any time, and he never did. And you know, so we just sat at the kitchen table for an hour, and you know, he was really quick to admit to the chat logs. Like he's like, yeah, I sent the dick pics, yeah, but I knew they were 13 and all that. And then we just basically for the next hour grilled him about child pornography he's watched. And he says on Snapchat, like in 2021, this girl he knew in person sent him like 1,000 videos. Like it was almost unbelievable the stuff he was saying. But I had him describe videos in detail to make sure that he's just telling the truth and not just making shit up. Yeah. Do what? No, it's not on at all. Fuck. I recorded the whole. So small problem with the thing, dude. I don't know how the camera just fucking flipped when I set it down. So like 55 minutes is black screen, but there's audio. Are you able to download it? Okay, yeah, we gotta download that shit like ASAP so I can use it. Yeah, just download that shit. His angle was probably better anyway because I got all three of us. Was it like high quality? Yeah, I don't know how the mic turned off. I did. Yeah, I was looking at the 5 minutes. When we're standing up, it was like on him, but I guess it got flipped somehow when I set it down against like this thing.
Yeah, can you put it in like a Google Drive or something over to you want to send it to you?
Yeah.
Hey.
Here, you get your number anyway. Okay.
So, bro.
All right, so let me show you real quick. This is what we got. So this is
All right.
right?
Yeah.
It's ready for the email.
And we have a couple offices right here.
Okay. And this is the front. You came in the front.
Oh, dude. Well, he was so nice for the whole hour. I mean, I don't give a fuck if you care.
Yeah.
Let the cops in.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I seen that.
I don't know what doing, bro. I was coming like
Okay.
Like
All
when
right.
the cops came, he was like, no.
Yo, that's totally fine with me.
That's my bro. He was not coming around.
Yeah, because the manager's like, I don't get paid enough for this shit. Like, stop them right now. But when the cops came, that's like, oh, I gotta do my job.
Yeah, and then he was over here telling me, like, Chad, did you guys not hear him say that we could come inside?
Oh yeah.
He's over here like, I didn't actually.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that shit at all. Fucking.
Bro, Chad.
Well, I mean, what do you have? What are you guys using in that area? Do you have any Wi-Fi running in that area?
Hey, 3272. Yeah.
Oh, this is a police matter.
All right, well, all I would have to do is just replace
public property now, so.
Where should I go after pedophiles? That's all.
The nearest antenna
Sorry, that
to
sucks.
our
We have this urgency for your clients.
switch. You know,
Just saying.
Where does your, yeah, you know, wherever your internet comes in, it should be attaching to the switch. I would just tone that line out to the IT room. That's what I did in Pittsburgh. Yep, that's it. That's exactly what I'm going to be using.
Or just go for it.
I'll just factory reset that.
How about it? I mean, we got a confession out of him.
Oh, lots of confessions out of him.
Or if you just want to have another line installed. Yeah, but in Pittsburgh they wanted to separate everything, so I didn't know.
We don't have to, man. Your power is over now. Have a nice day.
At least be a little bit more
Yeah, I would
gracious,
just,
man. I mean, we
you know,
pay
wherever that
salaries
line
tax
goes,
dollars.
whatever room that goes, I would have our own little switch, which will come out of, you know, whatever internet you guys got going there. That way. Yeah. The Unify APs, yeah.
Did he get your information?
Yes, you did.
Okay. Phone number, address, all that?
I don't think I gave a number to him. Okay. Wait, yeah, I did.
You give him your before we leave, we'll need a full, what we call it, field interview. So phone
Yeah,
number,
all I have to do is just literally plug in a toner to that wire there, and then it'll sweep for me in the
right now we're
IT
just
room.
gathering facts from the beginning, from baseline. We have no idea what's going on. We only have what you're telling us. We haven't talked to him. He doesn't really want to talk to us at all.
Right.
So we need to kind of set a baseline, figure out where we're going from here. You should obviously show him call logs and things like that.
Right. Or yeah, chat logs. Yeah.
Okay. So we'll end up needing to get that.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And stuff like that.
You guys have like an access or?
Yeah, so we have what's called online accounts with evidence of how long.
Axon?
Yep.
Yeah.
And so we'll send you a link and you
That
can download
works.
anything you need to. Before we do that, we're going to call our supervisor and let her know what we have on our baseline.
Yeah.
And then we'll go from there.
All right.
For her purposes, she says that she's the manager here, owns this building.
Yeah.
So if you can, it's
Yeah, we're not.
I found
If we were to show
it
you
was only a couple of months before they opened
I
across
would
the
have to see
street.
if I
I
can
found
find
a
him. But if he
second
were to
room. I
have
was like,
sent
holy
a full
shit,
body
there's a
picture of
switch
himself
in
with
here.
his genitalia,
Right.
would
So
that
here-
be enough to go question him?
No. Here's the problem with us, okay? And I don't know how other jurisdictions have worked and things like that, but here in Riley County, when we use sex crimes and things like that, if someone sends a picture of their genitalia via Facebook, Snapchat, anything like that, right?
Mhm.
I have to be able to prove that that person sent that message to that account to this, okay? Because with where we're at in technology today, I can hack into your account, send him a message acting like you, and it's not even you.
If we show you the video of him confessing that he did,
So that's the next problem, okay? So then you came here, you said you had a package for him, okay? And he allowed you in. Listen, you're not a law enforcement agency, okay? So that's not necessarily a huge problem. However, it's false pretenses, okay? Once you let him in and you guys are communicating and stuff, if he confesses to you that he's doing those things, that's fine. But we have to be able to say that that's not under duress or threat or anything.
no.
like that.
So just to let you know, because obviously we didn't get to explain ourselves. So his caretaker had came inside, and he was like, "Hello." And I was like, "Hey, we're looking for Owen," and he was like, "Okay, what do you have for him?"
The same guy that we were at the door with?
Yeah. And then he was like, "Oh, why?" And we are like, "Oh, we have a package for him." And all he told Owen was like, "Owen," and then he was just like, "They're here for you," and then everything's on video. So.
Yeah, and the whole time we talked to Owen, like we told him, like, you don't have to talk to us. You can tell us to piss off. It's voluntary. And he understood that. And we're just sitting at the kitchen table with him cordially. Like there was no like raising voices or yelling or anything, and no threatening either from anybody.
Even
And-
his caretaker, because he was kind of like hovering around. I stepped aside and
Yep,
filmed him
yep,
and
that's what
happened.
yeah.
And so he kind of sat back.
So,
and just listened.
wow.
And he also
That's-
told us that we
that's
had a
actually
hard
well
cutoff
done.
at
There's the
10:30.
switch and the
So that's kind
controller.
of-
Oh, he had
You got another what?
Yeah, like he was like,
machine
"Oh, you
there?
guys gotta leave at 10:30." So like, you know, if
Okay.
you're unwanted, you want to give
Yeah,
someone.
and right behind you, I think I saw one of the
10:30
cables
cutoff.
come
Yeah, and the caretaker was fully aware. Like, I mean, he was even sitting at the counter for a few minutes, just listening to us talk.
No.
He knew full on what was going on.
There.
So everybody in the house
Cool.
knows why we were there.
Cool.
Well, not
We'll be able
everybody in the
to
house,
do
but you know, the caretaker, and then Owen himself, who was he tried to pull the he's mentally challenged card, but I'm not gonna lie, he's not smart than me.
No.
He
I mean,
knows full well.
I'll try
He's like,
tonight.
try to get away
I'll
from it,
just
report it,
hook
which
a toner
obviously
to that
he doesn't
one.
report. He's able to
See if
describe
it does
videos
go
of
to
being
that room.
babies
If
and
it
watching in
does, we
detail.
won't even have to.
He described that to me like 2 minutes before we all got here.
hardly
I mean, this guy is sick. I mean, it's no accident that he's messaging 2 fake accounts, dick pics galore. I mean, he's been in this for years. And he said there was this lady that he knows in person. He's kind of unclear about who she was, but
I mean, if that
thousands of
if
videos on
there's going to be
Snapchat. He said
somebody
his
there,
account's been
that's going to
banned
be expecting me
because of child porn being sent to him.
And he says that he's accidentally viewed it while he was deleting it because he didn't want to
So
see it.
everything you've told me so far is what we would consider hearsay, okay, between the two of you. Okay, I don't have any way to prove it unless he talks to me and admits to me that yes, I've had these conversations.
What about the video?
So video is one of the things. I have to be able to prove that he wasn't. And I understand what you're telling me. I have to be able to prove he wasn't under duress when he made those statements. So give me a second to go talk to this officer.
Hopefully, I mean, it looks like you're.
Hopefully he's talking to him. We'll see. It won't open up.
One of the officers is inside, so I don't know, Chad. What do you guys think, man? Did he seem under duress? Yeah.
He's being held accountable for the first time in his life.
All right.
Yeah, that dude is like the smartest tart I know, dude. He looked a lot dumber than he was. Like, look at this picture of both of those guys. He burst me like fucking Stephen Hawking.
What?
Ah, yeah.
No, I don't need that. No. Yeah, that's where the cable and everything comes in. So I'll have to get in touch with Spectrum. Hopefully they'll be able to do it this weekend. We'll see. I imagine that's Spectrum. That's Spectrum right at the men's house.
Bro, it's so funny because the chats aren't even here. It's like some
Yeah, I don't think it'd be a big deal.
Is he downloading that stream?
What is the? Oh wait, what is the address there? Because I'm gonna need that to set up the account.
Yeah, or just explaining things that are just irrelevant to anything.
401.
I feel like he'll crack. At first, I'm not gonna lie, I was like, man, you know he writes, but then he cracks. Yeah, they always crack in the first.
Yeah, most of the time.
Check. And you guys
Round
think,
6.
You guys think Owen was under duress?
Yeah.
Yes or no?
Okay.
Yeah, dude, Owen was smarter than like every.
We'll do. I should be good as long as someone's there to let me in there.
Bro, he did it, bro. How many people got in the stream right now?
I don't even know. Let me see.
Sorry.
2K?
Sorry about that.
Hit 2K in the chat. He was like, hey, stop filming me. I was like, your power is over. She's like, whatever.
Stop practicing your First Amendment right.
She comes back. We'll just follow her to her car.
Yeah. I don't know, bro. It's pretty sus at this time of hour.
Oh, yeah, I'm black.
Big black man following little white lady
Eric,
to her
you
car.
follow her to her car. Should he be arrested? Wow, 97% said yes.
wait.
No. The 3%. Hey, then he said there's 6 people in the house. 6 people said shit. Hey.
No.
Well,
Free my boy. Dude, I think the rest of the people in the house, even if they heard what was going on, they still wouldn't know what's going on.
oh, one of the residents of the house, he just walked by.
Yeah.
And just was staring at me.
I'll show you guys.
I was so uncomfortable.
Dude, he was down for the cause.
And I was like, my bad. I was like, you can go. And then someone was like, you know what the fuck? I was like,
but Owen is. You're right.
I was like, what am I gonna do with that information? Yo, wait, why can't I do chat? Okay, there we go. Oh, 49 now.
How are you not doing? I don't get cool, bro.
We should hit him with we're gonna help him move all that.
Dude, I tried to ask him when he left, he had anything. He's like, no, which I think is bullshit, but I can't believe he's trying to say, like,
he's not gonna get kicked out the group home.
Can they do that?
For all this BS? Yeah.
well, dude, the thing is, like, if he gets kicked out of a group home, they get charged with this, he'd probably go right back into a group home. Like, there's no, he get kicked out, yeah.
21 people voted nah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, man. They're keeping us employed. We should be thankful.
Yeah, fuck you, dude.
That's not what I want.
I got a job at the food bank, bro. I'm so glad people are starving, especially kids. So I can keep working. You know what I mean? It keeps us employed.
I'm good.
Isn't it
It's like the pedos keeping us employed.
Oh. Wait, what'd you say?
Isn't the food bank voluntary?
Not if you steal from it. Oh, no.
Chat. I'm gonna go read the chat. I already know they're gonna say something.
Oh my god, Gage.
I'm so ready to go home.
Already?
I am. Freaking, I like the what's his face more.
Who?
What's his name? Don.
That's what they were saying. They were like,
Don was cool as fuck.
The other was better.
I hate when they think they're so smart.
Yeah, I know.
I hate the smarty pants. I like the one that just like, oh, I did it. I don't like the okay. We can get.
So did you give him the Facebook accounts or the accounts that you guys are?
Yeah, we can send you the link right now to it.
Well, so right now we're gonna collect a whole bunch of stuff and then our investigation team. Yeah, reach out to you guys and start working on that.
I mean, the cops are in there, so I'm guessing they're talking.
Do you have like a work email I can just send a bunch of stuff to right now?
No, we're not. When it's an active investigation, things like that, I can't do that.
Got it.
What are the one of the accounts or both accounts that you?
Yeah, let me
you
see
gotta go
that.
to that.
Hi.
How's it going?
How are you?
I'm good. You?
Not too bad. Not at the moment. I'm just kind of staying here. How are you guys?
Good. Yeah, what account did you send from? What time did you guys get in?
Oh, about a little bit after, a little bit before 9.
And your China.
You know, can you send me Mandy's Facebook one real quick?
That's what you guys talking
That's
to
correct.
since March or April.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Give me a second. Let me talk about football.
All right. Bro, it's so funny when he's like trying to say, well, I don't know what happened to the video. There's like a whole description of it, though, in writing. I'm like, bro.
You're like, come on, man. There's no description.
Like, oh, and I appreciate it.
I don't know if you noticed, but like, I was just like laughing at that part.
Dude, I know. It's so ridiculous.
I was just laughing. I wonder if they had a conversation with him.
Dude, I hope so. I hope they have his phone at least.
I don't think so. But,
man,
did they game plan what they should do?
Yeah.
Do they have enough evidence to do something?
Oh, fuck yeah. But
I think they're just in for a lawsuit.
Yeah, just fucking. He's a bad word.
Should we just call it dad?
No. Not right now. That's probably asleep.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie. Without his dad, like, this was not about.
I know. Hey, man, big props to Mr. Kelly, bro, coming in the clutch for us. We would not have known he's in a group home.
Bro, delete this poll, man. Of course, Alex is the better interrogator. I was just chiming in. What kind of poll is this? They don't be realizing, like, they just want us to like press them, but it's like, bro, you gotta let them dig themselves.
Yeah,
in.
he definitely dug his own shit. Let's talk. All right, guys, be sure to join up on Locals. Press that red join button. It really helps us out. It's our second catch today. We're in Manhattan, Kansas. We're going to be in Kansas City tomorrow for a sex offender. And yeah, we have an arrest earlier today and the arrest before that. If you want to see their arrest records, join Locals. That's where these catches are going to be too. All right, only $10 a month. You travel the most and catch these sickest. So join up. Join up.
Join up, Ninja.
Yeah, what he said and shit. So press that red join button, bro. Man, I'm so sleepy.
Okay, real quick, you last two gentlemen, have you talked with any other officers yet?
No.
They were outside the whole time. It was
Gotcha.
only us.
Are you guys like affiliated with this in any way or anything? Do you have like your IDs on you or
Yeah, I
anything?
can do it in mine.
Fantastic. Fantastic, if you wouldn't mind. And then you said you had pictures on your phone, right? So whenever I'm done talking with them real quick, I'll just need to, we're going to send you both like a link. Are you familiar with Axon?
Axon, yep.
Cool, an Axon link. And then I'll try to take pictures of as much as I can as well tonight. So we have it like in two different ways, if that makes sense.
Yep. Well, let me give you my email address. So that's where the video is going to be for Axon.
Okay. Yeah, you want it sent to email?
Yes.
Okay, do you have a way to get on that, like here, like where we're standing?
My email here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic. Because like,
To show you that I got the link?
yeah, and like the way we've been trying to run it is we try to have it set up and going before we leave to make sure some people don't follow up, right? I'm not saying you won't, just it does happen. So what is your email?
It's going to be a PP.
Oh. Yeah, because I think the main
name, right? Eric Edward Ross.
The main thing.
Just can't shut that fucking door.
People spoke.
It's just, well, sometimes my story side is
All right, we're going to go to the gym.
No. I'm not going to the gym.
Oh, don't cuck out.
I need sleep. Got an early flight tomorrow.
What time do you fly out?
All right, so if you guys have messages, as many messages as you have, we're going to take photographs of it.
All right.
We're also going to do the Axon thing to have you guys download it too. So if you're going to do it, then start doing that.
Okay.
Like just run our equipment.
Can you, can I just send you like the link to the messages?
So we have to be able to verify that those messages are authentically taken. So I'm going to take pictures of them to show that right now I'm getting those, and then we're going to send those to match up.
Okay.
Good. So.
No, I never.
Is there any way maybe y'all can like get a hold on his phone at least?
So we're all going to look into all the accounts that are tied, and we're going to look into freezing accounts and things like that too. So it's all part of the investigation.
Okay. And then
So
It's a ton of messages.
that's fine. Now what we're going to do is we'll take a picture and then we'll swipe and then we'll go back and forth.
Yeah. Well, no, I didn't know if there's like,
Okay.
Yeah, I have to go quarter anything.
Then you already talked about this, right?
Yeah.
Like real quick information, right? So,
Yeah.
Phone number. And then he's looking at getting.
We don't do this for
pictures, right?
Yeah.
What's the point?
Just want to like take a video and I'll just swipe or.
Now pictures are easier. That way the investigations can go back and look at it.
5 days into the chats.
How many days do you have?
Shit, hold on. 2287. Oh man.
Sir, Corporal Covey, this is going to take
There's probably
hours.
200 more
If you send the
photos.
link, honestly.
84 photos.
Okay. I mean, is it like 200 more photos? You're doing them pretty quick.
It's like, yeah.
I promise you, like on the link, all the photos are already there. Like,
Right.
it'll match up with everything.
Right. So the only reason why I'm asking for them now was because, and again, not saying anything against you or anything like that, but sometimes when we provide a link to someone, we provide that link, then they don't provide us with the information.
No, I mean, like, I can give you like I can do it like right now for you.
Okay.
Like, I can give you, like, if you have a work email, I can just give you the link that he's taking all those photos on. Like,
well, he will actually send you a link, and you'll be able to drop and drag right into there. And
How long do you think if I did that right now? How long do you think it would take to upload all those photos?
the Axon link?
Yes.
Well, so I think screen recording it would take, like, of all the photos, it would probably take like maybe 5-10 minutes.
Okay,
and then-
let's do that right now. I'm gonna have these guys stay here.
Okay.
Obviously, because again, it's not nothing against you or anything like that.
The process of uploading the pictures I've already taken.
Okay.
You want to get a card with it?
Wait, did he go to school with you?
Yeah, he went to Cleveland.
Oh yeah, I remember him. He was like one of the only other white kids on the whole TSU team.
Yeah. He was at Cage Crossover Road.
Yeah, for like a few months.
Yeah, let's say what's up, to him, man. What's up? What's good, Jack, man? Yo, man, that's crazy, bro. Small world, man.
Absolutely.
That's a good dude.
I'm sure he is.
Oh, Juju's calling me.
Wait, what?
All right, hold on.
Wait, the NFL player?
Yeah, hold on. Let me tell you. What's good, Juju?
What's good, bro?
How you doing, my brother?
I'm good. How you doing?
Man, I'm blessed. I'm too blessed to be stressed, man. What you up to?
There you go, bro. That's what I'm talking about. Nothing, bro. I just got done with treatment. I just studied my football players.
Who y'all playing this week?
You got San Fran.
San Fran. Ooh. And man, tell the defense to calm down because I got Kittle and I need him to go crazy.
Nah.
I'm just playing, man. But man, I've been killing this year, man. I want to see y'all go undefeated and do that 3-peat, man. Get your second ring, man. Get your second ring.
All right, man. Try.
Yo, are y'all playing home or away?
It's away.
Fuck. Damn.
Where you at?
I'm in KC, dog.
Oh, where?
Listen, we just caught 2 Preds. We actually just went inside of a Pred's house. We just caught them here with my boy Alex.
How's it going, man?
What's good?
Love your game, bro. Love your game.
Appreciate that, bro.
And then I'm here with my filmer. Me and my filmer, we got a flight in the morning, and I'm trying to do a 24-hour stream. And I was like, "Wait, Juju's back in KC." I was gonna see if you were in town. Sleep. We can play Madden, but like, I just want to sleep.
You want to sleep?
Yeah.
It's just your boy?
Yeah, just me and my filmer Eric. Eric.
Yeah, bro. So y'all here 24 hours, so you got nowhere to sleep.
Got nowhere to sleep, man. The whole objective was to sleep at a fan's house, but I was like, "Yo, you like my videos?" And he lives in KC.
Yeah, nah, that's dope. Yeah, I didn't talk to my girl first.
Bro, of course. But here, man, if y'all down, man, all I need is a couch. I don't even need a couch, man. As long as I get a pillow, sleep like a dog. You still got your dog?
Yeah, I got a dog. I got a Doberman too.
Oh, you got a Doberman?
Yeah.
That's tough. As long as they're friendly, man. I like dogs.
Nah, he's friendly. Just don't stray him too long.
Well, I mean, they call me. I was trying to get a big joke, but I couldn't do it.
Nah, bro. Let me shoot you one right, and I'll send you.
All right, bet. Appreciate you, man. Oh man,
dude, that's freaking awesome. You have his number. That's cool.
Chat, what y'all think?
He's like the most random connections.
Yeah, no shit.
You think he's gonna pull through?
Juju?
Yeah.
Well, a Jew pulled through for you today, so I think another one will too.
Then you'll get your Juju.
Bro, I know why your dad talked to you today.
Why?
Because you're both like cousins. Dad of the other cousin. Both like cousins.
The first.
Marcus' cousin and the redneck, his own cousin.
Maybe that's who was at the bar with him.
Yeah, probably. He's like, well, I don't care if she's 15. What do you mean it wasn't his cousin?
14.
Oh, shit.
Oh, my gosh, chat. Locked with Juju. Yo, chat, man. If we can sleep over there, that would be the biggest. That would help out so much. That would actually help out so much, chat. I literally just want to sleep, man. Okay, I'm not going to lie. If his girl, like, chat, I know I said I was going to do TTS, man, but, like, if they let us sleep over there, we have to turn it off. Like,
or you just put it by your pillow, right next to your ear.
Nah, man, that'd be disrespectful, chat. You know what I mean, man? That would just be. Imagine like them letting me stay at their house and then like I blare loud music the whole night. That would definitely keep it on, bro. If it was just Juju, maybe, but like, nah, like you gotta grow, man.
What?
You gotta be respectful. Yeah, you're right. One. Joe, we'll see. Let's put the volume low.
What?
Dude, let me turn TTS back on.
All right, so you got the initial 84. Did you get the link?
Yes, I did, and I sent the full chats to the email of
that are on.
Yes, that's correct. Okay. Well, yes.
Okay. When I read through a couple of those messages and things like that, when he started messaging
the fake accounts, did he ever request any pictures, anything like that?
Not that I read in there, but he might have, but not that I recall.
Okay,
So I saw something where he was asking.
all of it has been kind of one-sided as far as he's been the one.
Oh,
pushing
he initiated everything, yeah, for
Okay.
sure.
But he hasn't requested anything, or not to your knowledge.
I saw him request. I would have to find it, but I did see him request when I looked through it.
Yeah, I mean,
Maybe in the
hundreds
call
of
logs
them
and stuff,
somewhere. Yeah, it might be somewhere. But yeah, I mean, you'll have the full chapter start to finish. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Okay. Well, my corporal wanted me to ask that too, because the message that we saw, it kind of looks motivated on his end, but never requesting anything back. Is what I've seen so far. And since you guys have been doing this since March or April, I mean, there's going to be a lot of data to go through. So
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure somewhere in there, I would bet he probably has, but not that I saw myself.
Gotcha.
Like right here, he asked if she's ready for kids.
But as far as pictures, videos, anything like that,
he was asking, like, he said that he wished she had her. He said he wanted to buy her own phone so that way they could do their thing privately.
Right.
I think you can see. I think I can be right there to see you in person right now. You just give me 1 second.
No, you're good, and I'm sure our investigators are going to go through this with a fine-tooth comb. So we're just trying to get as much information today as we can. How long have you guys been employed doing this?
We've been doing this for 5.5 years.
Gotcha. What got you thinking you guys wanted to do something like this?
Well, I'm 24 now, so when I was 19, I couldn't quite be a cop yet in Houston, where I'm from. You got to be 21 to graduate, so
yeah,
this looks just interesting instead.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Got to click off.
All right, well, let me go see with these guys, see if I need to get anything else.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, I don't think more. There's no way he didn't ask for it. He wrote a poem for her. Every hour of the day, I miss your presence. Each moment of time, I long for your essence. You are a drug to me. I am addicted. I am so addicted to you.
God.
You not being here makes me so sad and blue. I can't hug you and never let you go. How much I miss you, you will never know.
Sounds competent to me.
Yeah, man.
He doesn't quite understand right from wrong, though.
He has the Do you want to wrap your pretty lips around my lollipop and give it a good suck?
It's a little lollipop.
He said little lollipop. I mean,
At least he's self-aware.
It is a little lollipop.
I bet you he would. Edgar Allan Poe.
I mean, Edgar Allan Poe was no bad. Not only did he like sleep with a 13-year-old, he was his cousin too.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. Do you taste sweet? Oh my gosh. His pubes are so.
Pubes so beautiful.
If you get an A+ on your test, then you can have all the sex you want with me. That's a promise, baby girl. Lol, you're silly. I'm being serious. Oh, okay. I'm so in love with you that I'm dedicated to you. What you doing? Jacking off? Huh? I am playing.
I see her rolling up, Uber black Cadillac, high heel boots and a sexy body full of tats. Baby's bad, oh baby's hella bad. After her there ain't no coming back. Wanna take a run at that. I think she's feeling me, turn it up a few degrees. My imagination of her body gets the best of me. Oh gosh, she's such a tease, bitten lips, bruised knees. I'm addicted to her, need her touching me. Cause she got a bad little waist, and we tearing down this place. Off the liquor that we chase, Casamigos to the face. Baby, I don't need no space. Coming closer for a taste, and I'll show you how I make everything just fade away. Cause she's like sex, drugs, cocaine, body so insane. Jealous of the clothing that she wears up on that tight frame. All game, no shame, baby came here to play. I feel like an addict cause she's sex, drugs, cocaine. Got a fine little body and her mind's kinda naughty. They say that once you taste it, you cannot replace it. She could get you high, all the dopamine inside triggers fast once she's naked. Her body's a creation. They say the devil made her for his entertainment, but even he couldn't learn how to contain it. Her high heels make a damn good statement. There is no replacement, a body by Satan. Cause she got a bad little waist, and we tearing down this place. Off the liquor that we chase, Casamigos to the face. Baby, I don't need no space. Coming closer for a taste, and I'll show you how I make everything just fade away. Cause she's like sex, drugs, cocaine,